In 2020, the JBL Quantum Cup brought you the best of the best in competitive gaming. Watch this year's top teams compete, play with the pros, win JBL products and cash payouts. JBL Quantum Cup. Watch, play, win.
Hello everybody and welcome to the second annual JBL Quantum Cup. Pristine sound meets premier esports titles this weekend courtesy of JBL, as we have 3 days of action across 3 of your favorite esports titles and spanning 4 different continents, including my hometown, Chicago, Illinois, as you see on screen right there. But guess what? We are in for an absolute treat. Not only did we have the Fortnite European broadcast this morning, before that, we had the Fortnite APAC broadcast. Guess what? Now it's time for North America, where we will have an absolutely stacked lineup of players. Well, more on that in a little bit, but trust me, you're not going to want to miss this one. In addition to Fortnite, let's take a look at the schedule for the overall 3 days of competition, as we have Apex Legends and Counter-Strike Go as well. And Fortnite and CSGO both featured open qualifiers, which you love to see, an opportunity for really anyone to qualify through and play against the other invited pro teams. In Fortnite, it's 25 duos from opens, 25 duos invited. And of course, leads us to our 50 duo NA competition here. CSGO, somewhat similar. 2 teams qualified from opens, 2 teams were invited, and that competition is going down overnight in Asia, near North American time at least. And of course, last but not least, if you're a fan of Apex Legends, we got the Apex Legends Global Series North America Pro League Split 1 top teams competing, 20 of the best teams in North America on Saturday and Sunday. But today, it's all about Fortnite, baby. We got NA competition, and to join me to call the action, we got none other than Monster D-Face and Shio. Gentlemen, how are we doing? Start with you, Monster.
What's happening, man? Yeah, happy to be here. Definitely excited to take a first look at Chapter 3, the new season, right? High-level competitive action for NA. I mean, we've got a small glimpse of the roster here, Shio, so I know we're in for a treat.
Yeah, that's what I'm super excited for. The roster for NA just seems absolutely stacked. I'm excited for all to get to the games.
Yeah, the gameplay is going to be amazing, and yeah, we'll get to the list of players here in a moment. Before we do that, let's take a look at the format for Fortnite. We talked about it, kind of previewed it a little bit earlier. Obviously, there were open qualifiers November 7th, 27th, closed qualifiers on the 28th. That leads us to the playoffs here today, which will be a 25, or approximately half the teams invited, half the teams qualified, 6-game Fortnite competition. You know it, you love it. Very similar format and 6-game competition to what we're used to seeing. And how's that point system going to work? Well, also very similar to what you'd expect. Only 2 points per elimination here, so expect teams to play really heavy for placement and focus to late game. First place gets 30 points, 10th place gets 16 points. That's actually going to extend all the way to 24th place. Will be awarded 5 points per game, cumulative points over 6 games. Win and top 5 get a chance at that prize pool. Let's take a look at the prize pool so you can see what these players are competing for, what's at stake. A $35,000 competition, Monster. 15 grand for first.
15 grand for first. This is a duos competition as well, split between 2 players. It's not bad for a little, what I'd like to call holiday bonus here. Second place for 10K, third at 5,000, 3K, and then 2K. So this is a very top heavy, I'd say, with the pricing. Yeah, top 5, man. That's a tough climb too, considering, again, the caliber of player we're going to be looking at here.
Hey, you gotta perform. You gotta place top 5 if you want any chance at winning any of this prize pool here. But guess what? It's not just the prize pool. We also have a NFT trophy courtesy of JBL, the JBL Quantum Cup trophy on screen. That thing is a beauty, animated as well. The winner will also walk home with that across every region, actually, in every game as well. Shio, not too bad.
Yeah, animated totally just looks shiny. We just saw EU roll in as well, win there. So for NA, I feel like it's going to be a little bit harder overall, but should be a fun competition to watch. It's going to be really interesting to see who actually takes the lead first in that very first game.
Yeah, I like my trophies shiny, whether they're digital or physical. Either way, I prefer them to be shiny. They're shy. I couldn't agree more. As we go ahead and take a look at the duos you mentioned, stacked lineup, right? Let's take a look. It's time at the roster and the lineup. Get ready, my friends, because it is stacked, Monster.
Yeah, definitely. Looking up at the top here, Cut's a player that's been grinding for a while, but I'm really drawing my eyes towards like Arkham and Epic Whale from the NA West side, Edgy and Dukes, a top tier duo whom, by the way, I think I've decided they're going to duo with one another. So another one of those just surprise teams that are starting to band together after the big trio season. I mean, Shio, take me through this. Anyone else that stands out to you?
Yeah, Falcon and Rex right there, just on the side of West again. Sever PK rolling in with Pink. Booga Skittles, how much more can they really win? The Acorn and Jack Classic. It's been a while since you just got to say those names and no more tags after that. Miro Senta, that doesn't even seem like it's fair that those guys can team up playing duos. Like any name on either side of this list, it just seems like absolute GOAT status. Saf, Kanata, Slacks, Illest. I mean, the list goes on, Monster.
Yeah, definitely. And again, Acorn and Jack, Miro, kind of touched on them. Stretching Commandment here. So these are all what we like to call the elite duos of the season right now, of the scene in general. And then, of course, you have those extra kind of trickle-ins, right? Players like Spark G and Kobo that have been on the come-up. Aperta alongside Mammy here. Oliver, OG, and Asian Jeff, whom, by the way, represent for TNA, have genuinely surprised, I think, the entire scene. Oliver, OG, obviously taking the heavy content creator stance, but showing that, hey, with enough practice and hard work, he is up there on a competitive level now, grinding his way through. I think he won a reboot round, by the way, right? Like last season or something like that, which was the fairy tale comeback for him after having a heartbreak miss on one of the qualifying rounds. Here on page 2, though, Vert and Creo, that's another mixture as far as player that have came from the West, right? Playing on the East now with Vert alongside Creo here. So pretty big stuff, pretty big names.
Yeah, I see some Yuz rolling into it. I think on that first page I saw Wrote DW, which is a huge blast from the past. You got Justice and Paper rolling in as well. I mean, lots of synergy, lots of classic names. Possess, Riftmole, rounded out all the way on that left side. It'll be cool to see exactly who, once again, has the momentum, keeps the lead, because we saw it in EU and APAC as well. When you have consistency and wins, just always in that top 5, that's kind of what separates you from everyone else in duos. And trios, you can afford to drop one game or two. In duos, you can't really. Need a perfect, consistent run the entire time.
Yep, so you guys nailed it. We got the elite of the elite, that is for sure, in this competition. We also, you may have seen a little name there, a little fan favorite in Cypher PK competing in this one. Actually joining us live on the desk for a pre-tournament interview is my man, Cypher himself. Good to see your face again, as always, my dude. And my first question for you, brother, is going to be, look, something always draws you back to Fortnite, and then something draws you into competitive again. What is it about this game and competing in Fortnite that you love so much?
Well, today specifically, I just want to look good in my JBL headsets while I'm competing against some of the best players in the world. These guys have been grinding. There's no confusion here. These guys are elite gamers. My goal today is to cause some chaos. I picked up a player from the EU region, goes by the name of Pink. And he's a very strategical player. He's very smart and tactical, and he's going to try to lead us to the end game. I'm just going to follow instructions and try to look good while doing it.
Yeah, Pink is the homie. He's dope. And so are you, Cypher. I want to know, man. All right, so you're here to cause chaos. Where are you landing? Who are you going to drop on? Like, what's the plan here? Are you going to stay dynamic or what?
Yeah, I think we are contested. I am landing on the Guaranteed Llama. There is a Guaranteed Llama in Chapter 3. I've been landing there in my usual games. It's just a good way to start off with some mats and the spicy splashes. Your kind of center map almost as well. So that's where we're going. I think we are contested, but we, just gonna beat them on the drop and try to outgun them in the early game, and then play for the end game.
Nice. Yeah, lots of cool changes you've been putting out content for Chapter 3 as well. Cypher, do you have a big favorite kind of new addition for Chapter 3 compared to Chapter 2 that you like a lot, that you're going to be experimenting with today?
Are we playing with the Spider-Man mythics in these matches?
We are indeed.
Yeah, they're in.
Then I'm excited to see how that plays on a higher level. We've played in some arena matches and some public matches, but I think I'm really curious to see how pro gameplay looks with Spider-Man mythics. That's going to be fun.
Love that question, man. Awesome. Well, hey, best of luck to you in the competition. Want to let you get locked in and focused up. Any final shout outs before we let you go?
Yo, shout out to you guys. You guys are faces I see on a lot of the tournaments, and I respect all the work you guys do. Keep it up.
What I will say before you go, though, we need some metal umbrella code drops. What's going on, baby? Hook the boys up. I'm in Texas. You're in Texas. What are you doing here?
I got you. I'll hit you up in the DMs, all three of you.
All right, much love. Good luck, brother.
Much love, Cypher. Good to see you again, homie. Later, brother. Man, last time I saw that guy was in Tampa Bay, Florida, in person a couple months ago. Good to see him virtually as well. Big shout out to the dude, Cypher PK. Such a good guy overall. Humble as well. Obviously successful in what he does. And yeah, I like his mentality coming into this one. So Shio, he seems pretty confident.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just nice that he has that fun aspect rolling in. Man looks good 24/7, right? And now he's gonna play good too for this tournament, which has so many big names. So you have to assume another YT video will be dropped. Maybe, who knows, with Pink beside him and all the new additions in Chapter 3, if they adapt fast and they make these end games, they could maybe even make it the top 5.
Love it. I also loved his JBL shout out, looking good. And of course, he's going to be hearing well this competition. But guess what? It's not just the players that can win this prize pool or Cypher rocking the JBL headset. You can as well. Guess what? We got a giveaway. Type !Gleam in the chat for your chance to enter and win quite the hookup from JBL. We'll be blasting that all stream long. So once again, !Gleam in the chat for your chance to win today. Just for watching, just for hanging out, you might get taken care of courtesy of JBL, the most premier sound in esports, that's for sure. But we're getting ready for this competition. Game number 1 is around the corner, boys. But hey, I want to ask y'all, what can we expect from this one? Obviously, Shy, we saw some great things in EU, but for maybe people that are joining us for the first time in this NA broadcast and didn't have a chance to catch it, what can we expect?
EU, I feel like, was a little bit more fun, a little bit more show matchy. People were experimenting with stuff and it was going wild and crazy. I feel like for NA, we're back to serious business. There's a lot of duels here and they like money. They like the prize pool. So I feel like it'll be a lot more surge tactics, a lot more fine FNCS type comp gameplay.
Yeah, just to piggyback on that, though, I was gonna say, talking about like serious play, you have players like Macwood who occasionally, when they show up for these tournaments, don't mess around, right? If you're having fun, you're trolling, he doesn't care. He's gonna sweat, he's gonna double down, he'll ruin your fun experience, and that's kind of the tone of NA in the recent times. Yeah, it's about this big cash money, and we have a whole new map to kind of play off of. So, as we all know, these maps kind of lead into things like, you know, again, rivalries, right?
That's so true. Absolute facts. We'll see rivalries. We'll see the top tier talent in NA Fortnite go live and battle in this 6-game series. That's going to be a ton of fun to watch. I'm excited to break down the gameplay after this one. But guess what? Game 1 is ready. Blow it up in the chat right now. Let us know who you want to win here as we kick off the JBL Quantum Cup with Edgy and Bank. Over to you guys.
Awesome. Let's get it rocking. Bank on the south side going towards Sleepy Sound, or on the bottom of your screen up at the north side going to Sleepy Sound. Edgy and towards the lumber yard. So already see a little bit of that north side being claimed by a few duels. And that's one of the most interesting things, Monster, is about seeing where all our classic players we love to watch end up in new spaces and journeys in Chapter 3, right? Every POI is basically changed. We have a few classics with new twists, but they're starting their journeys all over again.
Yeah, they're gonna have to hit the drawing board as well after game number 1. You saw the Rocky Reels area completely uncontested and wide open. Over to the east, that unnamed location where all the islands are, also just open playing ground. So hey, there's a lot of money on the line. You'd hate to throw it because you want to play this general area with what, 4, 5 duos here? This is just not viable.
Yeah, in EU, Rocky Reels actually had, I think, the best average placement overall. That was Trulex landing there completely uncontested, had so much loot, and had back-to-back VRs as well. So when it comes to NA, if that spot's not claimed, it's trouble. But you know, in NA, they like to do a big monster. They like to claim the largest types of POIs. Sleepy Sound already, 3 different duos sharing it, one off in the distance, and then one coming in from the left side. It's about to go crazy.
Let's watch it go down right now. Bank and Tahi here, looking pretty good so far. Players in sight. This MK7 rifle, definitely one of the more powerful additions to the new season here. It's just a shredder. I mean, this thing puts holes in things like Swiss cheese. It's pretty quick with the fire, and it's been the preference of choice. We noticed in a lot of the competitions as of late, players are just opting out of a shotgun as a whole. So that's just showing that MK7 plus SMG is the way to go right now.
Yeah, that's what I was ready to watch today, but also noticed earlier in the day, a lot of people still carrying that strike shotgun. Maybe it's just the guarantee of that easy shot all the way in the end game. It's not like Arena where you're forced into just having box fight after box fight. If you need to just say hi for a second to a player, that shotgun will always end up packing a little bit more with the punch. But in NA, you know, they like to grief a little bit more. They like to push for that fight sometimes and go all in, especially with Miro and a bunch of top controller players in the business. That double Stinger SMG meta might come through a lot more in this region than every other one.
Let's watch it all unfold here. Again, this is going to be one of the more contested, I should say, more contested draw spot in the map. On the other side, over at the Bugle, it looks like another big fight going down here. Asperati has not found any shields over to the side, but it's Roati and Pruda who has the, I'd say, the advantage of the general situation here. Seems like they have the pulse on the ground. Revise and Osp trying to get their heal on. Here it is. They are going to find some additional heals to go and get their split off. So pretty good, but so far pretty calm here. And yeah, look at the player count. Only 4 have dropped so far. So things are staying pretty stacked so far, as no one's truly committed to a battle just yet.
I haven't seen any second surge zone or any second zone surge at all today. And the Bugle hasn't even been that active on any of the regions. Right here, though, once again, 3 different duos. There's so many traps you can kind of lay all the way up top around the mountains. Buga just popping off inside the feed. Riverson gone. Jivan also gone. That's 2 different duos that he's taken out. Epic Well also slaps Pump in the face. Meanwhile, in the newsrooms, not too much action.
Not so much here. Remember, this drop spot is definitely a viable one, mainly because you want to get those Spider-Man mythic gloves, right? Which we know can open up some serious access to that mobility that you can use in all kinds of situations here. For Revives and company, it seems like the pressure that once was those 2 duos have kind of evened out here, balanced itself out as things come to an order. This is that early game pacing that we expect, though, as teams really start to focus up on finding the loot, right? Mastering the drop spots, getting their routes down. This is the first take at it as well. So game 1, notoriously the type of game that is going to ease players into things here. But it looks like Booga and Skittles have actually found themselves a battle early on, and they're at the winning side of it.
One big fight. And that was, I think, against Jivan and his duo mate. Past that, Shocker Speedweight's huge in terms of value for anyone. Has some of the easiest metal to farm. That's one of the biggest things of this new chapter. Metal kind of scarce all around the map, but just like Gus from chapter 2, you can end up farming out those tires, any of these scaffoldings. Plus, you have whiplashes that have boosts, plus shocker tires, 4 of them waiting for you at this POI. And that's huge for people like Booga, like Skittles, that like to just roll around fast, go from point to point, fight to fight.
Yeah, definitely. Vehicles being one of the more dominating or one of the more prominent ways you could rotate here. Look at the zone, though. The zone seems like it's heavying the favor to the north side. Shocker Speedway is honestly one of the more kind of southern locations. So for them not to kind of catch the zone here, we're definitely going to have to see some rotates coming out soon. But a little bit of time on the clock as they're trying to get their loot on, max out material count, then get the rotate through. The Big Booga coming off a successful streak of season, for coming out of chapter 2, I should say. Just big wins, man. Nothing but W's for Booga lately.
Can we call him the chapter 2 champion instead of the World Cup champion? Or is it too soon?
You know, let's not take the glory away just yet, right?
He did dominate towards the end half, man. That was actually just insane to watch. Colossal and Class, though, this is a duo that used to dominate what? Like the viewer charts? Everyone was just so hyped on this duo, on Colossal as well, kind of pioneering a very dope way to just stream the competitive content in game and perform well at the same time. They're back. They're running it again. This feels super nostalgic.
Yeah, there was a point in time where it looked impossible, right, for a competitor to actually be live and do well. And Colossal kind of took that narrative, flipped it upside his head, going as far as even, again, broadcasting the scrims and stuff like that. So putting the whole playbook out there, and even that wasn't enough to stop him when he was on fire. Getting back over to Tahi and Bank, it seems like this clash was inevitable, and it's Aperta and Mama Ting who are going head-to-head right now. So far, Bank and Tahi seem to be in the lead, but Bank takes the big punishment here. Little side track, and there it is. They get pinched out and both lose their one-on-ones, essentially. And look at that. The Siphon effectively puts Aperta and Mama Ting both around the same HP threshold there post-Siphon. So pretty close battles.
And when it comes to Aperta fighting, I've seen it happen so much against so many different duos. It lasts a long time. That's one of his strengths. You know, just drawing out a fight, being sure the enemy takes more damage. But then as a result, third parties can come in.
Miro's got the side angle right here. He's behind the opponent. They have their guard down. They're going to find the knock onto Scented into the full finish. That's what happens when you peek a sniper, it seems like. So Miro's left as a solo now, lurking behind, watching on in, trying to figure out what is the game plan here. What is it that we need to do? Mama Ting's going to step on up to try to grab some of this loot here. This is all very interesting the way it's kind of unfolded. It's Muzz and company on the other side of the wall there, but they're going to back out as well. So Aperta and crew are probably confused right now, right? Like, wait, is that the solo? Is that part of the duo? And it seems like the pieces of the puzzle are going to start to get connected here, and they're going to figure this all out here. There it is. They get the info that they're looking for, Shayo, and they know, okay, these guys backed off, so it's probably not going to be playing for this card. They're going to rotate out. Little did they know, though, it's Miro who's waiting behind them.
An angry Miro. You got his teammate down completely. He's not going to be too happy about that one. Here's the first instance of swinging in NA. Monster, rate this mythic. I feel like it's the best one they've ever made in the history of Fortnite.
This one right here,
Yeah.
if I had to rate it, let's say out of 5 stars, I'm dropping this one a good 4.5. Like solid.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Solid.
All right. I'm giving it a 6, man. Like, it is just accurate. It feels like it's, you know, kind of balanced, even though it's kind of insane the mobility it provides. And it's just fun. It's not like the most super invasive thing ever.
Good for rotates, good for everything here. And look at this. It looks fun while you're doing it, right? So definitely the go-to kind of play as far as picking it up. And look at this. Look at how they're able to just traverse all this land here. Like, no problem as well.
It's like the shadow rocks of old that you get to just pop and then bounce from wall to wall. This time, though, you're seen. And they actually look a lot cooler while you're bouncing all the way across. It's just so nice. And the coolest thing about them is that, you know, when it comes to launch pads or it comes to the Silver Surfer Glider, when you lock in to mobility, you can't really turn or fix the way you're going. When it comes to the spider gauntlets, when it comes to the web shooters, you can literally web zip up, down, left, right, change your trajectory just in an instant. No other mobility mythic, you know, lets you do that. Even grapplers have a limited capacity on how fast you can change the direction you're going in. So there's a very high skill ceiling with those, and you can do some really cool aggressive moves with them, especially in endgame.
Absolutely. Jumping on over to Zay and Tobex here, making their little move. They don't have the mythical spider gloves, but it's all good. Car will suffice for the situation and the time being. Here's a big
POV.
duo we want to watch right now is Duke and Edgy. All right, they definitely have a lot to offer the comp scene. I think this is going to be a squad that's going to do very, very well in the season to come.
Duke's honestly surprised me more so than any other player, like in the existence of Fortnite. I feel like I had such a low type of start overall in terms of, you know, the placements that we're rocking in and the attitude towards the game, and then suddenly over the seasons just got better. Mentality got better. Everything about him, just this entire ambiance took over the entire scene, and then just started to win. And now he's rocking it with Edgy. I mean, I'm excited to see their dynamic.
Yeah, definitely big dynamic here. Big duo in play. Mega and Dubs down low, kind of vibing out here. You can see on Revise and Offside, they're just above the surge ever so slightly. There are going to be 5 players going to have the issue now that they're going to have to go ahead and take a battle. Hopefully Saf on the other side there alongside Kanata are not one of the few that need to actually take a fight right now, because that'd be pretty troublesome considering the options that are here.
Not too many safe spots to fight in. Logjam, Lumberyard as well. You end up refarming a lot of wood primarily. There are brick walls available, as well as metal, but it's not the most efficient. You're basically just gonna be able to replace your wall entirely. Edgy and Duke kind of sharing the same layer with Dubs and Mega, which is just crazy to even think about, but it's happening. Dubs and Mega, though, you've seen their weakness, the most popular clip I think I've seen from Mega, the don't edit the wall moment, and it feels like it might be happening again. They're building a little bit and getting focused by third parties. Want to make sure you're keeping things tight and secure.
Back over to Dubs and Mega, have now cranked their way up just a little bit here. You can see they needed to find some tags, hence them trying to break out of that low ground layer that they were on and commit up high just a little bit more. But man, oh man, it looks like it's been a tough game for them. No HP to really work with here. Low shields as well. This is a struggle of a game that's developing here for Mega and Dubs right now. And again, there's no one peeking out, so they can just basically hope and pray that something goes down. But you know how Fortnite is. That's usually not enough once things start really popping off.
Yeah, I might want to just switch over to crying immediately and sitting in the bathtub. That might just be the move for them because this is so troublesome. Even Revised down below, they have such a sturdy base. There's nowhere they can really key. Scoped and Blake kind of moving on the bottom side. Cease and Yuz also inside zone. Some high profile duos lacking in terms of positioning overall. Just barely making it in, taking some zone damage. Blake and Scoped obviously here at the worst of it.
On over to Blake and Scope, who are at 2 elims right now. Little 200 damage above. Players in a feed going down. Looks like Miro needed to hop onto Glaze. So that was Miro And Booga there. Oh no, Booga's actually playing with Skittles. So look at me. I'm all confused now as far as my duos go. It was very unscented who were playing with one another. But yeah, they took a fight onto Glace. It's going to be a win for them. Blake and Scope just on the outer edge now. Nothing to worry about as of right now, but the zone is going to be the real issue. Teams rotating out, and they're going for tags instead of trying to keep a low profile. I am curious how that's going to work out for them, but no, they have the heals. They just don't have the real heavy material count, if you will.
It's gonna be tough, especially when you're kind of late rotating in to find any more materials. A lot of the time, especially in a lobby as stacked as this, people just keep farming whatever in front of them, kind of a scorched earth policy. There's nothing for late rotators to really scavenge at all.
Clicks and Deshawn on the move right now. What can they scavenge here on their rotate as well? Because they're gonna need it. Yeah, look at this. Low material for metal. And heavy mats. Pretty desperate to go on ahead and pick some up. So this is another team that's just showing signs of a struggle with the surge thresholds. And that's really what we expected right off game number one. We knew it was gonna be a stacker, but I mean, we're watching it play out for some of the bigger names here on the NA East platform. And already being held out here, Shayo.
Yeah, not even halfway into the zone just yet. Staying clicks, utilizing that slide mechanic perfectly. You stay silent, you stay low, and you just push your entire way through downhill. It's looking good, but now the real obstacle starts. You can't really slide past these walls all the way around you. Day's trying to find an angle. Clicks knows exactly where the trap is being set. They try to actually get aggressive with it. Surprise the people waiting inside, but now they really got to move.
He's looking to get in the box here, trying to look for the wall take. This is definitely where players like Clicks and Day shine, though. You get them on the box-to-box, the one-on-ones, especially if they have a little bit of HP to work with. They should be okay, but no, instead they're going to distance themselves from these opponents here. Try to get inside the build, see what they can recycle and farm back out. The proper play for the situation.
It's looking good for now, but once again, they haven't really made any ground in getting inside the zone. They're kind of stuck on this invisible line because there's so much pressure coming in from that zone line. As soon as Clicks opens this wall, everything's just going to break loose. Find their way in, though, unscathed so far. Make sure you're claiming the walls. It's looking good for now.
Look at that stack on the east side of the map right now. All the players have somehow managed to get here. Short rotate for them, though. It's going to be a pretty much a godsend, a lucky pull for them, but hold up. Clicks and crew trying to get in the box now. What can they do? Nothing. No tags through all that.
They got one white tag overall. Could have been a chance. Zone pulls right beside us. Let's go to big harpoon from Clicks. That's huge. Grabs Spider-Man, throws him in a box, and picks him apart. That's good crazy down.
Nice little find there as well. Legendary shotgun upgrade. On the tarp, though, behind them is Cease and Yellas, who have tanked a lot of Storm to get to where they are. HP looking desperately low now. They're going to work their way back. They're not comfortable with the following in onto Clicks and Day. They heard the shots go down. They were hoping to get a little bit more action before they jumped in, but no, nothing just yet. On the other side, Aperta putting in the pressure here alongside Jeff and Apollo's right now. These are solos that seem to be broken apart. Apollo's going to come on over for what might be the thirst here. No, that's actually his teammate. Okay, so he's trying to save MNRR. Not looking too hot. These fresh builds are going to become the target of choice. And yes, there it is. Two shots coming in from both sides. They know there's a down body here. MNRR is lit. Is he going to be able to throw a chunk down? No, not in time. A team jumps inside the box. It's Pruda and Roadzi who get the knocks. GG's for them. More points on the board now.
I'm pretty sure that's still DW rocking it. So once again, for me, that's super nostalgic.
Oh, is that the young Rhodes?
Yeah,
oh, okay,
bro, all
okay.
the way from the World Cup days. Yes, sir. He's back with Pruda. I want to just see exactly how this duo rocks it all the way in. New chapter, new opportunities, same people. So let's see what he's got.
Okay. Yeah, Roat. I never thought I'd see the day without the DW at the end of the name, but here we are. These Fortnite kids got to him.
We never understood what the DW actually ever meant at the end of the day, right? Maybe that's why. He just dropped it.
It's just been Roat, don't worry, you know? Like,
And the sounds from this season, it's all just sprays rattling against builds. Cease is picking up a few in the feed. Camarino does not survive. Pruda, you need to edit. You need to go somewhere else. Change the layers out of hard mats. Completely just has wood. And Ro is down at the same time. They're just going to get bullied by Mark 7. So over and over. There's nowhere to hide.
Look at this off in the distance. You have Illis and Slacks there on the mountain. Muzz and Speedy with one another. Cypher PK and Pink on height. He said he'd be following the lead there, Pink, and it seems like it's working out for him. Comes a counter fire. My gosh, you cannot do that. Not on this season. Just doesn't work the same. These red dots don't play. They don't miss.
Seriously, they don't. It's just like literally super hit scan. We've seen some long trades overall today, and like it doesn't go in either player's favor. It just becomes a complete damage fest on both sides. Aperta and Mama end up just holding this entire zone perfectly. Dead center of it. Duke Edgy will be right at the edge, but everyone else is gliding in, making sure they have it home before the end game starts.
Listen, they get a little bit of the high ground. They're going to be one of the first to position up. On the low, we already knew that Cease and Yuz were looking for some refreshers. Seems like they found something. About 3 elims. Here comes the launch pad. It's going to be the high pad as well. Getting deep into the zone. They might be the first team to play for true height now. Let's see if they decide to set up for it. They definitely have the key advantage and the spot to do it. No one's really looked up to claim this.
It's a large investment if they want to build up and even go for a few more shots. If they just stay here, chill, use their launch pad, maybe they can claim it in the 7th zone.
Oh, look at this fine. Little mini pickup right there. That's 6 minis now.
Nice.
Okay.
How much else? Everyone's just waiting. I see Pink and Cypher. Yeah, you're right. All the way up top, they are the highest. That's why Cease and Just can't really build any higher. Clicks and Day, you'd assume they'd be having a much more comfortable time. Their loot is looking really good, but overall, the position they're in, their mats, I mean, not the best monster.
Yeah, I saw in the feed there. It looks like Clicks took out Pledge just a little bit ago, so opens up the refresher for them. There goes the rest of the loot they wanted. It was a couple of big pots up above. That is beautiful. I would actually love to see this perspective from Cypher PK up top, because they have to make the move the longest rotate right now. The opposite of Clicks and Day, who pulled the zone on the first moving here. So let's see this play out now. The surge is definitely active here. That's 15 players that are going to have to go down. This is about as stacked as things can get for us here, Shio. And it's not going to look too hot for a team like Clicks and Day, who are definitely not just safe yet.
Every team we thought was safe is also going down. Osp gone. Speedy taken out. Yus finally falling. He was so comfortable with Cease. It's Nada all the way up top. Got revived from Saf early game. I don't see where Saf is, though. I see Jack and Acorn, though. They're waiting down below. Second height is looking good. Coldboss all the way at the front as well. Everyone's moving in. Clicks has found his footing with Day right behind him.
Yeah, there it is. Saf is going to be at the front side of the zone here. So he actually did the old traditional get to the front. Kanata holds the backside of height, and it seems like it's going to work out as high ground is now theirs. On the other side, Illis is left as a solo here to clutch up by himself. 16 below the surge here. What can he do? The clock is ticking now. 7 players have to go down. He's got a full minute, though. Just nothing to worry about. Not too much. There it is. He gets bodied out of the competition just like that. How quickly the story can change. On the backside of the zone, though, Stretch lurking ever close by with Commandment. Up they go. High ground is theirs. And yes, if there's going to be a player to do it, it's going to be someone like Stretch. And Kanata pays the price for that, by the way.
One goes down. Saf's going to get a little bit more angry, but no, he's not out for the count yet. Still 1 HP. Pops a few shields. He's good. Saf repositions. Has a possibility of following Kanata's builds all the way down to. This is an expert follow-through builds, but the edit flop is going to cost him some crucial HP. Kanata needs some White Hills ASAP, or this is over. Saf just has 3 builds.
Oh, there it is. One goes down. Kanata didn't have anything to save himself. Just like that, he is wrapped out of the competition. See Vert and Creo lurking on second height now. Booga still alive as well, playing that same layer. Remember, new zone changes make these zones pull even further for longer. So it is very unlikely these things go to a heal off nowadays. And this is why you're seeing so many players alive right now. And it's not really a problem, right? We had 45 players alive before the zone started. We're down to just 20 here. This is just a zone of chaos and war right now. And Clicks has got to make his way out to the zone. He's trying to read it perfectly, and he does end up figuring out the navigation through that. Trying to throw his quick heals down. Is that going to be enough? Should be enough to buy him a little bit of time, but no. He gets shut down pretty quickly in the low ground, and that's wraps. But still, big game for him. Breaks closer and closer to top 10 here.
So close. Oliver OG still alive on the other side of things, up against Vert. Creo is gonna be able to take him down. I see Acorn and Jack lighting up the entire feed. Aegis and Rise as well have been on the front side this entire time. We're up to the last 7 duos left, 11 players in as Acorn finally goes down. Smack is taken out. We're at our top 5. Jack slapped in the face by Rise. That's a lot of loot to gain. That's low ground to claim as well. They're ready to wrap up the game.
Yeah, that was big right there. Looks like a Dragon's Breath shot. The sound, the golden loot falling out, almost reminiscent of a field set ablaze there. But only thing on fire right now is Rise here. He's got his 2 elims. He's on the low ground, looking to make work of his high ground teams, but it's a 2v2v2 situation. So the other duo on the other side here is Oliver. Well, actually, no, these are 2 solos, so anything can actually happen here depending on where Oliver, OG, and Creo take this battle. Oliver's gonna work his way on up a little bit here, forcing Commandment on down. Commandment on the other side, just doing his best to hold things down here, but he's got 2 builds. Make that 1 build now. They're starting to run out of gas here. Rise gets down to low ground. Okay, so it's Rise and Agers. Creo on the side. Commandment by himself here. Lost stretch the mix there, Shadow. This is not looking too good for Commandment.
Not at all. He's gonna hide up top as everyone fights down below. Rise taking a little bit of damage. This is good for Commandment. He has a little bit of control.
Oh,
no! Agers makes him weak. He still has the beam on the Rise. He's there again for the 2-time shot with that strike shotgun. He wraps it up. It's Agers and Rise for game number 1. It's Victory Royale.
Gassed out at the very end there. You saw what happened as Strike started to run out of builds there. I mean, Fallout, listen, we had a pretty big fight there, big clash at the end, and that, you don't really see the low ground team walk away like that very often.
Absolutely. I'm not sure if we caught on stream what exactly happened to Stretch. Hopefully we'll have a chance to catch that in the replays, because it seemed like it was Commandment and Stretch's game to win. I mean, they took high ground so effortlessly and perfectly, honestly. A little bit of a surprise move over Saf, who typically does not give up high ground very easily. We thought it was their game to lose, and ultimately they did end up losing that one to the low ground team. And the way that Rise and Co played that, the bait and switch, both putting a shot in to close that out, I mean, a really, really strong finish from them, Shio.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just kind of crazy to think that, as you're saying, Fallout, some of the best teams are getting tripped up at their own game, and then at the end, Commandment not being able to clutch out. I know it's a 2v1, it's tough, but usually does even a little bit more damage than that. Everyone, as a result of all of this, is ready to play, bringing their A game. If that's just game 1 of NA East, I'm scared to see how the rest of the day goes.
Yeah, that was a fun one. That was a fun one from start to finish, and obviously this is what we'd expect in this lobby, right? A super competitive lobby and a really, really stacked late game, but we did get some early game action. Aperta doing a good job getting quite a few elims early, and of course we get to see the debut in the big competitive tournament, at least in the Spider-Man's Gauntlets, the Mythic. That's been fun to watch. And Cypher didn't even know that it was in the lobby going into this one. Yes, indeed it was.
Yeah, Cypher's that kind of player. He spends a lot of his free time inside the normal playlist, so it's hard to separate the difference in the two. But hey, man, this weapon sneaking its way into the arena settings has definitely caused some interesting plays. We saw him play in the early game. You don't really see it come out very often in the end game. Here's a look at Pruda, who gets to pick one up towards the end game, and even then he gets taken out before he can actually utilize it.
Yeah, Pruda was unfortunately the chosen one, and not in the way you like to be. Unfortunately, he gets taken out and couldn't really do much as the solo trying to revive their teammate. Meanwhile, Aperta continued to kind of make this push here for elims because of that early game aggression. You saw Dubs and Mega in the elim feed. You saw Blake kind of doing some Blake things, not able to make it to late game, unfortunately, either. Blake, the controller player. And here's that situation here. We'll see in a moment. Kanata on high ground doesn't even recognize what happened and lost it.
Yeah, it's just all about timing on the height retakes more so than the flashy builds, and Stretch Commandment just had perfect timing the entire time. It's kind of their specialty. Cypher, though, dropping down, even though he did that much damage, but it's insane. Look at the elims Stretch Commandment are getting in the feed, though. They're kind of wiping out the rest of the server that's still alive. Rise picks out 1. Commandment still trying, though. It was a gray strike shotgun he was using the entire time. Mark 7 with 14 bullets. Yeah, I'm surprised he even did a little bit of damage based off of what he had all the way at the very end. Super impressive. They got second place with 4 elims. Still the stars of the show, Rise and Agers, winning out that game 1.
Yeah, it's a big performance from them. Agers with 2, Rise had at least 3 or 4, I think. So massive, maybe even more than that, massive showing. But really, we saw right there, it was Agers, I think, that was able to hit Commandment with a brick, it seemed like. At least 120 damage, got Commandment to about 15 HP. And at that point, not much Commandment could do, but he still put up a fight, tried to make it happen in the 1v2. Ultimately, Rise and Agers, who basically worked their way to ultimate low, took that low ground, got a couple elims out of that, were able to come out on top with the dub. And obviously, we'll see if we have updates on standings. We'll keep you all up to speed if we do. But nonetheless, a lot to kind of break down there. I mean, Monster, I want to ask you. You obviously have watched a lot of Agers in the past. You know, some Rise. What makes them so great as a duo? And talk to me a little bit about those two.
Yeah, definitely one of the newer duos to go ahead and band together. Rise in particular has had his highlights this last year being one of the better ones for him. Definitely earning his way to the top of the food chain as, I hate to say it, but a rising star on the scene here. Definitely, it's just one of those things. He's got the power behind him right now and the momentum, right? That's really working for him. So you have players like Duke, players like Rise, right? And then now they're earning their way to play alongside of these top tiers like Agers, who have had, again, some of the best teammates out there. And yeah, they're just on fire here. So
that's right. The new generation or the new era, that's for sure. It's been fun to see the rise up. And again, it's because of competitions like this. Kudos to JBL. They could have easily invited, you know, the biggest names, the biggest streamers, and made this an invite-only competition for Fortnite. But they said, you know, we want to stay true to what Fortnite's all about, open competition for people like Duke, like Rise, to be able to rise to the top. And that's exactly what we've seen over the last few months. So kudos to them. Good first game finish. Just a quick update for y'all. I want to be transparent. We won't have standings after game 1. We will have standings after game 2 and throughout. But we're actually hard at work, obviously, in getting those standings calculated. We wanted to give y'all an update. Obviously, you could expect Rise and Agers most likely on top unless someone else popped off ridiculously in Elim, Shio.
Yeah, I mean, from what we saw at the very end, maybe Commandment Stretch with that second place have enough Elims to kind of rise up and take that spot all the way up top. Sometimes that happens. The second place team has a little bit more punch Elim wise, but the Victory Royale usually means a lot, especially if they were also getting Elims towards the end of the game. Past that, maybe Saf and Kanata had a chance too, but it could go any which way for that first game.
So quick question for you. Obviously, we saw the rise of some great performers. We saw Saf and Kanata do their thing. We saw Commandment and Stretch take high ground. Any teams that you maybe expected to perform in game 1 that you didn't really see in the late game?
Actually, a team that I didn't really expect to make it that far. I'll kind of switch the question in reverse. Yeah, Pink took out Clicks for that 8th or 7th place spot. So Pink and Cypher PK actually walk away with a ton of placement points at the very least from that game. We know for sure because he was in the feed who took out Clicks at the very tail end, who managed to make it far with their scuffed loot. So I'm actually more so impressed that Cypher PK picked up an EU player and a content creator and an EU player popping off now and making some end games. So that's pretty impressive across the board.
That's a good point, Shio. Either way, you can flip the other side of that coin there. Anyone that you expected to perform but didn't, or opposite?
For me, it was just the surprise of Kanata Saf losing that height in a very crucial moment where it felt like they had absolute control. Past that, seeing Booga also fall slightly earlier, the fact that they had such a solid early game, had their spot ready. Chonker Speedway was at the south side of the map, so I understand it's a hard rotation to make all the way up top. Even Miro and Scented especially going down all the way at Sleepy Sound. That was very unexpected because that duo, that team is used to staying alive, used to being consistent. Had a rough game 1 right there.
And you know what though, that was like an awareness check, right? Especially for someone like Kanata who should know better. You're at the front side of zone. Saf and Kanata just completely let their guard down. Lucky for us, we had the drone wide there, and I saw it come from a mile away. I called it. I said, "Oh, look who's in the backside of zone. That's Stretch." Yeah, you don't want him on second height, unpressured, uncontested, and just again that far behind you to be able to gather that much information on where you are. It was definitely an awareness check for them, and they paid the price.
Yeah, you always say it, head in a swivel. Obviously, check your back and make sure you're looking 180 degrees so no one's flanking, no one's behind you, especially that team at second height. And of course, if that team is Commandment and Stretch, as you said, that's likeliness that they're going to try and at least attempt to take high ground. So obviously, learning experience here in game 1. Expect more of that in game 2. Players, we just got word, are loading into lobby, so gameplay should be ready here in just a bit, and that means time for predictions, boys. Y'all, actually, we skipped that part, I think, at the top of the show. So I'm going to ask you all up tournament. You guys have a game to kind of say it and kind of put your thoughts together. Who do you think is going to take the tournament here? Obviously, a stacked one, tough to call, but if you had to call it, who you got, Monster?
Oh, this is tough. I do feel like I'm in the hot seat right now. But I'm gonna go with this Stretch and Commandment here, and the good reason is because Commandment is what I like to call Mr. Highlight himself. You saw there at the very end, he has the clutching potential, and it's pretty clear that no matter what the game mode is, he can pilot his way to an end game, right? Similar to Scented and his ability to do so as well. But I like Commandment right now. I like where Stretch's head is right now, and that high ground retake was just executed so well. I'm going with them.
Like that take. Shio, how about you? Where's your head
Okay,
at?
I literally had the same exact take just based off of how they played that last end game right there. So when it comes to Stretch and Commandment, they have, it seems like the only duo in the scene with a game plan set and ready that's kind of a little bit more advanced than everyone else. that sneaky height retake. And they're a very consistent duo you can kind of rely on. The same thing that Monster's saying. They always have some sort of set plan for a situation. They always execute it above everyone else. And I feel like height is such a crucial thing inside duos. At the same time, Miro Scented will be the backup in case we don't want to double up. Had a rough game 1, but I want to see them clap back in game number 2.
I like that call out. Miro Scented, Stretch of Commandment. Obviously, we got Saf Kanata, we got Bizzle, we got Booga, not playing together, but competing overall in this tournament. And of course, we have the boys, Agers and Rise. I wouldn't say underdogs, obviously top players in their own right, but maybe not the team you would have predicted to win the entire thing. They're in first place most likely right now. We'll get you those updating standings as soon as we can. But I like those thoughts. I like those call outs overall. And we'll see who will perform in this one. A stacked lobby, absolutely here in this one.
But
Monster, you're going to say something?
yeah, I just want to talk about, like, we got to change the game plan though, right? That north side has 4 teams landing there. Miro and Sente being one of the few that are in the mix. You have Tahi up top there as well, alongside Bully. Like, these are players that, especially players like Bully, who are Steamy Stacks veterans. They landed there a full year worth of contested drops, and they don't back out. So, you know, just judging by the elim feed, judging by what you know about these player tendencies, I mean, other players have to give way. So I'm not feeling too good about Miro and Sentin in particular right now, because if this is their real drop coming into new season, a player like Bully, it's kind of proven if you don't give him the drop, you're also not going to do good, because he's going to fight you all the way through to the very end. So I'm more so like worried about the future, right? Like of what's to come. And I feel like this tournament's a small little glimpse or a taste of what could be.
Yeah, that's a great point. We talked about that a lot in the European competition, right? It's the beginning of Chapter 3. Things are still stabilizing a little bit. And really, real estate was up for grabs. You could pick where you wanted to land after learning the map. And, you know, over time, people will start to realize where to contest, where not to contest. We're at that scramble phase right now. So that makes for some fun gameplay to watch. That's for sure. And I hope you guys are watching and enjoying, guys and girls are watching and enjoying at home. Just for watching, you have a chance to win by entering into the JBL sweepstakes. All you gotta do is press !Gleam in the chat for your chance to enter the sweepstakes and your chance to win some JBL gear. And let me tell you, I've been wearing this headset for a few weeks now. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a massive fan. JBL doing it right, but some of the best comfort mixed with some of the best audio quality. I think honestly one of the highest quality headsets I've had a chance to ever wear. So big shout out to JBL. You get a nice
knob too, right? You can just like customize your sound, you know, loud on the comms, lower for the game sound. You know, you get the sweet spot however you want it. Definitely the go-to. Are you using a headset version right there with the little...
I don't got a knob, I got a stick.
Hey, we gotta get you the upgrade, my brother. I'm telling you.
Get the knob.
I
adjust the knob volume with my back because I have it like draped over my shoulders, so you can get crazy with it. You know, it's dynamic.
But yeah, Shai, if you're that good with knob back switching, I can't imagine you with the hula hoop. You know? I'm just picturing Shai with the hula hoop in my head right now.
That's the premium content, man. That's the difference here. You know what I'm talking about? But yeah, you know, in terms of players, in terms of what we're watching in this tournament, this next game that's coming up, I feel like there's going to be some type of hula hoop action. I think the one thing NA needs is a little bit more content, right? That seems like a very serious game. Agree or not, Fallout?
Yeah, 100% agree. And I want to make sure I understood and heard that correctly. You said content with an H?
Sure, why not?
I thought you were mixing hula hoop with content about some rambunctiousness or something crazy, and I was like, all right, I'm about it. But no, agreed about the content. We got Cypher. You already know he's gonna make a sick YouTube video as a result of this. Wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. But no, hula hoops, jokes aside, gameplay is ready. I'm gonna try and get just the vision, the thought, the image of Shio hula hooping out of my head over the next 25 minutes or so. Wish me luck. Actually, I don't know why I would. That's a great image, to be honest with you. In the meantime, these two are gonna be calling the action. Lobby is loading. Gameplay is locked and loaded. Again, apologies for the slight delay there, everybody, as we were getting players into lobby. Take some time for players to join sometimes, but we got Chapter 3, baby. We got one of the first major Fortnite tournaments and competitions live and ready with a stacked NA lobby. My name is Fallout. Honored to be joined alongside two of the best to ever do it in Fortnite casting, Shio and Monster. Take it away, boys.
Absolutely. Playoff match number 2 rocking in. This is where you try to solidify consistency. If you won the last game, if you're Rising Agers, you want to win another one. If you just dropped in and went down, you might want to fight harder on this next drop. It's where things get a little bit more serious for all the players.
Yeah, definitely. And lucky for us, you know, Fortnite has an emote for everything. So if it's hula hooping you want to see, we'll probably get a little bit of that as well here in the Fortnite world. We'll see if teams decide to start mixing it up. It's a little bit here, like you said, take a little more lightly, right? Go for the fun little BM moments and whatnot. But that was a very intense game. You could feel it in the game atmosphere. We had surge after surge, and I feel like it's a little bit of a new end game for the players to get used to as far as the cadence goes, right? Like in the last season, or chapter, I should say, that 7 zone, if you're below the surge, you have to fight on that zone. I feel like players haven't quite figured out the fact that the long zone draw out means that you don't really have to get so desperate the way we saw teams get in that previous game. But take a look at this, Shio. It seems like my question was answered, and they decided to say, no, forget you, Monster. We're going to land north of Sleepy Sound, and we're going to fight for it too. So no one mixing up the job just here.
Sleepy Sound might be renaming to, well, Rainbow Rentals soon once again, because it's literally just an entire collage of colors with all the duos that are here. You can just see the mini map. So many different arrows. A team just a late landing onto the south side as well. Clicks is like, wait a minute, there's another one coming through. Cypher going down though at the start of this phase. Mega Dubs also picking up a little bit of their own. On the backside, and Bank Tahi once again head to head with Mamtating and Aperta.
Yeah, it's called Sleepy Sounds, but I'm gonna have to rename this one to like Siren Sounds or something, because it's gonna be real lit in here soon, and there's gonna be a lot of help needed. Looks like Aperta just gets bodied there on the play, so Bank and Tahi, that's a little bit of revenge here with the quick finish this time around instead. And I lied, I said the spot wasn't big enough for all of them, but it seems like they got their footing going here for Clicks and company. I mean, shotgun and pistol in hand is not bad at all by any means. A well-rounded loadout, and now the water side here too. So look at this, Clicks actually aggressing for the fight with no material in the water. Questionable to say the least here.
Very questionable. I don't even think he can just swim back either. He's kind of stuck on this island.
He can't pad now. He's out of mats.
He can edit that ramp and maybe make it through. He actually harpoons him in. Okay. I'm not sure if he meant to do that or got the loot.
Oh no, but Day's going back. Oh, it's a scuff.
Look at the angle.
It's all wrong.
Oh no, that's from an MK7 assault rifle as well. This is gonna be tough overall. No shields for Clicks and Day. They hide out, go far away. That pontoon is one of the biggest reasons you can split a lot, Monster. You were surprised because, you know, there's so many duos here. Each house has basically enough chests to get your start up. There's this, or at least 4 or 8 on this side. Plus that pontoon is a complete solo drop on its own. You saw so many teams in season 3 fighting for it. So many players in season 3 fighting for it. While that's all happening, DW is wrapping up the Daily Bugle news articles as well.
I definitely remember that. Made for some of the best French rivalry that we saw on the last was it last year? No, maybe like a year and a half or so ago now. My gosh, we've seen a lot of Fortnite. Take a look here. Back over to Day and Clicks to make their rotate on out. So it seems like just again chaos amongst the columns there. Things didn't really work out the way they kind of planned it. So here comes the disengage. They're just gonna go in and get on with the get on. Forget it ever happened over there. Want to play off the land now. Limited as far as the resources go, but not too bad, right? Something to work with for sure.
Yeah, one big thing about this map and the fact that it's duos is that no matter what happens, you can just kind of move in between POIs, pick up a lot of scavenger route type loot, and there's just so much available inside POIs as well, right? Before you were taking away so much loot because there's 3 players overall. Now you leave a sniper or 2 behind. Sometimes there's ammunition you're not picking up because you want to make sure you get out of your POI as soon as possible. Other times though, you lock down, you really go for the fights and they last a long time. Pump versus Riverson. Pump does not want to go down. He was taken out fast. So was Jeevan last game. And no, Riverson finally wiped out. Bizzle and Pump get to see another day.
Yeah, Pump and Bizzle. Bizzle being down now. It's going to go and get picked up here. So it looks like things are going to work out for them for the most part. Definitely not the way you want to see the early game go. But hey, if you get your 2 elims, you don't have to play off the reboot. It's definitely a net positive for them because they're going to get the points. And remember, the way we saw this map kind of divvied out and broken out on the wide shot there is not many players in this general area. So this is going to be I guess I would call it a unique tournament for them in the sense that they're not really going to have much other clashes on their rotates. They should have pretty easy, pretty calm rotates because the north side of the map is really what's congested here.
When you got 4 to 5 duos in one spot, definitely. The thing about not being contested is that it's just that much more tempting to fight than to really lock in the 1v1, or I guess the 2v2 face-off right off of the spawn. And this game definitely A little bit more lighter, a lot more experimentation from all the players. 68 compared to the 81 we had at this moment the last time we were watching.
See this play out here. Justice and Paper looking pretty solid right now. In between the crossroads here. Hold up on over to Smack and Eclipse. A lot of loot on the floor there. Strep gets stuck between two barrels here. And oh, I see. It's another duo up top. Makes sense. No Eclipse here in the mix. So this is pretty troublesome for Smack now. But he has the mythical Spider-Man hand. So, I mean, what can he do with this? Can he actually get out? Can he box his opponent up, buy himself some time is the real question. No, doesn't look like he's out of mass completely now. And yep.
Wow.
That's wraps.
We're watching a basketball game or a superhero movie because he's got the gauntlets on, but that was a complete stuff. He tried to shoot for that three, tried to hit that tree, and Slacks just said not today.
Just yeah, just put out, honestly. Straight claps on the backboard, you know what I mean? Just done.
Exactly.
Just wraps.
That's a LeBron move.
No foul either. Just and one. It's over.
Actually done, and they both have gauntlets too, which is huge for them to move.
All right, so not bad for Illis and Slacks, right? Another big game for them here, setting themselves up for success. They get to take the field as far as the pickings with the loot, plenty to work with here. Jeff, Lazar, and Nounsy on the other side, fighting at that. What's this? Is this the east side of the map now? It seems like we're on here. I'm not too sure. Actually, no, the zone was pulling more west, wasn't it? It's actually southeast. Okay, so Jeff and Oliver OG down here already in the battle. Nounsey's gonna get taken out. So this is now a clean 1v1 situation up against Lazar. Jeff gets hit right through the build there. Not looking too good for the young Fusion player here. What is he gonna do? Oh, tries to take the cone there. Beautifully done, but into the box. And yes, this is where you want your opponents. SMG all of a sudden, it seems like he's not the one who's pieced up and boxed up anymore. Instead, his prey's inside here. He doesn't have many other options to go. Luckily for Lazar, he is going to back off and buy himself some time, but that is the power of the SMG right there.
That's just a lot of dynamic, high-octane fighting from Jeff, excuse me, as well. That was just nuts from both players going back and forth, trying to claim the wall. Both probably exhausted at this moment as well after that type of fight, but Lazar is ready for a round two.
See it unfold. Little reset, nice 100 on both sides there, but Jeff says, hey, I caught the bigger shot. I'm feeling it. He's positions up for the high ground. Lazar's going to be the first to go into the turtle mode. Another pepper popped here. That's for HP tags. And Jeff does a little awareness check there himself. Looks around the side. That's a splash that comes in, so he definitely knows he's lower on HP. It's going to be pivotal that he hits the first tag here. Goes for the breakthrough. It's a bad angle, bad peek there, Jeff.
A little bit too risky with it. And at this elevation, I'm wondering if I'm watching a type of 1v1 realistic server or the JBL Quantum Cup. That's just my big qualm right now. Jeff and Lazar, skyscraper to skyscraper, just jumping, building, making sure they land some shots. Jeff is the one to take a big hit, no trade onto Lazar at all. So Lazar's not even mad that Jeff's gonna mini up, and okay, there it is. There's the pressure and the punishment. He has height now. Jeff has to drop down a few more materials overall. Nice left-hand peanut butter shot. After that, he's the one who can confirm and run. That sneaky 83.
There it is.
And now the spray. Jeff is online.
There it is. Those are the big tags you're looking for, and the whites as well. Out comes another chug splash, but if Jeff's math's right, he definitely has the HP advantage here. Hasn't had any time to get these minis off. He's just trying to get his tracking on. Almost lost him through the builds there. Weakens two walls, and now he's got all pressure there. Look how quick was the snap there, too. One blue tag. Should have about 7 HP for shields, but no. Minis going off again. We can hear them. So, you know, Jeff definitely picked up on the cue there. Now, mind you, Jeff still has the pepper effect here. So this entire time, he has definitely had the slight advantage here over Lazar. Another tag through the build. My gosh. Jeff's starting to gas out there. Starting to run low on ammo, but yeah, there it is. There's the tag he was looking for. And my gosh, what a drawn out battle. And look at how much he picks up off of Lazar there. Picks him up to 400 ammunition. So Lazar was just caking with the loot. There's a team coming through. They see the big bills. They saw the fresh coming out. Uh-oh.
Oh, no. To stay quiet. No. Jeff's found out. He's floored off as well. There's gonna be foggy window coming in with users. It's about to get wicked in the box, and that's done for Jeff. No chance whatsoever. He gets wrapped out.
So unfortunate. You put in all that work, took a little too long, and that's a colossal build you cannot miss there. Any team rotating dead side is going to see that. They're going to read the feed, and they're going to recognize, yep, this is one that we can pick up here. Look at this Volt. Plenty of extra meds left over as well, so they weren't too worried about getting trapped in the storm if things went that far. But here we are.
That would be more car gameplay overall from Saf Nada. They just want to get to point B, C, D, all the way down to Z as fast as possible. They don't care for those early game elims, even though we all know they can take them over ASAP. They'll keep rocking it. And this is awfully close to the spawn that everyone likes to be at 24/7. Chalker Speedway. Condo Canyon is where we're at right now, though. Muzz and Speedy pick up Young Jelly as well. Looks like everyone's finally wrapping up their super early to mid game fights.
Let's watch this play out for Speedy and Muzz now. Curious at the pacing of the game. We were kind of sitting on that battle for some time. Yep, things are definitely picking up here. 61 players remaining. Big elim here too for Speedy and company. It brings us up to 4 big pots. We have here a little auto shotgun and the Mark 7 to work with. Okay. Pretty solid.
Solid for now, but how effective is any weapon in a car chase? Speedy and Muzz get out in record time. Only 2 teams in fallen, but here's the danger of driving vehicles or even just using any mobility of the system. That Mark 7 first person red dot sight, it just slaps so hard. There's not much you can do from any position, even if your arm is exposed.
Yeah, I kind of hate that they jumped out so early. This is only zone 2 and they picked the edge of zone 2. Could have definitely stole away with a little more there, but Creo just backs him down and basically puts them in a defensive situation to be held. For Kid Crazy and company, they're also being held here. Oh man, the edit course coming out for Kid Crazy as he tries to get his way through. Seems like 2 teams got angles on him. Yup. It's a pretty rough situation. Is he sizing up for the launch pad here? I hope not.
I mean, that's kind of what it looks like overall. Not sure why there would be a single thing.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly what it is. Sprays from 4 different teams though, and wood builds when you land. That is a recipe to get eliminated fast.
Oh, there goes the mobility. Now they're on the outer edge. They definitely were chunking by the zone, so the team's looking in. They're going to be thinking about whether or not they want to full focus them out, but seems like the pad is going to be worth it. It's going to buy them some more time. Rather use it than lose it here type of situation. What's the next play now? Who's up on the mountain right here? Depending on who that player is, what duo that is, to determine their game right now. We all know some players are definitely ones that'll hold a grudge against you if this fight started in the zone. So,
hey, Mitro is not playing right now. We're chilling.
lucky us.
Tony, none of us really predicted Day and Clicks because sometimes they give us these wild card performances, especially in third-party tournaments. Even if 1 or 2 games go wrong, they do the Clicks Game 5-6 Classic and just end up popping off.
Oh, looks like my commandment pick was taken out in the feed there.
It's truly unfortunate. The backup was what? Miro Scented?
Miro
If they're
scented.
still alive, yeah. If they're still alive, I'm mega happy.
Talk about Clix's on and off performances. That's definitely true. Seems like once he gets really rolling, he doesn't stop. But I'm thinking they've been on a bit of the off season, right? These kids coming off travels, just coming out of Cali here, so probably still stuck in a sleep loop. I don't think he's been grinding much lately. I am curious if he's a little rusty right now.
At the same time, I feel like it's Clicks, right? Like, even if there is some degree of rust, it only just puts them barely on par, like right above par with everyone else. The
Makes it
natural
fair.
instincts, right? Yeah, it makes it fair. Like, the way he just is normally non-rust, like, it's just insane.
Yeah, watching like the big clicks in grind mode, that's a scary Scary clicks. Yeah, no, he's rusty. He missed that edit twice though. You saw it, right? I'm telling you, dude.
What is like the biggest rust effects though? Because I feel like your shot, at least medium range AR tags, don't go down with the rustiness. I feel like the builds and the edits do, but the shot somewhat stays the same.
I would say most importantly, we're looking at a new map, right? New season, like not really knowing the intricacies of the zones are gonna be troublesome. The thing about a lot of what like scrimming, practicing, playing every Cash Cup does is it puts you through endless simulations, right? You kind of learn from your deaths. You learn from, you know, what worked and what didn't. When you don't have those experiences, these are all like clean takes. These are like, you know, guesstimates, if you will, with very little actual training time in the environment, you know? So I think that's the real problem with not playing every day.
No, that's facts. So you maintain improvement. It's how gonna have to be at a professional level. Azers is no stranger to that. Neither is Rise, honestly. Two of the best grinders we've seen overall inside the entire scene from day one all the way here to chapter 3. I'm not sure what that is, if it's a new champion teaser or what's going on there, but slightly scary, my friends.
All right, little luck pull here for lucky pull for Clicks and Day. They get the zone. The single elim should be enough to hold them well above the water right now. On the north side, they definitely have a couple of players to go ahead and potentially focus out depending on how those teams decide to rotate there. You saw there's a marker on their map, so probably already thinking that, hey, this team right here, they have to make the move. This could be the one that we focus up next. But they're just going to keep a low profile for now and bide their time, because remember, the next zone is going to be that half in, half out. Here comes a surge warning. They're actually below the surge. Oh, never mind. So the below surge is 347. That's the lowest person on the surge. They're going to be 225 above. So sitting well and comfortable here as far as how much damage they've done this game.
I'm wondering who the 337 is overall as well, because that duo, that player must be down so bad. It's such a tough kind of situation to get out of. Vert got the metal boxes up, have a little bit of an extended base as well. It might be them entirely, but the fact that it's slightly elevated means that they're definitely getting a few shots for Surge every now and then whenever they can. You know, and Vert though, need to find something, and that secret agent mission might just be about to start.
Let's take a look. It's a strong loadout to work with here. Not that they need to take a battle by any means, but 10 seconds to the half in, half out. Then the Surge really goes rampant, turns active. Starts to bolt players here in the lobby. 6 peppers as well. We're seeing a lot of pepper at play. Let's see where it goes. Comes the read. Did they pull it? Doesn't seem like they pulled any spectator luck here. They're looking for an exit now. Saf might have though. Look at the fresh builds over there, all committed with metal. Actually, they might not be too bad. We'll see.
Skittles with Bugha in the power position overall. If they don't make this end game, I'll be very surprised. This is one of the best places you could be in. Easy recycled pads all around. I feel like they finally see one as well, but they might end up using one of their own or just popping the peppers and getting the zone. They're so close by.
Yeah, look at that. This is going straight southwest here. Right back to where the players sort of originated from. Okay, they're going with the pepper, so they're going to pepper into the launch pad, right? That's the only logical play here. There it is, standing on top of enemy builds. The shotgun shots come out. 3 fires for Bugha as well. Nothing found from it. Take a look at this. Who were correct. All those fresh metal builds were the teams just finding themselves inside this new zone here with the early stab. But man, that launch pad there gets used by everybody, and no one's positioned up to actually punish players for taking to the sky. So this is going to be another stacked end game, a big rotating zone to come right now, and this is when the pressure becomes immense, right? It really starts to turn online, and we saw in the last game, a 45-man moving 7th zone is potentially underway here.
That's just gonna be too insane to think about. That's when Surge really ends up becoming a problem, as you mentioned, Monster, because of those new changes, making the 7th zone that much longer. More people might end up suffering, slightly moving into those types of zones. Bugha, though, waiting his turn patiently to make sure the games are consistent as possible. He can get as much as he can done in those moments. Does pry up a little bit and hear a few shots. No edits just yet. If he stays here for too long, might be troublesome. That the double beam can come in and really give his world a hurt. Look at the patterns though. Fix and Day ready to go somewhere near second height, somewhere near where the front side of zone could be, and then Saf and Kanata all the way on high ground above everyone else, waiting to make their move.
It's really Miro and Sentinel, I believe, have the best position here on the map. Yeah, whoever's got this complete side, Duke and Edgy are definitely one of the more key position teams right now off the gate. Teams are landing on top of them. That's a wall take as well, so this could be troublesome here. They're gonna fend this layer off. But the more time they waste here, the more time they lose on staying in that prime position at the front of the zone. And there it is. They've already lost about 10 or so seconds. They have to make a move here and now. Kanata cranking right back on up to height with Saf alongside Saf, and that's gonna work out for them. They're very much positioned there. Rise and Crew go for second height, so seems like things are starting to settle in now.
Crit with a last second revive as well. The cost of which was just so much damage, and no, he doesn't find it, doesn't stick it, but he has a lot of loot to work with now. The chunk splash is there. Why is he using so many? What's the problem? They've got 2 stacks. We are chilling. And a pepper to boot as well. There's not much else that you can find for the moment. Still running in, still trying to do the most right now. Go try and get out. Has now obstacles that are not just positionally based, but it's gonna be the builds in front of him he has to go through. Meanwhile, all the way up top, it's Saf versus Day, all the way going for height. Kanata's up there too, looking really good, blocking Day, but then Day still pushes forward. Saf finds a way to get up there, clicks. No chance for him to chop it down. He fights Arkham and Epic well all the way on the way down, and Saf and Kanata hold on for now at a huge cost to the materials.
Oh man, you know Saf and Kanata are so upset right now. What is this guy thinking? A solo going crazy. That's what's going through their mind right now. And Day here, still, by the way, in a great position as far as this overall loot goes. But no, tries to get away with a little too much, and just like that gets punished big time here. But quick heals here are going to buy him a little bit more HP. No, it's not where he wants to be, getting ticked down. This might be a free layer, actually. This could work out for him, and somehow gets to his old builds as well. So wait a second now. Might actually have some room to play with here. That's a player back there too. Will he go for the edit here for the quick siphon? Oh, doesn't matter. This guy wants to come on in. 116, beautifully done there, but no, couldn't get the rest there. Another pre-fire was good, but not enough to get the full elim. Saf and Kanata are set up for the win here. And this time around, there's no crazy teams. Satch up height, doesn't look like it. Not right now, not just yet.
Few launch pads still untold. This is just the 8th zone. Usually it's the 9th one locking in, but they have been extended for now. Agers taking out Mojo. He's still up top inside this game. Kanata broken down. You said Monster, there's no chance, and immediately someone's kind of moved up and is looking for their chance to win it all. It's Kanata though, who has a little bit of trap of his own. It was just one layer that they were on. Broken down, he goes and chases for the shot. That's Illest going down. Kanata and Saf still have it. Slacks, where is he at? Is he gonna get slapped in the face? No, there's just an AR aiming all the way up in the skies. A spinning top is left by itself, but it's all good now. Saf actually goes down all the way below, so it's all up to Kanata to hold on up top now.
Yeah, mega unfortunate. He slips through the build and gets all the way put into that low ground position there. Kanata's by himself. Now here's the problem. He only has a single AR bullet, and this shotgun is not shotguns for the previous seasons or chapters, so I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to carry him. We'll see for Epic Wheel and Arkham, though. They're proving to us why they're one of the best here. Rise is going to get taken out there. 4 elims now. Working a low ground. Seems like this is their domain for sure, for sure. They have control of it all here in the power position to play out. Kanata clearly doesn't have the mats to play this high ground, so he is taking his time here, sitting on enemy builds right now. What a rough game for him.
It'll be tough for the moment, but he's still looking good in this position. Epic Will fighting down below. Crashing, getting knocked all the way through by Pump, though. He's getting trapped down below. It's going to be tough for him to make it through, but what will happen next?
There it is. Epic's going to jump in the box there. Seems like him and Arkham do what they need to do to go ahead and take out that player. It's now a 2v1v1 situation here. It's going to come down to whether or not Kanata can win this engagement here, but Arkham and Epic will waste no time to hop on into the chaos. Kanata's going to get punished there, and that's going to be wrapped there as Epic finds a nice side angle and shot to put down the animal. Just like that, they get that. What's that, a 6 elim victory royale? Not bad by any means.
Absolutely insane, and the fact that it just went back and forth the entire time as well, the consistency was there the entire time. That's what we're talking about, and that's just a pop off towards the end.
That's right. And in the end, it's going to be Arkham and Edgy who do it. They take home the first, well, not Edgy, and a different member of NRG. They're going to take home the first place finish in that one. And again, similar story to game one. Kanata and Saf with high ground. They get challenged. This time, they hold high ground, but at such a significant cost of mats, of resources. Ultimately, Saf gets taken down, and that's what really cost the monster.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it was a good game for them up until the moment that they decided, you know what? I'm going for high ground right now, and I don't care how you feel about it. They couldn't take him out when it all unfolded. And that was honestly the story she wrote there. And that was Raps, right? That cost them their material counts. You saw there in the very final moments, Kanata was desperate. He was like literally standing on enemy builds, recycling anything in his power, and it still wasn't enough.
Must have been what hurt them quite a bit. But hey, guys, talk me through the rest of this matchup, what we saw throughout the entirety of this one. Shia, walk me through it.
Yeah, still a big game though. I think Shio's setting himself up right now. But listen, Jeff was on fire, right? We saw this fight here. Jeff did a great job, Fallout, in a long, drawn-out battle against Lazar. And man, we hate to have battles like this go down, and then you rotate out and you just get taken out immediately, right? Like, to all those hard effort just to get sniped down like that, definitely feels bad.
Feels bad indeed. And just to confirm, is that Asian Jeff, same Jeff, or different Jeff?
Yeah. Okay. Same Jeff. Seems like he's on new org, right?
Yeah.
He's just going by Jeff now, so I'm digging it.
Drop the Asian. I don't know how I feel about that much. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, you know, yeah, I don't know. I was gonna try to come up with something clever, but I think I'd rather not. Stay away from the brand risk. I was gonna say, just stay away from the brand risk. Have fun with it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Shai, we got you back, brother.
Yeah, we're chilling.
Awesome.
The game is too intense, you know? All the way up until the final moments, back and forth. But yeah, Epic Will Arkham, I feel like every challenge they face, they're at a defensive position, and they shut out any pressure. Absolutely glorious to watch, especially at the end of the game. Even Kanata and Saf at the essence of that when Illis went for height. But once again, when height gets stretched out a little bit, right? It's not like they can just change layers a little and make one box. They have to really make sure they spend a lot of materials blocking the spam, still keeping up with the zone. And because of that, they rack down a little bit. Epic Will and Arkham, meanwhile, just end up in the catacombs down below, do whatever they can, block off towards the very end, get the double jump down, and that last shot too. It just played perfectly from them.
That's right. And in the end, Kanata was able to sneak out a second place finish. So a solid showing from them. And as a result, let's take a look here. I was going to point out, Pump and Bizzle. Actually, Pump was able to survive until like top 4, I think, plus a 7 elim game. So that's actually a second place finish overall for them. Despite getting 4th, they get 7 elims, 36 points for Pump and the OG Bizzle. A little bit of old meets new here with this one. Kanata and Saf, they get 34 points. Tahi and Bank, though, doing it up with 32. And then, again, the consistency from Agers and Rise. A 6th place finish, 5th overall in the rankings with 28 points. But the story, Shio, was all about Arkham and Epic Whale.
Yeah, I mean, you know, West coming through and representing, kind of following that storyline of what happens if you set them up against the rest of the world. A lot of people always saying they have what it takes to hang, and they might be a little bit on off ping, but they're still popping off monster.
Yeah, and remember, this is just the post-match results, right? Not the overall standings. So big games here are definitely going to reflect well onto the overall standings. You can see on this second page, you see some of the early fallen soldiers there. We saw Stretch and Commandment go down pretty early, which is unfortunate considering they had a great kind of showing for the first two, but we'll see how it ends up turning out.
My Blake, I might be tripping or going crazy here. Muzz and Speedy, are those APAC players?
Nah, those are OCE players coming over to
OCE, I meant to say, yeah, APAC and OCE. Yeah.
Okay, yes. OCE players coming on over to NA. They actually on NA. Yes,
nice.
sir.
I didn't realize they made the switch. I casted a lot of those gents over in OCE. So yeah, okay, there you have it. Kudos to them. But more importantly than that, we got the overall standings. Agers and Rise on top with 70 points. A margin right now, Shio, 22 points over the second place, Creo and Vert. Deshaun and Clicks have kind of been silently performing in the third place finish. And then Kanata and Saf with 45. Arkham and Epic Will had a really, really slow game 1. Big game 2 puts them in the top 5. Right now, they get paid, Shio.
Yeah, I think the big thing right now for Agers and Rise is to not get psyched by this and switch the way they're playing up. The only times I ever see people in this position and first by a large margin lose the lead is when they try to maintain it. So what they need to do is try to maintain the way they're playing right now, still take the same risks and stay ahead. If not, if they get in their own heads, that's where everyone else can just end up catching up in the standings.
Yeah. And the good news is, don't worry, Monster. I know you were just as panicked as I was. Asian Jeff still labeled as Asian Jeff in the standings here. So the Asian moniker continues. As we take a look at the second page of the standings, Ghost, Blake, and Scoped. Blake, the controller player from the East Coast. Had a chance to meet him a few months ago. Standout guy. 27 points overall in 16th place. So certainly still in the running game, right? It's only game 2. A lot of opportunity. Yuz and Cease also on screen. We got Sented and Miro looking to have a better, maybe back 4 games if they can. Edgy and Duke, a little bit quiet from them overall. And then obviously we'll take a look at the last page here. Dubs and Mega in 27th overall. And the second page, not sure if we have a third page, but overall 32nd place is going to be Gleppo and Strep Monster.
Yeah, a couple teams tied up as well, so it's a neck and neck competition up towards the top. You see a multiple holding that like top 16-ish number slot there. So again, and one thing I wanted to point out though, the thing about the first place team right now of Agers and Rises, they're holding on because they're the most consistent team so far, right, out of the first 2 games. So it's pretty clear that they're the only team that actually had 2 good games back to back. It's very rare that you see everyone else does not actually have multiple great games, at least to kick things off. So Agers and Rise have been gifted a strong lead after game 2, and man, if they could just stay okay, I think they'll be really, really happy with a somewhat of a top 5 finish for sure.
Yeah, that's a good point. And that's actually what we saw in the European broadcast as well. Snipe and Co were the ones that were able to stay consistent all 6 games. Didn't really get a ton of victory royales, didn't pop off in multiple games, but consistent top 7s, top 5s got them a first place finish. So we'll see if Agers and Co can do the same exact thing here in this one. We're going to take a very quick break though as we load players into game number 3. When we come back, match 3 of this stacked North American lobby after this.
JBL presents The Sounds of Victory. JBL Quantum Gaming Headsets.
Brooke, before you put those on, we have an idea. Behind you. Oops, never mind. You lose.
Where were the footsteps?
Should we leave?
Yes, go.
I'm sorry, Brooke.
Go.
In 2020, the JBL Quantum Cup brought you the best of the best in competitive gaming. Watch this year's top teams compete, play with the pros, win JBL products and cash payouts. JBL Quantum Cup. Watch, play, win.
We are certainly aware that 2020 brought the best of the JBL Quantum Cup, and we realized, hey, it might be hard to outdo ourselves from last year, but boy, oh boy, have we done that. What a day it's been. What a lobby this is in North American Fortnite. Not only that, obviously we also have our Apex Legends competition on Saturday and Sunday. 20 of the best teams in North America, and CSGO in Asia. 4 teams competing in that one. It's been a great weekend. JBL really putting together what seems like an esports festival. I'm Fallout alongside Monster and Shio, our casters for the Fortnite North America competition. And we just got word, quick update for everyone watching right now. A little bit of a delay here as the lobby had to get remade, so players are going to be rejoining. So with that in mind, we'll of course be covering some content for you, getting ready to jump back into that game in just a few minutes here when it is available. For those that are maybe just tuning in, we thought we'd put together a little replay package for you from game 1 and game 2. Monster and Shio, walk me through it.
The game here.
Yeah.
Hey, Shio, we had Clifton Day popping off and whatnot, you know? Definitely was a comeback game for them.
Yeah, first game wasn't looking too hot for them overall. A little bit of off-spawn issues, but then past that, it looked really well for them rolling in. Yes, in general as well, when it just comes to how things look for this team, I feel like consistency is what they want to be searching for more than anything else. I love, big results. I love pop-off games, but what I really want to watch is them doing it back-to-back on repeat more than anything else.
Definitely going back-to-back is the way to go, especially with just these 6 prestigious games, right? And honestly, we're a chunk of the way through already, so big round so far for Rise and crew. Definitely are the standout team right now, though, as they're up at the top.
Yeah, I mean, they're just popping in and popping off at the same time. They're a little bit invisible, too, towards the end of the game. I think that's the coolest part about Rise, about Agers, is that no one can really stop them at their game. That's one of the things we saw the EU winners do. They kind of played to their own lane entirely, didn't really want to invade onto anyone else. Jeff also just popping off against everyone he's fighting. Booga, these underwater fights that he's doing, he's just landing every possible shot in close range. It's nuts. And although Booga is winning fights alongside his duo mate, the issue is for them overall, they're not actually converting it into much past that, right? Like, they're not going for those big end game placements, Monster.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Big egg and placements are what seem to be the most important, right? Our consistent teams are the ones that are up at the top. But all in all, again, this is still a long competition in front of us, right? Taking a look at the standings here, you can see that, yes, Agers and Rise do have the gap between the others, but it's not too much of a race as far as being outside of the race here, I should say, for the others here that are inside the top 10.
Yeah, that's right. Only 2 games in, right? So a lot of opportunity for that to get shaken up. If Agers and Rise stay as consistent as they are, then yeah, different story. I mean, really, really impressive from them. Back-to-back first victory royale and then top 4. So back-to-back solid performances, great finishes, able to make it the late game. And also 10 eliminations, not anything to be balked at. The leading eliminations total and count in the lobby. Pump and Bizzle right behind them with 9, tied with Deshaun and Clicks, who've been fragging out as well. You see Booga here with Skittles. You see a couple other players, Astra Cobalt and Spark, Acorn and Jack. We know what they're capable of. A lot of names that you're familiar with. Eclipse and Smacked, as well as you guys are probably aware of a lot of these kind of household names that were invited. We also had, maybe if you don't recognize a name, we also had open qualifiers, which is how half of these teams were able to qualify for this tournament, which you love to see, right? Again, so many stories, we talk about it often, but so many players have just grinded their way through opens, made names for themselves because they have a chance to play against the best. And I will say, Shio Monster, when I always get asked the question, how do you become a pro player? What does it take to be a pro player? My one piece of advice is, to be the best, you got to play against the best and practice against the best. That's really what it comes down to. Pros have a huge advantage because they're scrimming constantly against other top pros. Well, in Fortnite, you're always playing against pro players, which is why I think you see so many players rise to the top like that, Monster.
Yeah, definitely. You want to see players rise up to the top. And I mean, they all have it in them, right? They have what it takes to do just that. A team that I see on here, I remember after that first game, you said, who do I want to see do better? Or who I wish I saw do better? Actually, Charlie and Spegu, one of the few that have actually played with one another for such a long time. We're talking, these guys have been paired up and even beyond, like, we're talking like early squads days and whatnot, and then transitioning into all these new game modes. So seeing Charlie and Spegu paired up with one another, I do want to see what they can continue to do, because when it was trio season, they were up there. They were doing so well.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, you know, past that, must be being inside the business as well. The fact that there's so many good teams still towards the bottom and have a chance to charge up and clap back, you know, very soon. We still have 4 more games to go. That's going to be fun to watch, because we have a few main characters right now Fallout, the rest of them still being revealed game after game.
That's true. Yep. Who's going to rise and step up here in games number 3 and 4? This is the point of the competition where it's still anyone's game. I mean, that top 5 can be completely shaken up. Obviously, after game 4, game 5, that's when that starts to be a little bit more cemented. Right now, it's a pile of mud that can get moved around. So I'm excited to see how things are going to change in the standings and overall. Of course, you talked about that team. Monster is one of the longest lasting duos. We also have teams like Stretch and Command that have been playing together for such a long time. And we saw their chemistry has come to fruition here, has really shown very, very brightly, as I'm excited to see how they will perform in game 3. We did get word that we're a minute or 2 away from gameplay starting, maybe even less than that, because players have loaded into the lobby. Battle Bus will be loading up here in a moment, and we'll be getting started. And again, our apologies everybody for the slight delays here as we had to restart the lobby and some technical issues there, but we will get starting in just a moment. So that means, last but not least, because the lobby is launching, predictions. Who do you think's gonna win game 3? Monster, starting with you.
Come on, I want to see Charlie and Spego. I know I just platformed them a little bit. I know they have what it takes, right? 2 games in, 2 bad games. Surely they'll fix what they messed up on, right?
Let me paint the picture. It'll be Saf and Kanata on height, Epic Will, Arkham low ground, and then Rise and Agers somewhere doing something. And these 3 will literally elevate up the boards game after game. We'll only see a change in the tournament, I think, game 5. I think 3-4, they still have it locked down.
Hashtag Shio the Prophet right there, coming in, painting the vision for what is about to happen on screen. Ladies and gentlemen, gameplay is ready. Game number 3 here, almost halfway through this competition. Hope you're enjoying it so far. Again, I'm Fallout alongside Monster, D-Face, and Shio Wager, our casters for the tournament. And on that note, let's pass it over to them, because match number 3 is ready.
Let's keep it rocking. Match number 3, this is where changes start to happen. If you had a backup plan, maybe start to implement it now, especially if top 5 is the only place to get a prize. That means more than 3/4 of the participants today are going to be walking away with nilch, nothing, nada. So they want to get all the way towards the top.
Yeah, definitely. Here's a look at the bus. It's going to cut the southern portion down, and that means all these teams that have these uncontested salve drops are going to get first dibs to loot, get nice and comfortable, and these northern teams are gonna have much more of an issue. This is gonna really come down to who has the better drops now. This is where I guess you're tested as a battle royale player, right? Like, how good can you actually get to your drop? And on a new season, on a new map, I mean, volatility should be at an all-time high here. I don't think anyone's perfected anything just yet.
Not just that, there's always those tricks, the crazy angles. I think Steamy and Misty were a perfect example on people mastering their drops over seasons. And right now, yeah, it's all brand new POIs, brand new elevation. Lots of lower ground around the map in general as well. There's not too many mountains, so it does change the way you're dropping 100%.
For sure. Looking at Paper and Justice. Their drop right now, taking a couple pop shots at some nearby enemies there. What other spots are contested here on the map? Looks like the Lumberyard has a little fight going down now. See teams obviously up at Sleepy Sounds. We already know that's definitely one of the more popular battle locations here on the NA server. Colossus gonna find Mega in the feed there. Okay, so quite a few back and forths unfolding here.
I'm getting scared for, I think, Colossus and a lot of the lobby. If Mega and Dubs continue to have bad early and mid games, they're kind of like a charged battery, it feels like to me. Yeah, at the start of competitions, they're kind of dead overall, 0% to 50%. They might not have the best fighting prowess or make a few mistakes, but they literally define the comeback mechanic of tournaments, right, Monster? Last 2 games, Mega 20, you know, Elam pop-offs inside the World Cup quals and just in general in third-party tournaments and FNCSs. I feel like in the latter half, if they keep taking the beating, they'll come back strong.
Yeah, we've definitely seen that in the past, right? These teams that have these comeback strides here. But for Mega and Dubs, I mean, teams like Mega and Dubs, yes, we root for them, we hope for them a lot, but for some reason lately in these final style pressure settings, they just have not been up to snuff, not up to par. So I am curious to see now that we're back, you know, we're cutting down the game modes, we're cutting down the size right here. We're getting right back on to duos action. They should have all the benefits in the world here. For Booga and Skittles, it seems like they've scared off the opponents that they were winning to drop in the fight with before. This time they're not going to get those 2 easy elims that they might have found in the previous rounds here. And Booga wasting a lot of time here just sitting around. Who does he know the opponents are already on the move?
Way on the move. And meanwhile, users getting picked apart, just picked apart at the cost of Blake. Scope will be able to pick him up. Cobalt walking straight back. That's the top 10 team actually rolling in, it looks like. This is at Condo Canyon, right beside Chonker Speedway. A lot more closed off and building oriented. Meanwhile, Chonkers is just wide open, so that's why Booga can kind of see over all of it as to what's going down. Scope will have the splashes to use as long as Blake hits that guzzle, and he does. Man, it's crazy the item names that are here this season. You ever gonna be caught saying guzzle monster aggressively?
Oh, no. Aggressively? Probably not. Probably not. Yeah. I'm just gonna name that one something else myself. I'm clever.
True.
I got a New York card, you know. I gotta maintain it while I can, you know. This job doesn't really help me very often, but.
Nice scoped. Still doing the damage. Everyone's back online. They wrapped that one out almost perfectly. Man, the whiplash is available down here. All have that boost mechanic as well.
Look at that.
Is that another duo in the bush?
Yeah, there's a duo in the bush. It was kind of hard to tell. The green silhouette were blending in, and whoever that player was, he just got bodied, rolled right into Bizzo and Pump, and just devoured. And just like that, they earned themselves a nice cheeky set of points there. All for being in the right place at the right time. Didn't build, make a sound at all. That's kind of unfortunate. The whiplash just come crashing into the barrier there. Then again, just get boxed up. His little launch pad picked up here for Blake. So they definitely have what they need. This Condo Canyon's a very, very, again, dope drop spot here. This is where the old, what was it, Paradise Palms would have been. Instead, a little bit of a facelift here. Now the Condo Canyon taking its place. Lots of really, really good loot here.
What's the term for when like you buy property and then like redo it? Is it reallocate? Like the space?
I don't know if that would be the word.
Like if you buy a shop, tear it down and like build a hotel, what did you do to the land there? There's a word for it, right?
There's definitely a word for it. The first word that came to mind was like refurbished, but that's not quite exactly the process here.
Yeah.
Yeah, now you got me thinking. I'm like render, remodel, reallocate, like revision. No, it's one of these. It's close.
Yeah.
In 4 minutes, chat will read it and they'll figure it out. The doctor's in chat.
Yeah. That's essentially though what happened to a South Side of Paradise. Still, that the essence is there, right? Of the desert. Less hilly overall.
Yeah, it's definitely gone through its adjustments. Here you see Cypher and Pink. They've been playing like mountain to mountain. I definitely like Pink's playstyle here, the way he's kind of approached the game. Oh, look at this. Jeevan gets in the box. Oh gosh, before he can finish his sentence, deletes Skittles there, and now Booga's left with no shield. That's the play of the season right now. That is like the meta wrapped up into a Fortnite play. You SMG your way through the northmost point of the box, and you go straight through. Just done.
That's all it's about right now. For Booga, let me know if you get this one, Monster. It kind of seems like he's in a very inspiring type of off-spawn situation, you know? You get what I'm saying?
Inspiring. No, I don't.
Season like I feel like it was all the way in season 5. Off spawn the beef with the whole props that were happening. I think it was during when it was Moisty Palms. Booga's trio versus Inspires.
Oh, was it here? I guess
Yeah, it was
you're
in
right,
the desert.
huh? You were crouching
Like,
and you turned into a prop.
Yeah, I think it was during the prop meta, but what I'm basically alluding to is that he's not having the best time off spawn. Over and over again, there's a different team fighting him, and he might be winning one fight, but then running into an Inspired type of situation where there's another team just bullying him straight up and not letting him, you know, play the game out entirely. it's unfortunate they're basically not being able to fight on their own terms when it comes to Skittles and Booga for now. Hopefully they can fix that. It's the same thing though for Riverson and Jeevan. They're going back and forth. Neither team coming in from Chonker Speedway really has a consistent run today over the 3 games.
And there's another team just to the east now, rotating a little bit later here. It seems like they've sneaked up right behind Booga and company. They might be opening up to see the crosshairs now just going in circles there. Yeah, the cursors refocusing position there. So Booga and crew definitely caught in a pinch now. No moments, no opportunities here, like you said, to get comfortable and really do things on their own pace. For Riversan and Jeevan, they've created enough chaos and out they go, free of charge.
They want to keep rocking. They have space and time, especially with that whiplash, with the chonkers and the boost. They can really go around the map as much as they want. The one duo I'm really interested by so far is Clicks and Day. And then beside them as well, Acorn and Jack, both very different types of flavors moving through the game. Clicks and Day, it feels like Monster, they want to run through everyone. Acorn and Jack want to avoid that confrontation.
Clicks and Day are definitely in a pretty key position right here. But once again, we see Clicks with a pretty makeshift loadout, right? Like where are these guys dropping? What are they playing off of? And why is it that it seems like they're doing more of a shambles drop? Which again, it makes sense for the nature of the tournament. You don't really know how things are going to play out, and there's a lot of cash on the line, so being able to take one of these would be real nice to, you know, throw on the resume. But even then, we're not doing too hot, not doing too bad, definitely not doing too hot.
Got time to roll with right now. This is where things get a little bit hairy though. So many people following in and around. Now it's Zealand's RP have the drop on Arkram at the moment. This is going to be tough. Way up high in terms of the leaderboard. Him and Epic will have a chance to really solidify a spot inside the top 3. But if they go down here, it's trouble. 96 from Arkram. He doesn't get that perfect score of 100 in the fight though. It will be Downsy coming in on the backside, landing that big shot and just claiming a West legend in the feed.
It's sad to think about if Arkram just put one wall behind him. He would have definitely bodied Lazar. I'll tell you that right now. Lazar that was raps. He hit him for like a big 150 at point blank. All it took was the SMG follow-up, and that would have been even playing field. But yep, keeping that one wall open made the difference. Now as he comes in from the side, Arkram, after that big win in the last game, definitely going to offset his momentum here that he had coming into this round. Put him out of the race for top 5 as of right now. But take a look at this. Miro and Scented roll up on Sypha and Suscript here. Okay.
Definitely going to be some messages exchanged by Scented and Sypha if this fight goes south and sideways. All good though. All players just looking to get a little bit of a refresh on the materials, be able to farm out. But if they're both sharing one house, it's going to be a little bit rocky the entire time. Speaking of which, we are in the reels. You can see a lot of people have made this place home. The billboard taking over the hills by the side, also claiming Miro going for a few shots back and forth as well. Wooden wall, have to be careful leaving that up. Be super spammed with the meta right now. No wall safe.
Yeah, Jack and Acorn just opting to sit there, go for those free tags, and now have these walls behind them, so they'll be a-okay from the pressure that could be. Miro gets inside the cone. Wait, what's going on here? Oh, for a second, I thought someone was getting to his walls and he got boxed up. I was like, wait a second. That's just Scented on the other side. Buying some time here as things are going to settle down. Minute and a half on the clock. No reason to get hasty here.
Might have just gone to the bathroom. Don't blame him.
For sure.
Where are you landing at these days, Monster?
On the new map, I definitely, I think the lumberyard's the play, man. I like the north side. I like the lumberyard. You know, big fan of the material that's available there. You have rifts kind of in the general area as well, which is kind of sick. You know.
Yeah.
And then there's a mountain like nearby with the ATV, so you know that's always sick to kind of yellow off that. Try to get your boost on across the field, which still possible. It's not as good as it used to be, but still possible.
I dig it.
What about yourself? What are you thinking? What are you feeling right now on the maps?
Chonker Speedway, the whole way, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you are in and out so fast. If no one spawns there. You're just in a whiplash. You're going somewhere else. You're spot checking greasy. You're up in Rocky in an instant.
See, well,
But I did start
both of
with
our
the lumber
drops.
room.
I was gonna say both of our drops is something similar. It's big mobility town. You know what I mean? You get to those rifts, and you're gone. You know, you get to decide what you want to do at that point. Same thing for chonkers, right? You get that vehicle, and you're speeding.
Yeah. You're bringing a POI back though. There's space on the map, right? Right in the center. You're bringing one back. Which one is it?
I'm bringing back Lazy Lake with the tunnel though. Like when the islands was all broken up and you would actually be able to fight up there and then wind tunnel your way down. I love that season. It was just so much fun.
I like that.
That's what I'll bring it back. I'll tell you that right now. Big mobility, dead center, fun place to battle off of, and it's just nostalgic, you know? But if I had to go way back though, like, you know, like choose a real spot, like movie set Moisty Mire was also really dope and a lot of fun. Just looked cool.
That's very true.
What about
All these maps, I think all the POIs that like I dig, like Snobby and stuff, have a little bit of identity in like Sleepy, you know? Or like Risky has an identity in Rocky Reels, so they already exist. I feel like Salty Springs, like when I had all the basements, that was the jam. That was an actual jam.
Talking about when it had the 3-story mega basement, like the lab down low.
Yeah.
Definitely fire. I made a
Or
whole
retail,
I made a whole like breakdown video back in the day on how to play Salty because that was my drop.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I'd land at the southmost building, right? The one next to the cliff face down
With
down
the
at
garage?
bottom. Yeah, with the garage. So you land on the windowsill, grab the weapon through the windowsill, and then you go straight down. Always free Elans. Or you jump up to the roof because you was able to do that too. You didn't even know mats.
That's true.
It's pretty sick.
Hop on the fence, then hop up top, or just jump off the cliff. I don't know what that was, by the way. There was a duo just waiting in the kitchen. Talk about, you know, minute rice. I don't know what strat that is, but apparently it worked. Bank is down. Cliff stays zipping away. Smack right beside him. There's Commandment. Stretch. Looking to make sure that game 3 here is actually locked in for him. Smack used a lot of that web shooter already, down to 31. They've really been rotating.
I'm actually surprised they decided to put a number on it, right? Like I feel like, you know, up until now we've had like basically infinite when it comes down to these unique type of mythics. They're always just like not quite balanced, if you will. But these having like a couple shots are pretty solid. It makes me hopeful for mythics, you know?
Yeah, at the same time, like there's no way you should be, I guess, using all 50 or all 100 in a game, right? Like from what I've seen, if you're just getting really crazy with them and just kind of trick shotting or trick swinging, I guess you'll run out. But in a common game, even 29 right now, that's basically 29 short pads. Like Smack doesn't have an infinite amount of mobility until endgame.
We'll see how these end up playing out. Right now, though, they're in a bit of an interesting spot, right? They're right in the middle here. They have their brick base going, so they'll be okay. Clicks and Day kind of vibing up right here. Looks like there's an airdrop, lone drop off on the side here. Paper and crew can possibly go for the pickup there. Might be, you can see they're kind of eyeing it up. Is there anyone nearby to go in and contest them for it? But the zone is pulling south here, so it's big time to move. Clicks has not upgraded the loadout since we last seen him, but he has been content to kind of wait this one out, it seems.
No matter at all, the only times that this duo can mess up is when they get over greedy a little bit, overextend to make a play and get something to happen. To be chill for now. Clicks is just waiting. Coolest part about the season 2 is that you'll have players going for these over peaks, going for angles, because snipers, right, don't one-shot you anymore.
Those little differences in the sniper definitely make it kind of fun to use, I feel like, right now, and not as scary as it once was, right? You have the 3 in the magazine now, so you can, you know, pop a couple shots while on the move. It definitely, I feel like it fits the playstyle of the sniper a little bit more. Clicks just going haywire there, trying to see if there's a player nearby. Not sure what just happened.
Ever think about like what mythic they would make based off of you?
Based off of me?
Yeah.
Oh, definitely some kind of coffee drink, you know? But we already have like spices and all that kind of stuff, so.
Really? I thought it'd be like some type of graffiti mythic, like a spray can you could use.
That is equally a part of my identity. That'd be sick too.
Yeah.
But my first choice, or at least my first forward-facing thing I'm promoting usually is definitely
The mugs? Yeah.
vivid coffee enthusiasts here and mug collectors. There you go.
Monster D mug. Very true. Very true. I'd want a mythic that would just like enlarge your player model, like size-wise, and make you like a mega tank with like 3,000 HP. But you can't shoot or build. You're just in the business.
And it just puts like fresh shades on, you know?
Yeah, fresh shades and a Hawaiian shirt.
Or your game colors change colors. Just see red everywhere. See people through the walls. Like, it's done.
That'd be nutty. It feels like sometimes Clicks can see people sit up through walls. It just knows exactly where things are.
It's got to go on right
huge
there.
grab.
Big pickup right there. Okay, little launch pad. Doesn't scoop up any of the medium ammo though, which is mega unfortunate. He's all good. 25 damage above. Okay, so wait a second. They're actually in a pretty scary spot now.
Harpoon some damage. Oh no, they take some. That's the wrong way to get damaged into the box. They're not getting hit though, so definitely have gone for a trade. Never mind. They're now in trouble.
Oh, there it is. 14 below now, so seems like they did not get the tag on the team that was flying by. That might have been their easiest chance to do so as well, so mega unfortunate for them. Now take a look at how all the teams are pretty much based up here heavily as well. A lot of things blocking their line of sight besides just the builds in front of them, so I don't see them really finding free opportunity just now unless they get a move on it and force players to kind of open up on them.
Personally, I would have let the shields completely crack, use the med mist, and then maybe chuck splash, but the timing is not going to be there, so they actually made the right play, a shielding all the way up. It's going to be a huge cost though. That mist won't be as effective later on. That's a risky way to walk by, but Clicks does not care.
You saw the enemy edit come out, by the way. That was like not their edit. They definitely opened up that cone right there. Almost caught Dave for dinner moments ago.
We called out, sent it in Miro, said, hey, need y'all to make an end game. Want to see the prowess, and I really want to see how these flavors work, because most of the time Senta does not rely on like the pop-off potential of his teammate. He just relies on the synergy and trust, right? When it was just him and Edgy, or you know, sometimes Commandment rolling in the wave. So when it comes to Scented Miro, it's a little bit more of a one-sided relationship on rotations and the big damage. I want to see exactly how that works.
Miro, no, you have to think about though. Miro is a co-IGL, so maybe we we can give them some more credit here, because like Scented is clearly the leader of his team, and when it comes down to early to mid game, and then typically in the past Commandment take over, but it seems like Miro's equally filling that role that Commandment would have once taken, because he definitely leads in end game, because before this he'd depend on Versuke to get them to end game, right? For mids and early, so quite possibly just an upgrade across the board, right? You get Scented now with Miro. That could be like a scary tree. I didn't really think about the synergies there, but as far as like what they typically pair well with, or who they paired well with in the past, this might be a good combo of a team right there.
They're stuck inside the zone for now, but finally find a way to make it in. Now's right behind them too. See exactly how they roll. Meanwhile, Click's day very, very calm on this side, and that's kind of a big change as to what's happened before, but the panic will set in soon. Up in the sky as Surge is sticking by 36 below, and they cannot access their weapons right now to do any damage. They have to land first, figure out where the weak spots are for everyone that's moving, and then really beam through these boxes.
See what's gonna happen here. This is just, again, just a back and forth right now. 6 damage above. You can just see the lobby slugging down right now. Shots. Everyone's just trying to maintain, hunker down. Things are ringing here, and here comes the long rotate out. A minute now. Minute to make this move here. It's going far. It's going the distance. 7 builds in the inventory day. Still no shock, and they don't care anymore. It's double fire meta time. This is the season here. Into the box they go. Yes, so they're looking for a refresher here. They refuse to go down low. They're opting to fight on their layer first, and shot from behind. They loses focus, and that's it. That's wraps. Gets caught in the front. GG's up to Clicks by himself here, tanking inside the storm line now. Seems like he just made it out.
When he ran into that wall, looked like he got a concussion. Paper just hitting him so hard in the head. Clicks. Head of the zone. Cannot go in, dip and dive, or do anything. He gets taken out too. It's Yuz at low ground, who's still alive with Cease. That takes them out all the way up top. Revised, Osp, they're alive. It looks like they smacked moving in. Bizzle also with Pump is not going to be able to make the same big jump all the way in mid ground. Meanwhile, Commandment is also still alive. Looks like that's a solo situation. Towards the backside of the zone is where all the action is. Revived and Osp are focusing there for the moment as well. Justice down. Many duos just collapse now. Stretch is the one who goes all the way in to make a move. Commandment desperate to survive as well. We tune in with high ground, with the pressure, with the beams. Osp is insane with the Stinger SMG. Legendary variety. He's making the entire world hurt.
Definitely big shots here. 5 elims already, and look at this legendary / mythic loadout. It's big, it's powerful here, and it looks like it's working out for them. Almost inside the top 10 here. Commandment just falls shy of the top 10. Unfortunate for him, but he's made it very far. Charlie makes an end game here too. Okay, we've seen a couple people show up now. Already another elim there for Revise. He picks one up too. Down bodies flying here. This is that power of the SMG though, Shio. Like, look at how quickly it breaks through these builds here. You do not stand the chance against the legendary SMG on height here at this close range where no one is looking up to even slow you down.
Even if you do end up looking up, that's just an easier headshot chance for Osp as he's raining down. They do get broken out though. It's not that far away. A quick rebuild. They've barely even used any mats. It's all just been wood as they're moving. Osp now though, down to 260 at that 9th zone, finally locks in. 2 minutes of playtime now before finally that zone closes. This is going to be a long drawn out one. I'm not sure if Height has the mats for it. Meanwhile, down low, Miro's fighting. Sentence all the way on the front side. Miro now doubled up with Trashy. Miro goes down. Acorn clap. Lazar in the zone. He barely even makes it in. Sentence fully confirmed too. Lazar is sitting on 1 HP and finally gets denied by Osp. He knows everything. He's all seeing. And he's still moving in, blocking, reconnecting, getting all the mats. They definitely, after that pickup, have a big chance at winning this game.
He's got the big third eye here, 360 vision going on, and 9 elims trying to make it 11 before they close out. They're big tags here. You know what? He doesn't want to let them heal up at all. Beautiful shotgun shot there. Controls the walls as well. He's trying to get the read here. He can hear the tags down low. That's a great wipe. But wait a second. Ost is risking it all here to get in the zone, and it is going to be enough, though. It works out. Revive is still up. And just like that, Trashy gets thrashed. And they find themselves in 11 elimination victory royale. Great way for them to come back up and stay in the running right now.
I just love the fact that Revise is building everything out for Ops to just use and abuse. Zero stress from him. All he has to do is shoot. Had like 600 light bullets at the end of that game and went down all the way to about 100. So 500 shots, shot fallout, and so many elims picked up.
Yeah, insane. 11 elim. First place finish is going to net them 52 points, which is massive because you want to know how many points they had going into that game, guys?
How many?
1. A breadstick.
1, okay.
That's it. Massive performance from Austin Revise. They needed that one. 53 points is where they'll be at overall now. It should bring them into the top 10. We, of course, will find out when we can, but a huge, huge showing for them. Trashy, well, they get second place. They had 1 more point, I think, or maybe 2 more points. They had 3 going into that one. So a game that will certainly shake things up, and my favorite type of game, because that means coming into the second half of this competition, guys, we have an opportunity for maybe 9, 10, 15 teams to place top 5 still, maybe even more than that. So it's going to be a crazy finish and a crazily competitive lobby monster as we take a look at the replays from game 3.
Yeah, the other thing, it just proves the resilience, right, of our pro players that we're looking at here, even coming from the bottom to strike big, come on up, pick up a victory royale, and not really just give up after 2 bad games. I mean, that shows much more than anything else now. So, you know, if anything, keep your eyes on them, right? This could be the momentum shift. This could be the change in pace that we could have hoped for them to have. We've seen other teams do this in the past. I mean, most notoriously, you think of anyone like Aqua and Nyrox, right? Their comebacks in the late half, like big wins are possible, and anything can happen in these tournament settings.
Definitely. Yep. I mean, there's a chance for all players around. The thing is, though, the more they get activated, the harder it is to track who's where, who's doing what. Yuz in this game was picking apart every solo. We saw Miro trying his best all the way towards the end game, and Osp finally showed up towards the end. I mean, where was this man in games 1 and 2? What was he up to? Because right now, follow, they're looking like the best in the entire server.
Yeah, and I believe Osp is a controller player, so obviously Stinger on the controller player, that's exactly what you want to see. Plus high ground, you're going to melt every build below you, and you're right, they went absolutely crazy in this game, popping off 11 elims. You did see FaZe Scented alive alongside Miro in the late game here. They ended up getting, I believe, third or fourth place, but in the end, Osp in the 2v2 against Trashy, and they are able to take that one and take the first place finish in game number 3. So we'll of course get the results ready for you in game 3 as soon as we do have them. But yeah, a 52 point game, I think I said. I think it's safe to say they'll be in first place in that lobby overall. I'm not sure how many limbs Trashy and them got, if they were able to pop off, and anyone else in your eyes kind of pop off in that one in terms of the limbs there, Monster.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow kind of alluded to Yuz going crazy there. He definitely had his moment in the feed. You saw all of a sudden Yuz was just picking him up left and right. Now, the interesting thing about Yuz in particular is he is known for solo play. He is someone who's got a very strong solo history, and just recently he actually played in the competition for Team MSF and won the solo tournament and got himself his first professional contract. So, yeah, Yuz has got it, and ever since, more and more professional players are giving him a chance. So kind of cool to see the vet of Cease pairing up with him and seeing where things go, because even someone like Cease, he had a lot of success in last season, and he was pairing up with more and more of those newer players, right, over at Coral Castle. So what you got for me, Sha?
Now, I was basically talking to Cease about why he wants to play with Yuz, and he believes in the power and the potential that this man has in terms of the way he brings a fresh new side to aggression, just on the field. So Cease is taking him under his wing, seeing exactly what he can do the next year with duos with Yuz, and I'm excited to see that combination.
Not to mention his gamer tag is Yuz. I mean, that's pretty much as lit as it gets, to be honest with you. Big shot to Yuz, keeping it simple with that one. And yeah, that's you see it. Cease, Bizzle, a lot of these players playing with kind of the new school talent and players. You know, I would say they're the older players in Fortnite, which is crazy to say because I think Cease and Bizzle are both like 23 years old overall. But nonetheless, good to see this new talent come through and rising. A lot of the veterans picking them up. Again, something that's pretty unique to Fortnite. You see it in some other esports titles, but you don't see this. It's cyclical, the nature of players rising to the top. And again, kudos to Yuz for being one of those players who's really proven themselves. So yeah, pop-off game from Yuz and Cease. We'll see how many elims they got. We'll see how many total points that they have when we get the standings, hopefully available here in just a moment. We had just wrapped up game number 3. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the JBL Quantum Cup. And maybe if this is your first time watching, this is the second year in a row JBL has put together this cup. It's honestly a festival of sorts, as it feels like, because we have 3 games, 3 different competitions across 4 different regions. That's right. We got continents, actually. Australia, we have Asia, we have North America, we have Europe, all competing all weekend long, not just in Fortnite, but also in Apex Legends and in CSGO. The Apex Legends tournament will start tomorrow, run through Sunday. We'll have 20 of the best North American teams from the ALGS competing in that one. That'll be fun to watch. But for right now, we wrapped up our Fortnite Europe competition. We wrapped up our Fortnite APAC competition. It's North America. And I think of the 3 tournaments so far in Fortnite, guys, this one's the most stacked. Shai, would you agree?
Yeah, this in terms of attitude, in terms of what's happening in the end game of these fights, no one's even emoting or going for any BM types of plays. They are all serious. They're even in the drops, right? In EU, we saw it a little bit, and APAC, people were kind of griefing their drops or going for a forced fight. We see disengaged. We see people just completely spider swinging away. Like, I've never seen this type of seriousness from NA this early in a season, but they're out to play.
That's right. We have obviously NA East is the server, so a lot of NA East players, right? NA East dominant, but you do have some players coming from the West. You know, you have Epic Whale, you have Arkham, you have quite a few others that are playing all the way from the West Coast and doing their thing as well. So yeah, a very, very sweaty, very, very kind of highly competitive lobby that we've seen so far. It's been fun to watch, that's for sure. We got the world champ Booga, which by the way, you know, obviously we'd all can't wait to get back to LAN competitions with Fortnite one day, hopefully, but kind of neat. Booga's probably the one person that's like, you know, I'm okay with this. I'm just going to continue to be the only world champ for years on end. And Booga's holding on to that title for quite some time here, but not necessarily making a lot of noise today, Monster.
Yeah, I was going to say, you might have gotten a little lucky with the title extension, if you will.
Yeah.
You never really know with the way the roadmap was. You know, we did get to hear from Epic at one point or another, but hey, man, he managed to, I guess, reclaim his throne there. You saw Shido toss me a fun question earlier. Should we just call him the Chapter 2 champion? Because he managed to close out the year and get one there too. So, you know, still impressive nonetheless. Booga is definitely claiming titles. And you know what? If things do turn back into an in-person environment, at least he could say he took one in a remote setting and of course in person as well.
That's true. That is true. He gets to make that claim. One of the few people to be able to do that. Obviously, we had quite a few LAN competitions. We have some LAN champions. We have some LAN and online champions. Bugha being one of them. We also have a player that is won in OCE and has come over to North America and won. That's Muzz, who's competing in this competition today. So big shout out to Muzz playing alongside Speedy in today's competition. Looter was their third. The three of them as a trio made the move over to North America. Muzz ends up playing with the champ himself in Bugha and making some big noise throughout. So excited to see if Muzz and Speedy can really make some noise and bounce back here in game 4, because I don't think they have been on top of the leaderboards just yet. As I say that, 11th place in this one, 22 points overall, so that's big. This is the post-match results from game 3. So I mentioned 52 points for Osp and Revised, but Glace and Trashy able to pick up 36. Pretty big differential between 1 and 2. But then we got Class and Colazo. Colazo, the controller player, with 30 points, tied with Scented and Miro. Lazarp and Nounzi with 28. Pump and Bizzle, another consistent showing from them. I think that might put Pump and Bizzle in the top 5 because they've been consistently doing well here, Shio.
Yeah, I think the biggest switch up for this region compared to all the others is the swings we have in total points at the end of games. 52 to 36, you pointed out, Fallout. That's not the same as many other regions, was maybe a 5 or 10 point difference. It makes it so that there's always a new contender inside the top 5, inside the top 3. And that means all the way until game 6, we don't really know who's going to be in the money, in the cash price threshold, all the way till that very final shot in game 6, the 9 zone.
Yep, so we take a look at page 2 here at the bottom of the leaderboards in that one. Unfortunately, we talked about Bugha a lot. Bugha and Skittles not the best showing in game 3. They're last place in that one. But we also got Aperta and Mami, who have done a good job picking up a few eliminations and making some noise. Dubs and Mega been a little quiet so far as well. And then, yeah, Edgy Duke, Kanata's Saf, a lot of the Titans of Fortnite with unfortunate game 3. I'm not sure if we caught all of that necessarily on stream, but a lot of folks maybe getting caught in some early fights, getting third party. We don't know exactly what happened there, but let's take a look at the overall standings. And as expected, it's Agers and Rise on top and first. And yeah, due to the consistency of Pump and Bizzle, that's what Bizzle's middle name is, Mr. Consistent. 66 points, second place for them. Glace and Trashy and Osp and Revised, because of their performance previously, were able to take the third and fourth place and actually stand corrected. They must have had more than just 1 point. I think my standings page was incorrect on my end. Maybe I didn't hit refresh, but just a few points that they had. But those games were really, really big for them to break into the top 5. Paper and Justice are going to round out that top 5 as we take a look at the second page here. Monster, walk me through it.
Yeah, and also what's most interesting about that first page is our number 1 team only picked up 7 points in that last game. So they've kind of given away the lead that they set up and now have really opened up the playing floor for, I'd say, all the way down to about top 20 now, right? Anyone within the 40-point range is really inside the battle here. And that's what you were kind of alluding to. Like, we can have a 15-man essentially race now for prizing takes, and we're only halfway through the competition. So that last game was a very, very interesting one, the way it developed, because top-tier teams did not perform. You saw the Elim feed there coming from the post-match results. Saf and Kanata out, Epic, Whale, and Crew out, right? All these players that did not pick up points that were playing very well are not there anymore.
Yep. Well said, Monster, and thank you for kind of laying down the lay of the land. Shio, anything else that you want to point out from those standings, or did Monster cover it?
Monster pretty much covered all of it. I'm just really looking at, us flying up the rankings as well. You talked about Bizzle's consistency. Any of these pop-off points coming in, the big 30-point, 20-point differentials at the end of the game, that's going to be what to look out for, I think, especially in game number 4. We saw it in EU after the 4th game. We kind of had a feel for who gets to stay inside that top 10. So this is the one where people really have to lock it in.
That's right. Game 4 must perform as we get ready for our second half of the competition. And guess what? We did get word that the lobby is loading and launched. Battle Bus about to fly across our brand new map here in Chapter 3. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the JBL Quantum Cup Fortnite Playoffs. This is North America. This is match number 4 of 6 total matches and an opportunity to take home that $35,000 prize pool, or a chunk of it, plus the digital NFT trophy that we saw earlier as well. I'm Fallout alongside Monster, D-Face, and Shio, ready to call the action for match number 4.
Let's hit it up. Let's go. This is where all the changes have to solidify. This is where you really want your best performance of the day. This is the back half of competition. You can reset momentum, you can reset mental, but it all starts off the drop.
Got to start off the drop here. Another south pull for the zone, or for the bus on the initial flyby here. Dubs and Mega up at the top. The vets themselves, the legends here. We've only caught a brief glimpse onto what kind of, play style and drop style they're going for. It seems like Lumber or Shifty is kind of their place to go here, as they're coming in hot for those locations right now. But again, no one really mixed up the job. Seems like everyone's pretty content with taking their early game battles, this being like more of a testing ground, if you will, for some, and kind of is what it is at this point.
Yeah, everyone's kind of spread out. Maybe they're looking for their chance to lock in a game. I think North side is the only one that has a crazy contestation. Even Camp Cuddle, that was so contested in previous regions, is just chilling right now with one team. It's going to be Shifty, Logjam, Sleepy, and the Bugle. They're heavily contested, and that's not changing this game.
Not at all. Jack and Acorn right now, touching base over here. Just getting their loot on, trying to get comfortable right now. Jack and Acorn, what can they do leading into New Year is going to be the real question. Seems like that fight up north is definitely taking place there, as Bank is going to be the first one to get knocked. Kind of seen that a few rounds now.
Heroes really lighting up the feed. Looking good, taking out a full duo. Jack in the gas station will be fine too.
Let's watch this play out here, though. It's game number 4, guys. We are officially past the halfway mark here at the JBL's Quantum Cup. It's recovering the North America action here. Sliding on over to the sounds now. Bank only knocked, not completely finished here. Will be able to get saved here, as he was fallen to the hands of Mama Ting. And this is the first time now we actually see all 3 trios up and running. Seems like Clix and Dave feel like they have a lot more to lose here, so they get what they can, then once again move out first, getting their first dibs on the rest of the land here. Whatever team is landing south, though, by the way, they've just had it just to themselves. You know, while the north is in chaos, they have all the looting path here free to them.
I feel like the chests aren't as condensed on the south side. It's still definitely free. It takes a little bit more of a longer time. Clix is just moving to the unknown side completely. He's done with the entire POI. Just wants the ammunition fast, and then the loot to boot if he can find it.
Watch this roll here. Clix again, it's got this route mapped out. Ooh, nice find. Yes, yes, yes. What do we get here? Nice little epic auto shotgun here. I will say, you know, I've watched a fair amount of the shotguns kind of play out in you know, real-time battle situations. I do feel like the auto shotgun's got much more potential when it's used correctly, especially with the recent changes, you know, kind of lowering the pull-out time now, making it, you know, much more viable, I guess you can say, as a shotgun of choice.
I feel like I miss still the spamminess of the tack and the big boom of the pump. This is still viable. It's a little more balanced overall. But having that close range imbalanced monster, it felt good.
Definitely big there. That tack, especially the legendary tack way back when, was man, that thing was deadly. Big weapon to have in the loadout here. Suskript on the other side. Now there's some big pressure right now. Works his way on up to Zypha. Hits a little reset here. The 6 splashes come out, but Verdi and Crew keeping the aggression right now, trying to get inside the box here.
Interest on the other side. Not doing much for the moment. The entire lobby getting a little bit more keyed than usual. There's a way to break in, but no angle to actually land shots on any bodies. It's just wall pressure for now. The enemy's not going to be that crazy on it whatsoever. Walled in, boxed in the pyramid there too, and he actually switches it up. Verdi cannot keep up. My man just got Uno reverso.
That's Raps right there. Stuff the Nitrix to go ahead and clutch this one up by himself, and it's not looking too likely as the double pinch comes through. He puts some damage down. That's not going to be enough. Not in today's day and age. You cannot stand out in the open up against any of these high fire rate weapons. You will get shut down quick. You saw just how fast things can change there. Suskript and Zypha managed to turn a bad situation into a good one now. And just early enough too, right, to get back into the game. You know, it's not like they completely threw their tournament run or anything like that. Have plenty of room to work with here.
Thing is, though, even off spawn, I've seen them get a few eliminations before, maybe 1-2 stragglers. As soon as they come up against a mid-game team, they cower, right? I think it was up against Savage possibly last time, where you just let them live. This time, though, it is tough. Seeing that third model just able to pick up other things that are so much bigger than her is hilarious, by the way.
Suscript now, trying to just get his bearings back in place here. I mean, we talked about how players can end up, you know, pretty much wasting the mythic shots from the spider hands here, and see it about halfway through. A lot of time between now and end game, so I'm not sure how that all happened, but maybe it's just a part of the looting pass nowadays, right? You get to cover much more ground and cut players off, but I feel like that introduces more room for error, right? Crossing past an opponent, getting choked out.
Yeah, I feel like over there, I definitely don't have a defense for the way my man Subscript is using those gauntlets. It seems wasteful. Cool thing is, even though they have a number, Monster, that number is shared, I think, on your account for all Spidey gauntlets to pick up. So it's not like, you know, you can use 100 in a game, pick up another, and then use 100 more. No matter what happens, you have a set limit based on the game you're in as to how many you have left, which I find really cool.
Those set limits definitely, again, are very interesting the way things kind of roll out here. But back with Osp, okay? Osp, who was in what was near dead last, has that big pop-off round, 11 eliminations, putting him up straight to the top. The difference between him and the other teams at this point is the fact that they didn't have that consistency via placement, because not a lot of teams have actually picked up that many eliminations, right?
I think a majority of them are just coming from winners overall, towards the end of games. So it's really cool to see exactly how that switch up happens. Dubs and Mega now also looking a little bit more organized overall. Not in boxes beside any other team. At a bridge by themselves, kind of in their own element now.
I was going to say, in the distance, Kanata, I saw his HP just get ripped apart by Pink and Cypher PK. So it's Kanata and Sav versus Cypher PK and Pink just off in the distance. Those are those shotgun shots you heard off to the west here. I'm staring at the feed right now as I want to see what's going to happen. Okay, someone launch padded out. Who you want to bet it was?
I feel like that's Kanata leaving, scared.
Ooh, okay, we'll
Cypher
find
shot's
out.
too strong.
Nope. It actually ended up being Cypher PK and Pink who ran. Kanata and Saf are still there at the gas station. In come Dubs and Mega. Wait a second. They're getting aggressive. They want to roll up on the fight.
The entire tournament, they've been playing on other people's contracts and words. Now it's time to take things onto their own terms and be aggressive first. But are they going to confirm with it? Yes, I see shotgun shots being dealt down too. 6 chuck splashes from Pink. I'd just be able to third party this entirely. I wasn't even looking at the loadout. I thought maybe I needed to go all in, but nope. It's all good. Doesn't even land the sniper shot. That's unfortunate.
Oh, surely he was going to hit that one. Looked like a dead giveaway. Yeah, he's still feeling it. Little bit higher. Here we go. And now. Okay. Well, you know, it's okay. We can see through the wall.
Now?
Our timing's better.
There's no way that player doesn't know. Wow.
Still too low. Yeah, that's the difference though. The new snipers, you know, bullet drop. It's hard to gauge. It's Eclipse A off in the distance there.
Imagine just had straight up hit scan snipers. Like the big boom ones.
No, I refuse to imagine that. Sorry. Refuse.
You're saving yourself some mental anguish. Very good tech.
Don't want
Very
it.
nice.
Rebuked.
Also, quad crashers can fly.
Yes, I'm telling you, there's a way to do it. You just got to finesse it very nicely. They did not, however, finesse the technique there, but there is definitely a way to do it. Look, look at them. They're just going to go ahead and continue to reset this up here. I mean,
How did they get it on the ramp? I'm so confused.
Here it is. Nope. Bye-bye, tree. You're going to do it again?
Okay, so
Okay.
I have the opposite issue from what Strep and Gleppo have. I can, if it's off natural low ground, I can get the quad crasher to kind of, you know, bend and soar in the sky. For some reason, it just crashes into every single ramp I make.
Oh, like
It
you
just
can't actually drive it up the structure?
Yeah, I can drive it in the air, but I can't drive it up the structure. So I always have to like jump off of mountains and stuff.
Here's the real question. Did you build the structure or did someone else build the structure?
Interesting. That's a me build structure.
I'm not gonna leak it.
Look at
I'm not gonna leak
that,
any more
though.
strats. But yes, that was actually
That's fun.
sick.
Yeah. That was nuts. Did it take him out?
Oh yeah.
Dude.
Well, I don't know.
What?
Did they get points for that though? Gleppo did. Oh yeah, it was definitely Gleppo who did. My gosh, that was some serious beamage right there.
Dude,
that,
like,
that quad must have been so lit, by the way.
I don't even think it was. I think it was a full health quad. It's
No,
just like, what, they
there's
have
no way,
600 HP? It's a Mark 7. It's 2 Mark 7s. Shep and Glep were not missing a single shot
Ouch.
for half a mag each. You know what I mean? Like, that's damage. That's an easy 1,000 rack. 33 a shot. Like, there's no way.
I won't try to do the math. I'll just take your word for it. I believe. That was crazy, though.
How much more tech do you know about the season? Leak one more tech.
Okay. You can run over cones, crouch, slide your way through as a ramp phase technique.
Oh.
Yes. Extremely viable, extremely consistent.
Interesting.
But okay. Coaching services at... Nah.
My man's got the research done. Where's Glepo going, by the way? You just got to refresh. Guess they must have left something that they can stack. Sparking Cobalt vibing. I think this is the game where we finally see Ages and Rise step up again and further their lead. I think to win the tournament, all they have to do is place top 5 in this game, and it's done.
Little top 5. That's wraps.
Yeah, they get a top 5. What? They're already like 20-ish points ahead still. There's no chance. What can anyone else do?
They're not that far ahead. They're actually, I think, only 13 points ahead now. So, like I said, that last game was not a good game for them. They only picked up 9 points.
Yeah. It was still a 13-point like lead that in EU in game 6. That's all the team needed.
Have you actually checked in with Ages and Rise? I don't think so.
We just saw them middle of the map, looking good in a base. It's just you know, they're not psyching themselves out. They're not trying to go for the win. They're doing whatever they're doing game to game, and that's how you stay consistent. So I'm liking that from them.
Take a look here. Pink and Cypher PK. We saw they were in a rough situation before, but seemingly have, I guess, balanced out a bit here. Oh, look, some nice little finds. Okay, that's going to cap them off, and some extra minis for Cypher PK here. So this is perfect. There goes the splash. That's going to give them HP and movement boost. This zone ticking for 2. It's definitely going to start to add up here. They're sliding their way around. As soon as they get close to these builds, though, they are going to get spotted out. It's at least the footsteps, and you know these guys are going to get the read here that they're going to be lit up. Yeah, beautifully done there to go in and elevate themselves up. They kind of had to do that there. This is just Pink, man. He's smart. You could tell.
100%. What item did this just spot, Monster?
That was a do I have a clever one for this one? I do not. It was a drink, you know? It was the health drink.
That was a drink? Yeah. The health drink.
The health drink.
100%. They guzzled it down. Yeah.
The young guzzler, dude.
Actually insane. An Ayo moment indeed. Camp Cuddle, though. I find it wild that no one's really contesting this side of the map as much in early game.
Made myself laugh. I was gonna say just guzzling drinks at Camp Cuddle, you know? That's how it's going down right now. He's gonna find some more up here. He's gonna take those with him.
Hey, we take those.
A lot of things are just working out for them right now, honestly.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, you know, stabilizing their way back into this game right now.
It's crazy they're doing it on EU ping as well. Zyphus script also racking their way in, but it just looks like they're struggling, always at the mercy of other teams at third-party tower bases. Zyphus gonna put his deodorant on, make sure he's smelling nice as he moves in. I respect it. They have a pad, but they don't want to use it now. Investing in wood here is genius. You can get a lot of it back in greasy. There's so many fences and bushes. Breaks a few, it's all good, but look, barely any of it is even farmed out. It's just the houses. It doesn't cease, have a higher point, usually on the low ground. And Glix and Day, who are usually mid somewhere in a building, are going to be the ones all the way at that ultimate low.
Yeah, no elims either. So we kind of saw them struggling with the Surge 2 games ago, and it forced them into somewhat of a peculiar situation to force a fight out. Another game where they don't have elims, but this time around, one of the better loadouts we've seen Clix with, and they were making it work before, mind you. So I don't have a doubt that they'll be able to do something major here. And it seems like they've already gone through a couple of battles. You can tell just the fact that He doesn't have break, doesn't have metal, right? So they've kind of been through the ringer here. Still has a lot of, I'd say, heals here to work with. These 3 big pots are definitely nothing to overlook at. Could have been picked up from the Tomato Man himself potentially here.
I need a lot more than the Tomato Man, though. Somewhat of a divine entity to help them out here. This is kind of where they've been struggling a lot. Every time they're rolling in edge zone, they get edge zones as well that pull right towards them and help their game out entirely, make them save on mats. It feels like Clicks and Day kind of overindulge in the mats they put down, and they use a lot on rotation, especially inside this zone. Clicks already 1 box costing him about 100 mats there of brick as he gets spammed out. They need to move almost of a max spool type of situation. They have to go far away and don't even have a pad to use for it at all.
No pads, that's rough. For sure, for sure. Saf and Kanata on the other side. Look at this, even Saf. I was gonna say, even Saf opting to no shock in here. Legendary Mark 7s and an SMG here, going for the 3-2-1 in the wall break. Oh no!
Whoa!
They were ready. The plotters have been plotted against. It seems like they were just about to decide to come down too. That was, I was gonna say that was Lazar, but no. Don't know who that was. Teach.
That's how fast it happened. The game itself blinked. Saf was confused. Kanata's like trying to build and put his stairs up. He has no idea what's going on. 2 people in a box and they're spraying. It's over.
Yeah, we're gonna need a replay.
Yeah, we need 100% replay of that towards the end. How's Mega still alive? Which is nuts.
Dude, Cyber became pink. Look at them. On the move right now.
I want to see more out of Duke and Edgy. This is one of the duos we were hyping up, right? The essence of greatness from them. They're both such good, wild types of players. Never really lose a fight, but looks like right now they've been suppressed so far in this tournament.
Mind you, coming out as a 0-point game 3. So definitely had a rough game 3. This is match 4 now. Things are starting to, you know, take shape here. We're in an odd spot here too for Eclipse and Smack. These guys decided to go to the water side. You know, more often than not, the zone's not going to pull this way. So I am curious to see what they know, what kind of hunch they have here, because this is quite the spot.
Good job, your casts are cursing it so they do get the zone. I like that. As we go back to the minimap, we will see, hopefully, in the next few seconds where people have to go. Arkham Epic not moving just yet. No one's really jumping out, so I honestly can't even tell where mans have to go.
Clicks is moving. Where's he going?
Just towards that bottom right side of land, and yeah, that means anyone who's at the water, projecting the water, they are in a complete vortex now, a whirlpool of sorts. That is a max pull from the ocean.
Oh, this is so risky. I was just gonna say, how many shots does Clicks take before he realizes this might be a bad idea? He does all that to try to pick up some loot, only to then have to use all the loot. This is just one of those plays now. Yeah, now you need the big pot. Oh gosh, there it is. Okay, he gets it. Now in a worse situation than what he started, but it's okay. Mission complete.
What is going on though? These are some sloppy edits, some weird builds, and a very peculiar position to try to control. Super ultimate Logon. There's a person beside that left box as well. It's basically hiding inside their base.
Oh, that's
There's a
about
knocked body? Hello?
Yeah, there goes the thirst here. Now he's gonna try to look for the wall here so he can grab all this loot. There it is. That's actually
Rice.
Whoa, so that means Azers is the player on the other side of the wall here. He thought he had his teammate safe enough to box up. Instead of going for the heal and controlling the walls, it's gonna be the thing that backfire now. Look at that. Snatches up some loot. What an angle from Clicks there to find a 54 tag. And off he goes to the races here. Great job by Clicks. Where is Azers? Actually, is he still up? Might not be. Oh yes, he is. He's at the front side. Yeah, he's gone. He's gotten onto that spot. Did not want to be next to the aggressive Clicks and Day there.
Big change up in this game as well. Arkham Epic will usually wants to not really greed for height, stay ahead of the zone, and that's crazy to think because they are height kings on NA West. The reason Sav Kanata inside the game always claiming it first. This time they're knocked before the end game starts. That means Arkham and Epic might have a chance to hold on to this the entire time. They go for a big rift that's going to be huge, but Arkham's going to take a lot of damage going for it. Down to 22 white HP. Epic well closer to 10. This is with Mark 7's in the business, with Miro alive. I mean, hey, good luck, guys. You have 15 seconds of pure anxiety.
That felt like a crazy play to make, but you know what? Arkham's one of the best when it comes down to like leading and decision making. You know, paired up with the Epic Whale is equally as good. I don't want to go against them. You know, that's just how I feel about it.
I mean, it's a good feeling because they go right in. What a catch from Arkham as well. The builds to get Epic Whale inside. Who are the ones who are going to be trying to contest and play for height with? I see Osp all the way up there already. Eclipse right beside him. Riverson towards the backside. This is going to be tough to see. I mean, if Osp gets another game all the way up top, it's going to be huge, but I think he's just playing as a solo. I don't see his duo mate. Meanwhile, first place Agers. He's literally trying to keep the dream alive solo. He wants to stay asleep the entire time. A few rat-a-tats of that Stinger SMG, but he doesn't find a confirmation on any elimination there just yet. Running low on materials, running low on that surge. He has to make a play right now.
Someone actually goes down just in the nick of time here, and whoa, this guy doesn't turn around, and all of a sudden Agers finds a 2-for-1 special here on the layer, and the mats are his as well. And look at that, the HP that he didn't know he needed, but he now has, is beautifully picked up there. And look, he gets the peppers as well. This is great. It's gonna lead him all the way through the game. He's got the mats as well to go ahead and make some more placement out of this. And he's just playing out of his mind, man. If there's a player that's going to deserve this 15K, you're watching it play out right here. He is fighting for it.
He needs a pit stop, though. All he has is his Mark 7 rifle. After this, it's over for any type of ammunition he has overall. He needs to take a reload. There it is. Double SMG reloaded now. Mark 7 also reloaded, so the firepower's online. Popping that flopper, though. One of those SMGs is only going to be at half ammunition count, so he has to be very careful and not bite off more than he can chew. Getting spammed all the way by height as well. He drops down. Agers is playing phenomenally right now, dodging every single person in front of him. The movement impeccable. A duo in front of his box. 170 mats left. He moves again, and no one punishes him. Completely open low ground, and now he's really fighting against a duo. There's some pain, but once again a layer switch.
No
and he
way.
was back into the zone with a launch pad all the way up front by himself, and he's still alive.
He still has the double SMG, but no, someone's in the box. It's Day who finally shuts down the dream there before he can break into top 10. Those are going to be misplacement points there, but what a performance Agers puts on for us here at the desk. On the other side, though, Bank finally makes an end game. He's in a zone right now, going toe-to-toe with Smacked here. Clicks and Day. 5 elims already getting started here, and now we're breaking inside the top 10, inside the top 5. This is where you really start to bring it home. Nice job for Clicks here. Great angles on the Creo, and this match 4. Just take a look how it's playing out now. We will have new players up at the top 10 here. Finally, big performances are being made here. And I'm seeing, again, fresh faces in the end game. Players like Bank, players like Nounsy, right? Showing up here at the end.
Also getting a big look at Clicks, though. He doesn't care about his position. Sky high, he still finds a way to do that damage. And Day has made it all the way up towards the top. He has no builds, just a dream and a beam. That's another, but it's all up to him now. They actually down to fall damage. Duke is going to be the one taken out. 1v2v2 situation. Clicks, can you make this happen?
Can he get the save here? He's going to drop the body. What's the play here? What's the idea right now? Is he trying to keep him in? Is he trying to get the thirst? We'll find out here shortly. Give him a second. Clicks has got to come down. Here's the fight going down. Beautifully tagged here. It's a one-on-one situation. He does not win or lose these. Excuse. There it is. Clicks comes ahead with the 9 elimination victory royale right there.
He's an enigmatic player, man. We don't even know what he's going to do next. If he is winning or losing the position, he's confusing us with the x-rays on. Just imagine the players fall out. They have no idea where Clicks is coming from. Day's just watching as he's knocked, and the man's just a phenom, bro. That was insane.
Yeah, Clicks doing Clicks things is the best way to summarize that one. 5 elim, first place finish, so that's going to be at least 40 points for them, plus on any elims that Day got as well. I think at least a few, so a really big game from them, as you'd expect from Clicks. I'm excited to see the standings, or the results at least, sorry, from game number 4, but we definitely know Clicks and Day most likely on top here as we take a look at the replays, Monster.
Yeah, big games there. Respect to Clicks winning in such a crazy fashion, pulling through at the very end by himself. But luckily, like we said, it was just solos that were left, right? He had the momentum, he came down, and he just didn't let go of the foot on the neck there. That was well played.
Absolutely, past that as well. think Cypher still keeping the dream alive and staying alive for a majority of the portion of these games. Edgy finally waking up as well. Shep and Gleppo, I feel like this is kind of the most flashy play. There's some of the most insane damage I've ever seen. Look at this.
Yeah, that play right
Absolutely.
there. What?
From full HP to double fall damage. I mean, that is just ridiculous.
And not only that, like this full shield ripped down too, right? So like he got down to white tags. Like that was just ridiculous. One magazine, you called it. This one here, it was over as quick as a flash. Literally gets flashbanged by a couple pump shotguns to the face right there. It's over. That's right. So we still didn't get to see the names that happened too quick. So that's a mystery unsung.
Oh man, Dubs Mega though, they tried their best at having some form of a better performance this game, but unfortunately they went down as well. Aegis though, I mean this clutch, the fact that this man stayed alive, had all the swaps as well, I felt like he was at an arcade just putting a shoot 'em up.
Never in my days I would think we'd see like highlights where someone aims down the barrel with a red dot on the tunnel. The guy turned around. Like, it's so like, okay, this is Fortnite, baby. We get to see a little bit of everything. Here's those final moments one more time. Clicks, who comes in and again, great fashion here, makes the highlight reel. This is one of the more crucial pickups for him, right? He gets an extra amount of material to go in and work with, allows him to make this end game here. Everyone else did not stand a chance. We saw how many solos were here left in the end game. And it was actually Sus who ends up catching, or Glace here ends up catching Day there with a little side angle. But again, Clicks was a little too quick. He came on in, hit him with a quick drop kick, and that was wraps there in the end game.
Yeah, but a good job from Glace, though. I mean, Glace and Trashy were in the top 5. Glace is able to sneak a second place finish, picks up the big elim against Edgy to secure the extra few points in second, plus the 2 points of elimination. So talking about consistency, they've been up there with, Bizzle, Pump, and others. And I don't know if I saw a whole lot of Bizzle and Pump in that late game necessarily. So I think that's going to shake up the standings. Clicks was outside of top 5 as well. So yeah, certainly a shakeup that's going to be coming here. I'm excited to see these standings. We'll, of course, be calculating those and be letting you know as soon as we possibly can what those are going to look like. But nonetheless, good showing from Glace as well here for Monster.
Yeah, definitely big performance, I would say, from Glace. And again, Glace is someone who's kind of had his moments, right, in the sunshine here. Definitely had high expectations with him back in the day when he started becoming a breakout pro player, kind of filling with whomever he could just to go and get his chances at pretty much swings at base here. And now you're seeing him up here with all the other pros. He's earned his respect, being a streamer of the likes as well, right? So making the content, doing everything he has to do, try to be a successful pro. Good to see him picking up some high placing games, right? Especially in this setting, Shire. We're talking about the best of the best. We're talking about some of the greatest Fortnite has to offer for the NA scene. So this is definitely a good game for him.
Yeah, and everyone's also kind of playing at their peak at the moment, right? Clicks, it's just in specific, one of the best and most efficient game styles I've seen so far. I didn't spend that long looking at a player at all. You just make sure at an angle that he's at, they'll find an elimination and then move to the next one. It's cutthroat. I don't think anyone else is playing like that right now either.
Impressive stuff, that's for sure. Just got word that we are calculating standings. We are going to jump to a quick break, though, so when we come back, we'll have the post-match results and the overall standings ready and live before we jump in to game number 5. Talk soon.
There's always a new challenge, and the hard work never stops. Strive to be the best. Make the most of your opportunities. And enjoy.
Introducing the JBL Freak Edition wireless headphones, designed by Giannis.
James, I have to tell you how I feel. I love you, JHB. I know it may sound crazy, but I can see us living together. Well, your silence says everything, James. Goodbye forever.
James. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I was wearing these awesome JBL Quantum headphones. Look, it's me as a cat. The nose and the whiskers. Isn't that cute?
In 2020, the JBL Quantum Cup brought you the best of the best in competitive gaming. Watch this year's top teams compete, play with the pros, win JBL products and cash payouts. JBL Quantum Cup. Watch, play, win.
Game number 5 is around the corner for our Fortnite competition of the JBL Quantum Cup as we take a look. Nighttime here in North America. And guess what? We got our post-match results ready. 48 points for Deshaun and Clicks. Pop-off type of game for them. Gleason Trashy with another 36 bomb, though. That's going to be pretty nice for them in the overall standings. And then you got a couple teams that necessarily haven't been making a ton of noise. Obviously, Aspen Revives with a back-to-back solid game. Edgy Duke, Creo Vert, so a good job overall from them. Agers and Rise, keep an eye on that. 21 points as we flip over to the overall standings. I think, actually, sorry, page number 2. I take that back. Page 2 first. Dubs and Mega, another disappointing finish for them, unfortunately. Booga and Skittles, same thing. So can't get a lot going. Kanadas and Saf as well. And now we will flip to the overall standings. As I said, keep an eye on Agers and Co, because they are now in second place, but tied for first. I don't know what the tiebreaker is going to be ultimately. Tied for first with 100. Glace and Trashy with 99 right behind them. Aspen Revised and then Craver. Wow, look at these standings, Monster.
Comes out to Elims. Elims just are on edge for Day and Clicks by 2, by the way. So that is how close the competition is. And then Gliss and Trashy, 99 points. We got a 90-pointer up there as well. We are looking at a tournament here, Shio. I mean, game 5 and 6 are going to be interesting now.
Hey, tied up. It's like 3-time there all the way at the top. It's going to be fun to see exactly the difference maker game 5 compared to a catch-up one or you know, the usual qualities we see with the game 5. This one's going to be very intense because all 3 of those teams make almost every single end game.
Yeah, well, you say it's going to be intense. Guess what? I got some good news for y'all. We got game 5 ready. Let's jump right into the action. 2 games left. Give us your energy, chat. Who do you want to go big? Who do you want to win? They need your energy if you're a fan of Booga, Cypher, PK, anyone else that's watching right now. Let us know who you want to take it. Or, well, do you want kind of the underdog story with Agers and Co to take first place? Or some of our other teams, Glaze, Trashy, obviously playing very, very well. Let us know your predictions and who you want to take it as I go ahead and throw it over to Shio and Monster to call game 5.
I mean, right now in game 5, it's all about breaking off relationships, running some scissors through, you know, formal wear. What I'm talking about is cutting ties right now. There's no chance any team is happy being so close to someone else on the boards, especially at triple digits. Clicks and Day, especially, I feel like Monster want that gap as fast as possible.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, anyone wants to just go ahead and break away here, it's going to be them, right? We just talked about how Clicks and Day definitely thrive off of, you know, again, momentous situations in the year, right? And they kind of take that and take it further and further, especially Clicks. Usually once he gets back on his high horse, he does not fall off. He goes on a roll here. So very, very cool to see him claw his way back into the competition. He wasn't doing too hot out of the opening instances. We kind of downplayed some of his positioning in the tourney, but seems like consistency has kind of come a full circle here now. And it honestly comes down to the elims, right? Like these elims, this format, the way it's weighing heavy. You can find the elims, you can frag out. You can see they're at the top for good reason.
So you can see the consistency with Agers, although they have less eliminations, the fact that they're still tied overall means their games are going better, right? That's one thing to really harp on, because Clicks and Day have had a few misses here and there in terms of end game placements overall. The elims have had to be there to supplement. If they can't find them, that's going to be troublesome, but you saw the way Clicks is operating inside these end game layers. It's absolutely crazy. It's nuts, and he finds any possible way to get some pressure, get eliminations, and then keep moving.
And crazy thing, it comes off of the back of that last big win, right? Like being able to clutch up in those final moments, go ahead and take that one home for him and Day. You know, that's a difference maker now as we do come down to one of the first early tiebreakers we've actually seen ever in a tournament setting, right? Really come down to the elims up at the top like that. It doesn't happen very often, which is, again, what is virtually a three-way tie right now. Like, we can put up Glace in there as well. And remember, they just got that second place, so that was literally a fight for first.
Seriously was, yeah. Whoever got that last elim would have been the one rolling in. That was Mega active right now as well. That's really fun to see because they can make these final two games also very interesting in terms of a tournament format. 5 and 6, those games specifically, 9 and 10, the last two, they're always their specialty, so they should be in their element right now.
That was unfortunate. We talked about like seeing some little BM and dances and stuff. Mega definitely pulled out the guitar. I could see it in the silhouette. He was just like playing on the corpse whoever he took out in the mines there. But it's all good. We'll get him next time. On over to Tahi and Bank right now. We've moved out of the Sleepy Sound, aka the Young Sirens drop over here. Well, they're moving right into potential other players. Have to be careful. There's no clear rotates here. We've actually seen them come here before and take fights or like mash up into teams here. So they're probably doing this intentionally right now. Try to see if they can find these other trios that are battling on the outer edge. More loot.
Could be a possibility, but remember games 1 and 2, that's where they kind of suffered looking for those early game fights. So might be better for them to just back out, maybe take the damage at that full fight. Meanwhile, 30 Casker up against the Young Boys, looking for their shot and maybe redemption inside this leaderboard. It's a big wide pinch from both sides. If Jelly and Ink just push one of these guys, they'll be at a huge advantage, but they make that pinch super close now. Kind of tightening them all into just one box. Shots to the door. Ink is trying his best to keep it wrapped up, but he falls into the fray in between both ways. That is just tough. And Jelly's left on his own.
He does have the hands here. He doesn't have to stick around if he didn't want to. Instead, he's going to go to the slow ground, go on and wait this one out. This is questionable at best. He can easily get found out here. There's not many places he can hide, but you know what? It looks like it's going to work out. These guys are kind of distancing themselves. If they go just far enough back, can make a smooth escape out the side and maybe come back for the reboot card a little later. Let's see what Jelly decides to do here.
Wait for a minute. There could be a tech because this fight I feel like was in such a big favor of Caster and Clarity. They could allow Jelly to get this card at the reboot and then get another free elim point. I feel like in terms of fighting, there might be some fear on the side of the Young Boys right now. Jelly's just waiting things out. Meanwhile, Acorn and Jack, we expected them to really clap back instead of duo type format, right, Monster? But today has been looking the hottest for one of the hottest duos on the planet.
Definitely it right here. Jack and Acorn right now pinched up. Looking like a good old-fashioned 2v2 about to unfold here. Not a single soul in sight. Go ahead and third party in the distance here. Here comes a re-engage, a reset for both sides here. Once again, we're seeing teams opt out of shotgun play. Go for the triple heals here, bringing them into this endgame and mids. It's all good. Jack and Acorn don't want anything to do with it. Seems like the punishment was there. The respect was earned, and they back off.
We're looking fine for now. Have some of the best items available loadout wise as well. Wonder if there's any. It's actually so weird because I've actually seen it. I'm answering my own question before I ask it, so let me backtrack and do this again. It's wild that on NA you don't see any Ranger assault rifles. When we were casting EU Monster, everyone was rocking some type of striker shotgun Ranger assault rifle combination. Like Vidilno O'Reilly, box fighters are doing that. Meanwhile on NA, everyone's embracing that Stinger meta. That's just wild to think of.
It's very different. I even saw Benji Fishy earlier today. He dropped a green Mark 7 for a legendary Ranger rifle, which again, it's a big difference there as far as rarity goes, but it's still a style difference, right? Like at the end of the day, yeah, that Ranger is not gonna do what a Mark 7 can do in any rarity color, right? Like regardless of what, but he's still watching like players like that, especially on EU, opt into it. Definitely the different play styles, definitely a different understanding, I guess, of where the game is in terms of the fighting style. So I am very curious to see what regions are truly ahead and are breaking away, right? Like genuinely.
It'd be cool to have an international type competition, you know?
It'd be great, you know,
especially
just maybe answer that for us.
What? Jack making This MK7 looked like a Ranger assault rifle. That's insane. And the fact that you can do that, right, with just good trigger discipline, I don't understand why anyone would ever pick up the Ranger once again. But hey, man, it's pros. They know stuff that we don't.
Yep. For sure. Like I said though, and that's why I phrased it the way I said it, right? Like the understanding, like their understanding of the game is just definitely different. They see things we don't sometimes, especially on EU, where for them, I mean, that is the fighting region, right? Like most notoriously coined, at least once that kind of pioneered the aggressive style at the gate early on. Still opting for those shotguns though. Yep. It's very, very cool.
Strap trying to find the card or find the van. That's the question. You'll see an X on Gleppo's name. Usually that's not there once they do have the card, but I could be mistaken.
Looks like he's got it. He's beelining straight to the van now.
Yep, it looks good. Oh, this is tough. There's barely any cover for this van.
It's gonna work out though. You have a new sound of the reboot van there. New animation as well.
And people actually spawn all the way up. And the sky for these ones are a lot louder though as a result. I'm liking though. You can go straight back to where your old loot was. You're not subject to, you know, completely getting broken down off rip, off spawn. There's a little bit more dynamicness to reboot van spawns now, which is nuts.
And we've noticed, I feel like more players that have been picked up have had like actual loot, right? Like genuine loadouts, obviously paired with a gray pistol, because usually they're like picking up what they can. But hold up, that's a nice find for someone that's been rebooted. Little present there, and a legendary shotgun falls out. Well played, very nice.
Listen, if that was the case, reboot me every game. I'm down. I'll take one for the team. Epic World's taking 12 actually. Look at the chuck splashes. That's a big double up.
Ooh, little explosion there. Okay, that's gonna set the ground ablaze as well. It's crazy to think that, like you said before, this SMG has faced the adjustments to lower the damage it can do to builds at distance, and still, even from this far, it's shredding through that brick while it's not freshly built. Like it just can do so much pressure.
And that Mark 7, think about last season, right? Or last chapter. You have a blue AR or something, even a legendary AR. One mag is not taking out a car's HP completely.
Yeah.
Half a mag almost of a Mark 7 takes out a vehicle's entire health pool.
And faster.
That's bonkers. And faster,
way
yeah. I mean,
faster.
How?
And the math just doesn't add up, right? So something's going on here.
Something is wrong, but I'll take it for now. I like watching cars explode. I also like watching Miro and Scented play, and it feels like in terms of having an identity in these end games, they're just tagging along. Usually Scented is in control. Miro gets to a spot and that doesn't allow anyone else to play. I don't feel like that's happening this time around, Monster.
Yeah, definitely. And not only that, Scented and Miro coming off the backs of Mega and Dubs just now in the feed. So that's where the two elims have come from. Definitely one onto Mega. The Scented drop. So all played for them. Big pickups here. They have all the loot they're going to need. Even parking down here, he's farming that metal for Miro, who needs a little bit more. So just trying to set him and his teammate up for that end game. It's the differences in going all the way with it. We're already at match 5, guys. After this is game 6, and we're out of here. So this is getting closer and closer now. We have a 3-way, just about a 3-way tie up at the top, and that was a big opener there for Cease.
Lots of damage for Surge. I wonder how much Surge is coming from just Mark 7 rifles alone. Not even the Stingers. And it's wild. You just hear a Stinger type of action all the way across the map. I wish there was like a shield miss happening as well. It's so cool you can hear your teammates with that miss too. It's so dynamic. Definitely prefer it over the Guzzle.
Yeah, for sure. And that's kind of cool to think about too, right? Like you said, there was like a shield miss style. I think it definitely fit into the game. And we already know the benefits of having stuff like Chug Splash to support your teammate in different, odd scenarios and whatnot. What if they made all the heals like that? Like you just dump it out on something.
Just pour a mini out for the boys.
Yeah.
Pour one out for the homies. Yeah.
Mini out for the homies, dude.
That'd actually be so cool. Looks is just waiting. This is an ominous angle.
I was thinking, like, what is he looking at? Because there's like, this is definitely dead side west. Like, what's going on here?
He's just wiping he's using that clicks towel, patent pending, you know? Just making sure the sweat's off the palms.
No, Click said the other day, it was pretty funny. He was like, man, I'm scared of that monster guy. I was just thinking to myself, like, why would he ever say that? Then I think back to World Cup. When I first met Clicks, it was him, Skeptic, and man, who was that? It was another little scrawny kid at the time.
Slappy?
Yeah, you were behind me actually when this happened. I had my GoPro and I was like, give me a handshake. And I think ever since, I swear, I intimidated them. These young, poor little boys at World Cup, terrified. Now I'm over here just like sociable as ever.
Give me a handshake.
Give me a handshake. And I was like, yeah, that's a tough one. That's a winner shake. And I ended up trolling. I think it was Skeptic. I was like, dude, I don't know about that one. Oh, and it was Andretto. Andretto was there too.
That's actually hilarious.
I just pulled those videos out, by the way, from my GoPro. So it's kind of sick.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
you gotta
saved them
post
all
those.
PC. I got a bunch of cool ones. And post them up. I'm just gonna post them up just like that. It's gonna be great.
I remember you were just like walking in, talking to anyone and everyone. That was insane.
I was like, dude, yeah, I don't think you guys understand this, but you know, we're gonna look back one day and hope you did more. Like, I want to have fun with this. I want to talk to everybody.
Yeah.
Somebody here is winning this whole thing. All right.
That's true. What's happening here, man? Miro's kind of trapped again.
Okay, sent in.
Interesting.
Oh, what's this?
What's happening, Kanata?
Ouch.
Did they age between games 4 and 5?
Rusty. Water in the crevices.
Yeah, you know, a little pain in the joints. That seemed a bit too easy for Scented all the way at the end there. But hey, spray meta, you can make anyone really look like a fool if you just strafe the right way and are in the same box as them. So
actually, I didn't see if Scented picked up another weapon or if he walked into that with like two sprays or not. But if he did that all with one NK7 like mag, like that's a lot of HP. I'm still trying to figure out the damage numbers here. I know it kind of made me think about it, but yeah, that's a lot of HP he took. One mag, man.
I think it was a strike shotgun plus the MK7, and he just kept rolling. This is let the reboot come in, Miro.
Oh
Miro,
my
the
gosh.
tech. That's 2 points, man.
I'll say Mega again.
Mega going down.
He just took. Okay.
They're farming him. They're farming him.
Okay, that's not even fair. Scented definitely eliminated Mega first of all, guys. So that means Delves was alive. They picked each other up, I guess. And then Dubs must have fell, and then Mega saves Dubs, or attempts to at least, and Miro takes him. Okay. Very interesting turn of events here, guys. Not a good day for Mega and Dubs.
There's some leapfrog effect happening. And yeah, it's just tough overall. All good though. I was gonna say lighter game, but then I look and it's 61 players alive as the zone closes in. It's just that we haven't seen the front side of it just yet. Once this big wide comes through and we get to see a bunch of the teams that are based up, here we go. Now we can see the communities locking in. Clicks and Day, the same base that they were in before. Let's say sharing a little bit of a base with Slacks and Illust. I still don't see where a majority of the server is. Ah, there we go. They're very central. They're not around in the edges, and no one's even left Greasy Grove yet. Boys, it's time to move out of the houses, get your own place. Greasy's not in the zone.
It's not the juice. Whoever's gonna have to move out, get on into the new territory here. This is big players up right now as well. 59 still alive right now. Center zone being marked out, trying to figure out distance. Who's this though? This is Jeff and Oliver OG right now, positioned up. Solid loadout for Jeff. He's working with it right now. Here comes players.
Jeff has been an absolute assassin today as well. Anytime it's a 1v1, this man performs so well. Winning his isolated ones. Look at this spray though. Both him and Oliver on the same page. And this player almost down. This kind of reminds me almost the way these stingers work and melt through builds of heavy sniper meta, right? Like even if it's metal builds or fully built brick, it doesn't matter. If you have a team spray rolling in, you got to watch out if you just have your back to one wall, no ramp there.
Yeah, and they're getting quick. And this is what I talked about earlier. Like, the meta is drop down. Like, you come straight through the cone, straight through the single wall. Like, what are you going to do? Like, most players are not quick enough to, you know, ramp flip and then recognize it's coming from the top, right? That's where the assault's coming from. So it's pretty hard to defend in this current season of play right now, depending on how things play out. But take a look here. Muzz has got the mythic hands on deck, ready to put some to use here. He's got some time to work with, though. 45 seconds on the clock here, right? No rush, no reason to move. They have the tags that they need for now. There's Illis and Slacks. They're definitely not safe. Eclipse and Smack, though, are sitting straight still, so they might be okay for now. Oh, they need
utilize exactly. Yeah, the 31 below. It's not a desperate situation. Like, the lowest team right now is 214 below. Smack needs to look for something fast. I was wondering why they just let that team behind them pass by for free. That should have been free tags right there. Now it's trouble. You can't really go for trades, especially in this meta, but Smack is gonna try to do it. Nothing hit yet, and now they're all the way down to 65 from 30.
This is rough. It's really starting to trickle away here. We have options, though, right? He's got the mobility to get somewhere. He's got to make a move now. These comes to tags are gonna start ringing in shortly. Just wall testing these builds here. I think they just need to open up as a group, be honest, just commit to it. Here comes the tags. Definitely waste a lot of time here just waiting around, not a single shot being put out, and 5 players have to go down. That's a lot of players, Shio.
There's a lot of people still that are completely below them. At the same time, this is tough. As you going down to clicks, energy on energy action, we've seen some people out heal the zone, but Smack and Eclipse say they're all alone. There's no one else really around them. This is just tough.
They're webbing across right now. They're out. Smack gets popped in the air here as he lands on Arkram. Finds a tag, by the way, but that's not enough.
Oh my God, 16. Surge is coming in fast. It's like catching up. 22 needs to pop him really fast. No, it's all good. 175 above. They've done what they needed to do. Another team went down. It's all looking good, but at the cost of all their shield, majority of mats, a horrible position, and Eclipse's life.
Yeah, but he's still up. He's kicking, dude. That's Arkham. Chug splashing up above. No distance being made here either, so definitely got to be very, very careful here. There it is. Zone's going to reveal itself. The real question is, I was going to say, what's the move here? How are you going to get to new zone? First place is the loot. Pick some fresh set of hands. Okay. Got something to work with here. Scoped and Blake are the ones on height right now. Up he goes. Okay, finds himself a nice little layer on the second, builds himself up, and he is big chilling right now. Can he steal away more and more placement points here? Agers and Rise. Okay, Rise gets knocked here. This is actually a big development, but he does get saved. This might be the difference maker. This could be honestly, the $15,000 save right here. Keep him in the game right now.
I might have paid more than $15,000 for this loadout monster. That's just 18 chug splashes amongst both of them. It might be up to 24, even more. I haven't seen Rise's inventory, but Asia's already had 6. Rise used at least 3 and has more left over still. They have so many materials and a god loadout with the harpoon. This is what they need to break that tie, but remember, they have no elims. Clicks already has 2 or 3 starting off this endgame.
Yeah, and they're setting up the launch pad as well, so they're definitely looted up, kitted out. Take a look here. Looks like Miro and Sentinel are still alive. Miro falls into a weird layer here, trying to keep up with Sentinel, unfortunately.
Asia's down. Him and Rise go from the all the way backside, and they get beamed in the air. They were both at 200 HP. Asia's might have a chance for that pickup, but it's Sentinel and Miro on their box.
Thirsted.
Unfortunate, and that's first place POV now hanging in the hands of Rise at the bottom of your screen.
Now, mind you, down bodies can drop fluid. Doesn't look like he was able to, though, as Rise only has a single splash left right now. So I guess the question has been answered. He's going to go back into the zone here. Goes for the launch pad out the side. 30 HP wasted, but that's okay. He gets to see another day here. Tries to go for layer change. Has to be careful. Stand on enemy builds. Here he is. Needs to get some heals going here for Rise. Desperate situation. On height, though, it's Booga and Skittles. Your Chapter 2 champion, Booga, on height.
It doesn't have the same ring to him, but we'll take it.
It doesn't. Sounds terrible.
Jack and Acorn also alive, so all the classics are here now. They're looking good. That triangle tarp coming straight through the whole way towards the front, not even challenged by high ground. They're at the perfect angle right now to avoid all damage. Jack on the backside finds Riftbowl inside the storm. Rise taking out Possess, so he's still alive. Clicks though is popping off and takes out Bizzle. Day clamps down Rise, and that's how you break a tiebreaker. You take out the team in front of you. Look at Jack. He's still going. He's still beaming 1,000 damage above Storm. This man is active with the damage.
The real question is, did Trashy and Glaze make this end game as well? Remember, they were up that 90 to 99 point threshold range. Those big points there. Other teams that had a realistic chance of sniping up first. We already know the fact that Day is here. That's huge, right? Clicks and Day were in the lead there at the #1 slot. They definitely have the elims here. And now they're picking up the placement points, which was the difference maker between them and Agers and Rise, right? That was the difference, was all the placement. And this is going to give them a nice, comfortable buffer between first and second place at minimal, as we now know it. For Booga and Skittles, Skittles finds one straight out the sky there with the SMG. He's going to jump on down, secure this loot here. It's going to work out for him. Careful now.
Booga's getting pressured. This is tough.
Clicks is
Meanwhile,
down.
big shot from Aperta. Charlie goes down. Day takes out Jack. Day and Clicks still active monster.
Day, Clicks gets fully finished though. It's up to Day by himself now as Charlie found Clicks there. Booga and Skittles though trying to get this victory out here. 4 bills for Booga. This is not looking too hot here, guys. 30 seconds on this moving zone, so they are surely going to run out of time as far as the match go, unless Skittles has a little bit more in the tank that we don't know about. Booga puts his last 4 down on the line here. That's wraps here. Acorn sitting inside the storm right now. Look at how this can work out for you. You can actually sit here and just heal, and it takes a long time for you to go down. Actually very impressive. Does he have enough time to charge it though? Okay, he just barely does. And now we know you need at least 20 HP to make that a success. What is going on here? He should have just crossed into the zone. Oh no. Yeah,
I don't think you can swim.
Rats.
You can't swim and pop it. But it's a top 4. And Acorn clutches the whole way through. Now Skittles and Booga versus Bank and Aperta. 2 solos down below. And Booga's kind of delayed this the entire way. They haven't said much. The backwards beam is there. They play position perfectly. And they got that 5th victory royale.
You know what? Bank might have had the biggest comeback 2 games in a row as well off that contested sound drop at the early games there. So, you know, very impressive across the board to see big names coming through. And again, another new name puts their name in the hat, if you will, fall out.
Yeah, and that's a 1 elim victory royale, at least for Booga. Skittles had 2, 3 elims total. But look, a first place finish is a first place finish, probably one of the easier games that they've had to finish off. And they held high ground pretty much uncontested for the entirety of that late game, Shio.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of allowing anyone up, they just had a long distance between everyone, and Booga was always spraying 24/7. So for me, that's just perfect delaying for the game, making it as long as possible. Usually you want to clamp down on people, but Booga did not do that. He let everyone just kind of suffer and starve. As a result, they won out the time and they won out the game.
Yeah, speaking of making something last as long as possible, Acorn manages to break it. I think I was trying to track it 4 or 5 placements just by hitting the mist in the storm and able to clutch a few more placement points there from Acorn. So hey, this is an interesting meta that we currently have, that's for sure. It's a little different than flopper meta in terms of chunking storm damage, obviously with a different item nowadays, but that worked out well for them as well. Speaking of Acorn, we're taking a look at Jack and Acorn here, Monster.
Super curious about that spray. Like, how long can you stay in the zone there? Is it a full 10 seconds? Kind of felt like it, right?
15.
15 seconds?
Total. Yeah, so each Med Mist has 150 HP, right?
Oh, you're right.
In the can, yeah. And it heals about, it heals 10 HP per second. So no matter what HP you start healing at, that's basically what you stay at in the storm at all times.
Insane.
Good math.
15 seconds times 2 for Acorn there. So that was 30 seconds of additional life.
Underrated.
Which
I think it's actually underrated.
You know what 30 seconds can do for you? I mean, that could be at least more than 6-7 placements if it was lower earlier in the game there. But yeah, you're right. You called out Monster. Acorn didn't even try to make his way to the zone. Just like, you know what? I'm happy taking this L. I want to actually, probably because he didn't want to get picked as he was walking.
No, there's actually a reason for that. You can't actually Med Mist and swim
in the water
at the same time.
Oh, there's water in front of them. Okay, I didn't see the water.
Exactly. Yeah. No Fortnite character for some reason. Even the sharks and the mermaids can swim with one hand, right? You have to use 2. Use the proper form entirely, right? Form is key, and so that's why you can't Med Mist and swim.
Okay, we need a new mechanic since now we're on Unreal Engine 5, right? Maybe you press C and instead of crouching, you roll over your back and then you float.
Oh.
Bam.
and you can shoot at height at the same time while
Oh
you're
my
floating.
gosh, I'm so down.
Epic Game Designers, what's up? Take some notes here. My man Monster, all right? He'll do it for free.
How
He doesn't
sick
even
would
need
that look,
consulting fees. As we take a look here, Bank was one of the solos last alive, took out Aperta in the end, and then was just like, yeah, and then no chance of winning this 1v2. Quick finish, easy finish. Bugha sprays with the purple stinger and connects. 42 points a pop, though. Wasn't even Bugha and Co on top because they only got 3 elims. 42 points a piece for Aperta and Mami, and Tahi plus Bank. They will be your top 2 in that match. Bugha and Skittles in third with 36. Acorn and Jack, 34 points, solid. Deshaun and Clicks with a 5th place 28-point game that will put them in a solid 1st place, Shio.
Yeah, this is what I want you guys to do. Look at where Day and Clicks are at 5th, and just go all the way right to the 2nd column where Ages and Rise are side by side. You can see the difference of that tie breaking in the 5th game. That is a huge point differential. That is literally a game's worth that Ages and Rise are now behind. It's going to be tough to catch up, Monster.
Coming into the last game as well. So yeah, you're right. But you know what? I'm more interested in Tahi and Bank, who are now 42 more points up from where they left off in the last game. And they were already, again, way down the totem pole. And then he had 2 great games, exceptional games, big point games back to back here, basically putting them in the fight for a top 5 prizing spot as well. Coming out of, again, that drop spot that has 4 teams in the general area. So impressive to see what teams like that can do under the circumstances that they're put in. Take a look at the standings here, though. Take me through this. Bank is up at the top alongside Talia. I knew those 2 games were going to be huge, and it's showing now.
Yeah, it's that 21-point lead that we saw earlier from Deshaun and Clicks over Ages and Rise. But Tahi and Bank able to sneak into 2nd place here. Creo and Vert in 4th, tied at 106. And of course, that actually might be flipped. It should be Osp and Revise because they do have the Victory Royale tiebreaker in 4th overall. 5th place will be Creo and Vert. Glace and Trashy right behind them with 101. But then look, in the 80s, all the way down to 13th place. I mean, honestly, any of those teams all the way down to 13, 14 can place top 5 here, Shio.
I think all the way down to 16th, honestly.
Yeah,
if anyone ends up missing out the end game and then the 16th place teams do end up popping off, it's huge. At the same time, I think the biggest surprise on this page for me is Creo and Vert. We haven't really seen much from them at all, at least on broadcast, right? In terms of how they're here, what they're doing. Look at this as well. Their elim count, it just doesn't belong. 13 around people who have almost near 20 or higher. They're just playing games very consistently, perfectly, I would guess, all the way up to top 10. So if they sneak out a win here, they might get even higher to 1st or 2nd place. They're right beside Rise, right beside Bank.
Craziness. Meanwhile, 69 points, nice from Yuz and C's. 68 points for Eclipse and Smacked. 64 for Bugha and Skittles. They finally get some life breathed into them as they get 1st place, but not the limbs that they needed. And they really did need a pop-off game there in game 5 if they wanted to potentially break into top 5. But still, A for effort. Arkham and Epic Whale, also disappointing showing for them. Obviously, they're both coming from the West Coast, though, playing cross-continent in terms of servers. Asian Jeff after that. So yeah, a lot of names you're familiar with. Kanata, Saf. You see Cypher and Pink doing what they can. Cypher playing with this European duo in Pink, and also playing cross-server and doing everything that he possibly can here, Monster. Anything else to add out to?
No, all I was going to say is luckily all you need is a good tournament game win in order to make a pop-off banger YouTube video. So, you know, Epic and Arkham pick one up. Bugha and Skittles are on the board now. You know, they have something to walk away with from here. Coming into this last game, it's going to be a tough stretch for them to pull the top 5. But hey, getting a win in a tournament setting like this, especially on the new chapter, getting a feel for it is definitely big. It's great for a confidence boost as well. So, and again, we're talking about gearing up for what will be a new competitive format into the new year, right? Where wins are going to matter. Point blank, you're going to need 2 if you want to walk out end the tournament early. But I will get into the future format to come. Just more so about, you know, what we're watching here. Wins are dope to see unfold, and you know, I'm happy Bugha pick one up.
Yeah, I like you bringing that up and previewing what's to come, obviously, with FNCS in the future of competitive Fortnite. But for now, like you said, JBL Quantico has been fun to watch. 5 games in. One team, I can't remember if I saw them. Were they in the first page? Commandment and Stretch. Were they in the first page in the top 20? Did y'all see?
I think they have to be. I think they were high up enough to where, you know, they've played a little bit more consistently. They have to be somewhere in that top 16. If not, they have a chance to come back here, and it has to be the chance. It's the last game Fallout, right? So there's no more after this. Yeah,
it is, especially the way they started in game one. We also obviously all had high expectations for them, and slowed down a little bit, but we'll see and get a quick update in terms of where TSM, Commandment, and Liquid Stretch are in the overall standings and grand scheme of things. And that leads us into pre-match analysis for our last match of the night, match number 6. I want to talk about Monster. Obviously, I got shy with thoughts earlier, but in terms of current meta, what are you enjoying so far? How are you enjoying the action?
I mean, it's good. Like I said before, you know, I didn't expect a day where I see a team come in, pull out the red dot, and be in a tunnel and just barrel someone down, like in that kind of settings. It looks really cool. It's a refreshing take, the sliding mechanics, watching that all play out here. And again, it's new chapter vibes here, right? On the new map and stuff. So I couldn't have asked for a better, refreshing take to Fortnite competitive. And most importantly, we got a new game mode, duos, which is second to my favorite of solo. So I'm down for that. Solo duos action all year long. 2022 is the hopes. Let's get it.
I'm right there with you. Big fan of duos. Shio, the Prophet, the one and only. What can we expect in game 6? Any predictions?
Shots will be fired, builds will be built. It's gonna get kind of crazy. Towards the end, I feel like it'll be a 2v2 or a 2v1 happening. Whoever is the solo player will win the game. In terms of who wins the entire competition, it rhymes with licks and hay. I feel like I'm reaching into the void. Maybe that.
You just took the C off of clicks. That's not. I mean, it's not rhyming. It's just removing a letter.
Licks, actually.
Clicks. Oh, licks with the CKS. Clarify. Oh my God. I wonder who that is. I wonder who your prediction is. We're gonna get Monster's prediction as well. But before we do that, I want to also make sure to remind y'all that are just tuning in, you can enter into the JBL Quantum Cup giveaway by typing !Gleam in chat for a chance to get hooked up, courtesy of JBL. By the way, if you're looking for a new headset, you're looking for a Christmas gift or a holiday gift, make sure to hit up JBL on Amazon or just in general. Obviously, some great headsets, some of the best headsets in all of gaming and esports. Like I said, I've been wearing mine for a while and certainly enjoying it. But now, back to you, Monster. We got a little bit of a prediction coming through from Shio in terms of what we can expect. 1v2 solo player to win it. I like that. A little hot prediction. You got any predictions here? What we can see in game 6?
So, I won't take the name guessing version.
Rhyming thing.
Yeah, the rhyme take. Nope, a little too close for me there. But I'll go with Agers. I'm feeling young Agers and Rise here coming up to the top. I'm feeling a little Agers and Rise here. I think
their stocks are low, man. Their stocks are low.
They're game behind.
It's crashed, bro. It's done. So.
God, what are you saying?
No, you know what's done? Licks and that other guy you're talking about, right?
Those players don't even exist. That's alleged players. You know what I mean? Like no one knows who those guys are. It's a mystery.
Shadow's gonna start playing under the moniker Licks and Hay. That's gonna be his new gamer tag from now on. Let's make it a thing. Let's cement it. You're saying Agers and Rise take it. Shio's saying Clicks and Day, Sean take it. We'll see who is correct. Will it be the two of them, or we also have teams like Glace, Creo and Vert. Not really many people would have expected given recent performances, but they're in 4th place right now. Glace and Trash also doing really, really well. I'm excited to see if they can potentially make some noise, as we did just get word. Game is launching, baby. Let's get ready for game number 6. Blow it up in the chat right now. Game 6, last match of the day. Let us know who you want to win. What are your bold predictions, all right? We got some bold predictions from Shio, from Monster. Who do you think is going to take it? Who do you want to take it? Obviously, there's also Bizzle and Pump at the bottom of the leaderboards. We got a couple other players, Commandment, Stretch, that are obviously competing in this lobby. Haven't seen a whole lot of Kanata and Saf. In fact, that's my prediction. Kanata, Saf, despite having a disappointing games 2 through 5, they'll win game number 6, and it won't mean anything in the grand scheme of things, unfortunately, because I think they're a little too far behind. But nonetheless, that's my prediction going into this one. Boys, any final thoughts or any final words, predictions, etc. as we head into the last game? What can we expect in terms of gameplay and meta, Monster?
I think we're gonna see a fight for the finish, but I'm predicting Clicks slides into the drop. It's a little too heavily contested this time around. Bank decides to shut him down, and it's wraps up there at the contested drop. There's no way you get away with what he's been doing round after round, and because of that, challenging Shio here for the last one. So we'll see. I think it's gonna come down to the drop.
Okay. I got some final thoughts myself. Drink some milk, eat your vegetables. Bing bong. Let's get into game 6. I'm hyped. I just feel like Agers and Rise will make it to end game. But hey, Monster, I have a question for you. Who took out Rise in that last game? You can choose to answer or not. It's up to you.
Doesn't matter. Okay, this is what's
Okay.
happening.
All
Is
right,
I'm looking
all
to the
right,
future here. Okay,
all right.
or you know, the past is done. So it's already wrapped. Right, we're moving into the new game.
Yeah, but history repeats itself. So honestly, I don't know what to believe anymore. As we got game number 6 here, we are moving to a brand new game. The past is the past, Monster says. And of course, my man Shiles reminding Monster what happened last game. Agers getting taken out by the Champions Day themselves, as he's saying, we'll see who's right. Match number 6, the final game of Fortnite for the JBL Quantum Cup in 2021 is upon us. Let's get ready. Let's get excited, because match number 6 is ready. And to call the action, we got Shio, we got Monster. Take it away, guys.
Woo! Match number 6. It's the end of the day. I'm ready to see Day and clicks pop off. I'm ready to see what everyone's got, because Monster, it is literally a 5-point game for some, a 2-point game from others, and anyone's match, anyone's tournament to take at the end of this entire JBL Quantum Cup. It all comes down to this: who is taking first place?
Oh, and look at this. I think I might have called it. This zone is definitely favoring the north side, and it's going to be a hot drop for the majority of the players up here. You can see it's coming in right now. So we'll see who's going to take it all away. We'll see if we get to see, you know, the big battles clash out. For Jack and Acorn, they've had a relatively calm start to their games throughout the day here. Speedy and Muzz looking to do the same as well, as they're gliding way off in the distance there. So, you know, it's just getting started here. It's the last game. A couple trios left, or a couple duos left here. Let's close out strong.
Absolutely. Jack and Acorn definitely been leveling up as the days gone around. We saw them jumping in game 1 and 2, losing fights, not in end games, not working together. The most recent one, Monster Jack, was just absolutely beaming kids running on his lair. Seemed like they had magnets in his weapon and his bullets. It was insane. And now in game 6, it finally all comes down on the line. He has to perform here.
Gotta pop off. They gotta perform. I'm just keeping my eyes up on that north side on Clicks and Day potentially there. They're sizing up the drop here, figuring things out. But back with over to Jack and Acorn, trying to get their loot on. Seen this story before, right? Get comfortable, get situated, get positioned, get ready for endgame.
Jack just looting up Polar Peak. I mean, the center of the map. It looks literally almost exactly the same. Reboots around, though, that was kind of a difference from chapter 1 all the way to 3. Man, 3 chapters, that's insane.
We've been here for the whole thing. My gosh. I feel like we're just getting started though, right? Like,
yeah. Well, next year's another chapter as well. Or what? The chapters last 2 years technically, though, most of the time, right?
Nah, not really. It's a year.
Really, this time last year? I guess in October we had the black hole, right?
Roughly.
Yeah. Okay, that's crazy.
It's really about a year. I think the only difference between this year and last year was the pandemic. You know, again, shifted the timeline a little bit, right? Kind of threw off how many quote unquote seasons we might have had, so kind of broke up the cadence a little bit, if you will. We'll see.
Ink and Jelly, one of the last place teams rolling in from the previous game. It was Clarity and Casket that took them out. What can they do this time? Not much, because they did so much damage, but they just let Clarity and Casper heal. I don't know what the Young Boys' strategy is right now, but what I want to see from the next tournament, if they are watching, is more aggression. Take risks. A lot of the times, you have teams that play very well, have good shots, good aim, but don't take enough risks when they have the advantage, and as a result, just fizzle out.
Yeah, look at this little launch pad. Pre-placed them as well. Ooh, down range, big damage. All whites right here. They have a little HP advantage. They know it, but Clarity just does not have a good close quarter weapon. But you know what? They decided to commit to this. Okay. Gonna come all the way on in. Big shots coming out here. No pickup there. Who's this? Who just rolled up? Arkham and Epic Whale just roll up hot. Hot from the side right now. Yeah, it's over. It's over for all these guys. Arkham Epic Whale here to literally finish this up.
What is this thing? They come through like, yo, who's making noise on my block? There's no chance. Hold up, Epic Whale? Okay, no, he gets the full finish. And they're all done.
Yeah, look at Casker. Here's perspective. He's gone. Trying his best now.
You're telling me they don't have different types of fruits on the bottom side of the island when we flipped? Where's the dragon fruit?
Still in beta, okay?
All right, true.
How about that?
Well, definitely not an alpha or a perta right now. This man is gone.
Wait, but are we though? Like, actually, that was jokes.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No, a game it's never gone to Charlie. Why do we stop at beta? What about Charlie?
Too alpha, man.
True. Booger Muncher is down. Good job, Jack. Okay, Cypher and Pink in a fight up against Saf, Kanata, Eclipse. And they have the 2v1 advantage. There's a spray. Kanata's low. He's got nowhere to go.
There's no way.
A nice slide, though.
Don't let him out of here. Don't let him out of here. There you go. Shut it down. Arkham and Pink. Now up against Illis and Slacks. Okay, so a little bit of a reset here. We're hyping them up because they have the advantage, but toe-to-toe with the pros. No, doesn't last long. Cypher gets cracked down there, and Pink's left by himself. This is an EU pro player, guys, on NA servers right now, getting chased down by some of the best, some of the scariest in Illis. Side angles are looking good, and there it is. Traps.
Dude, that strike shotgun sounds like you have a metal baseball bat hitting the beefiest refrigerator in the house. Like, that thing is loud.
It doesn't hit hard, but it's so intimidating. That's what it is. Like, it's just so intimidating, especially in endgame. Like, it's just loud. It sounds like, you know, someone just put a straight gaping hole right through you, but like, you know, it doesn't even do anything. It hits you for like 20. It's all good.
Yeah. It's the fear, man. It gets you shaky, and then you do more damage to yourself. It afflicts mental damage. It's the first different type of damage I've seen. That's my hot prediction, Monster, right? For chapter 4, and this is a year out. Clip it right now. They're gonna introduce elemental damage. You heard it here first.
Oh my gosh. The return of the preseason Zaptron, which accidentally made it to the game for like 24 hours or something like that, then was removed and never brought back. So somehow that was like Donald Mustard's long game, right? He dropped it from the future. The Foundation brought it and they took it out. This is all a part of the ploy, okay? We're gonna find out it was all intentional the entire time.
Leakers move forward in their chairs once we start talking about future possibilities.
We've been clipped. I hope you know that. They just have a radar for these things. I don't know how they know everything at all times.
Have the Batman scanner active 24/7 for words like future and chapter and mustard.
Mustard.
5 eliminations so far. Epic and Arkham just collecting people's lives like tickets at an arcade. It's kind of nuts. They're just running around. Scented and Miro taking part of the team as well. I don't even know what's going on in these boxes. Epic will. I'm not sure he was on controller or the keys right now.
You know, it's funny that you say that. I was going to say, you have to remember these guys are now both controller players. So you saw what Epic will did. He just sat in the corner and said, yep, I don't even have to walk. Done. He just put it on. It's over. It's literally over.
Oh, taking a little bit more of the same damage he was dropping down. It's Shonker City Central, though. And this is why this POI is dope. Big cars, big wheels, big boosts.
Nice little play here by Epic. He's going to go on and reset, try to get the heal on. Small misplay there is going to cost him some HP, but he's not too fussed. Here's Trashing Glace. Okay, this is a team we really have to keep an eye out on. They could be our JBL Cup champions today.
Definitely a possibility.
Wait, have we actually seen Agers and Rise yet? Or Clicks in Day?
No. And I do see the number 36 duos in total. So I'm not sure exactly what's breaking down, but we'll flip between the duos and see exactly who's where.
Be too easy, you know, if we knew everything.
Gotta have the suspense.
Keep it suspenseful for the boys as we start approaching endgame right now.
Is there any integrity in this last game?
Did they make it in? Dun dun dun.
Did they make it in?
Cue intense music.
We just gotta wait and see. We haven't seen this type of zone here just yet towards this end game. It's gonna have a big lake in the middle. I think one of the biggest bodies of water available towards the center of the island. Obviously, on the right side, there's this huge coastal spot with many islands. I've never seen a zone go there once, so I don't even think that it exists. But towards the middle is where every single zone seems to be going across all regions today. Once again, that's Epic Arkham Rift Possessed. Yeah, they're not stopping. I'm still trying to look for any of those top names. I don't see a monster. Where are they?
They're there. They're just waiting to strike in the end game.
They're not even in the feed.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Hello. Goodbye. Arkham in a 1v2 situation right now. What can he do?
Against the big Riftmole? Nothing, man. You ever seen Riftmole start to foam at the mouth as soon as he starts fighting someone, man? He goes rabid inside these boxes. Okay. That's possessed. Hold up.
Wait a second now.
That's not Riftmole. Wait for the big Riftmole. He's coming.
I don't think it matters at this point. Okay, Ark. Whoa now, buddy. Oh, whoa.
Spider-Man challenge, Impossible Edition. What is this?
Oh, he gets landed on by the other Spider-Man. Oh no.
Oh, he's here.
Riftmole's back.
You can hear him. Oh my god.
He got pieced up. Yeah, no.
Look at him. Look at him.
You're disgusting, Rift.
The big Rift. Unstoppable. That's what I'm talking about.
Reboot who?
NA West where? Real region?
Wow.
I'm joking. That was a joke.
I was gonna say a little too far, Shao, okay?
That was a...
You cut it out now.
Listening.
We're in this together, okay? That one? Slow down now. No.
I gotta be careful. It's Game 6 vibes, you know? We get carried away.
Game 6 vibes. We're coming into it. It's hot.
Started the day violating Mega, and then I violated an entire hemisphere of the Earth.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. Have you seen what happens when you go at a region like Brazil or something? Okay.
Dad, listen, Brazil,
don't unleash, man. Don't unleash the West dogs. All right, you don't want that.
That's true. That's true.
I kind of almost did, by the way. Last FNCS, I tweeted at, so happy FNCS is over, but West was still up. You got to see the West comments. They were not happy. They were not happy that I tweeted that during their region. Okay. I was talking about my personal experience here.
People rotating endgame, stopping to reply to your tweet.
Ever since Faxy's been in my DMs, whenever there's a tournament, we pieced up every time. It's my boy.
That's what I'm talking about.
Dude, Season Yuz in the running right now.
Blepo in the sitting right now.
It's reps. Illis and Slacks here, trying to make some work of Strep. The Strep's gonna back off. Okay, a little reset, get the heals on. Reinitiate. Ooh. Okay.
It's a lot of distraction. Okay. Just
Yeah, they know exactly where he's at, right? Oh,
Are you sure about that?
No, they don't.
Are you sure about that?
They know nothing. Okay.
All right, they're out. Respectfully. That's the thing with these gauntlets. You get shot, you stop, you take fall damage. You also get beamed from the backside. Slacks just does not know what's going down. He's gonna try for another swing again. Strep is gonna follow him down. Strep is on a clock though. Look at the HP. Very, very low.
Ooh, finds a mech hit. Yeah, Strep's got one too. Okay, all right. They find a shotgun shot there. That could have been really bad, honestly, for Slacks and Illis there. They get what they need. I love this sliding mechanic, how useful it can be in situations like this. Okay, you're gonna spend a lot of time here, buddy. It's gonna start doing a lot of that. Like, get your med kit. Yeah, get your heals off. You gotta get out of here, guys. They were targeted, by the way, in the distance. So the longer they stay here, the more likely other teams are gonna kind of test them as they exit.
This is nuts. I feel like everyone's still moving all the way across. Note the sincerity/seriousness of this game. 39 people alive. In games before, it's usually 60 to 80. At this point, people are keying, Monster. No one's on the inside of the zone. It's got a complete dead side.
I was gonna ask, but where is Agers and Rise? And there they are. They're in the distance. They're alive. Oh, look, Vert's up too. Okay, people that matter are definitely here. Miro and Scented are here. Yeah, where's Clixton Day? True question.
I need that wide shot again, pronto. But this time, rotate it like a blender. You know what I mean? Just keep it going 360 degrees at crazy speeds. I want to see everything at all times.
Just put the drone and turn up the speed a little bit, fly around.
I want to put on a VR headset right now and jump into the game. I want to be that immersed.
Forgot the name of the pill you have to drink to end motion sickness, but yeah. Need that one, dude.
Or you can just close your eyes. Well, then what's the point of wearing the headset? You're right. Never mind.
Rhymes with F, ends in V.
True say. But at the same time, never say it.
Not allowed to. Jack and Acorn find a fight here. 2 elims, okay. Pretty good, pretty good.
I'm liking
Edgy
it.
and Duke there.
I'm literally glued to the front of my monitor. I'm trying to look for any type of name that rhymes with licks and hay, but I don't see it.
What's the play here? Oh, yeah, they're spotted out. You know, notice though, Jack and Acorn are doing this every single game, playing bushes like confidently like this with SMGs and like Mark 7s. It's like their literal strat. They've been doing it a lot.
It works when the lobby's kind of stacked and people can run into you.
Yeah.
What they need to do, yeah, they marked it. They need to run to that house ASAP, even now, just so they can refarm something. They've got nothing for mats at all. 200 wood for the moment. That's vital brick, a little bit of metal as well along the whole way. And not being greedy here with the mats might cost them. No, it's all good. They get in, now they're on the clock. The zone's moving in about 1 minute. They got 60 seconds to farm. Bizzle and Pump close to bottom 20 are right behind them, and they're gonna go straight for the fight. Acorn's 1 HP. Did they knock him? I'm not sure. Jack loses all his shields. No, he's at a sliver right now. This is maximum trouble. Jack's at 40. Just even a lick of that SMG, the Stinger. It's done, like poison, but now they've got a split down. Okay, piece control there though. Jack's in a bunch of trouble. Dodges a few shots, but he's down. Acorn, 51 HP. You can breathe on him, and he'll go down. And that's a mighty puff from the side of Bizzle. They're gone. They're out.
I don't even want to know how he grabbed that wall. That was crazy. And the edit, instantaneous. Quick shut down right there. Pump and Bizzle, by the way, out the edge of the storm. Just out of nowhere. The most unexpected play there. Wrap up Jack and Acorn just like that. They get to sleep the night off, though. It's late over there on the East Coast. GG's. Going to be their tournament run for the JBL Quantum Cup. We'll see how high they manage to make it up the standings there after, again, several consistent games, right? So they weren't completely out of the running here. There's Illis and Slacks at 5 elims right now. So no real clue where they stand in the overall kind of scheme of things here. They've been pretty okay as well on the day.
Definitely had their moments, especially in challenging height. I believe against Kanata and Saf, they got denied. Slacks, wake up! Please!
Oh, hey,
come
yeah,
back.
tournament. Whoa, what's up? What's up? We rotating yet? Yeah? Okay, let's go. Come, I'm good. I'm back.
My man's checking his DMs and getting spammed.
He's defending you against the West Lords. That's what he's doing right now.
True. Momentus haven't exploded yet. I think the insurance covered it. We're chilling.
No, it makes sense. Remember, we're 4 minutes ahead, so it's just like all coming together right now. It's literally timing.
I'm gonna deactivate Twitter like in 30 seconds. It'll all be fine.
Oh, look at that. Healing while he plays Lookout.
I like that.
Oh, what about a big brain play? Like you go for a dry peek with no shield, but like before that, and he's holding the spray behind you.
Yeah, I mean,
how much damage can you take?
You'll be able to take like 20 extra damage. I think in the grand scheme of things, you'll only be able to survive for what, like an extra a second and a half?
Could be the
Because
difference.
you're just getting beamed. I could make the difference. You know, you're right. It's true. Yeah, 1 HP though. There they are. Vixen Day. Oh no. They're beside the big rift though. That's a toughie.
Be too easy. We had it all. Okay? Just a little glimpse For the
True, true,
boys.
true, true, true. They give it to us in parts, right? All the MCU movies don't come out at the same time. They section them, you know?
Launchpad comes out. Okay, they get to recycle that.
Ooh, I like that. I like that ramp trap where you think that it's a free line of sight, no POV, and then boom, Slacks just destroys it. They're all in zone, so they have to be very careful. This might not be the exact spot they want to be at, maybe just a little bit higher, but they're keeping things close and personal. Looking for the sprays and the beams. They have some of the best loot to fight close range. All they need is a map refresh, an ammo refresh, a meds refresh. They need to fight 100% right now if they want to win this game.
Slacks and Illis fighting like they can take first place from everybody right here and now. They want this. They want this more than anybody.
Look, I'm listening to a marching band with snare drums all across the server.
Dangerous world out there.
Definitely. Oh, look at the difference right now in positioning. Creo and Vert all the way down in the depths of the mountains. Duke, Edgy all the way up top. Big Chillink. Aegis and Rise in one of the best spots ever that I've seen, at least. I didn't catch where Clicks was exactly, but they were amongst 3 different duels, so I'm not even sure if they survived the situation they were in.
You're worried too much about Clicks. This is all about Slacks and Illis right here. Like, they have to do this. If they want to win this whole tournament. They need to eliminate everybody.
They do need every elim on the server. Definite
look.
possibility.
Okay, wait. Vert's up though.
Vert is up, but look, Clicks is like winning and also up. So if they don't go down, no one else can really win. The focus here has to be on Clicks and Dan. They take out the shield of Oliver OG and Jeff. Edgy behind them. They have one of the best spots all the way at the front of the server. We tune in with Edgy and Duke for some reason. Not exactly sure where they are on the boards.
This is
But
it.
they're gonna be right beside Clicks.
It's important. Big tags
They
are
find
here.
some shots.
Huge right there. Duke finds a couple tags. Nothing's gonna come out of it. Okay. 22 players remaining. Day finds another one in the feed. Day is still going crazy right now.
Aegis is going crazy too. Every time Day gets an elimination, Aegis is there to match it. So they're side by side. Top 12, 22 people left. If it goes all the way to 10 and Day and Clicks are still alive, I feel like that might just be wraps. But if Aegis survives too, he has a chance. Men are just falling from the sky. It's raining bodies.
Slacks gets
The
taken
one gets
out.
picked up. Oh no.
Slacks is down.
Where's Illis?
Can't do it. Aegis and Rise are still up here in the low ground as well. Duke and Edgy working their way out of the outskirts. So Creo and Vert managed to find one another here in the end game. Clicks has got no shield. He gets taken out by Yuz, but it doesn't matter. Because we have Speedy Mate fighting for high ground in the most important fight. And there it is. He falls to Jeff. Jeff is on high ground. This
Jeff
is it.
versus Osp. It's going crazy. Cease and Yuz in the same box. Where is Day? Did he live? I have no clue. But Aegis and Rise are alive. They boxed one person up. It was Jeff.
What?
They take out Jeff.
How? He was on high ground.
This is high ground now.
Okay, so actually though, Aegis and Rise have a lot of runway here to do something big, and
Another
they find
one.
Charlie. Hold up, this is starting to get interesting, guys. We might have a tournament on our hands here for Aegis and Rise at 4 eliminations. We don't know what Day and Clicks managed to pick up, so their position, it's a mystery.
Absolute, complete shock of a riddle. But for Rise and Aegis, the solution might be clear. All they have to do is push forward and win this game. 4 more eliminations. And maybe we call it. Maybe we mess it up. It doesn't matter. The spirit, it's there. Aegis and Rise. 4 eliminations all on Aegis right now. Steam coming out of his ears. Another big hop up in terms of speed. A big beam. That team has to have no mats available. They didn't even replace that wall. Aegis knows this. He moves over to the right. Duke's still popping off. Pump right beside them too. They have so many duels to go right through. Rise and Aegis at the very front side of the zone. You see Vert kind of pop in there with Creo right behind. Whoever wins this fight might end up winning it all too. Duke and Edgy now start to collapse in. Aegis, Rise have to move and maybe win their ones. Edgy slap, Duke denied. That's what I'm talking about. Aegis and Rise are on fire.
Puts him on the board for a big 6 here. Hold up. Aegis and Rise, my pick to actually possibly do this whole thing. And he's not stopping. That's down on Vert. All right. Actual important elimination captured on live air here. This is incredible here. Aegis at now 7 eliminations. The story, the plot, it thickens. Rise is by himself now, up against Aegis here on the backside, running, playing the low. Aegis and Rise working one another, gets to rotate through the side here. This is crazy.
They're deep inside the zone. 6 suck splashes. Aegis staying alive. What a rotation. They block everyone off. Big sprays. Oh my God, Aegis.
Okay.
6 eliminations.
Whoa.
They're taking out everyone. Oscar's all the way up top. It's a 2v2. Hype versus low. It's team versus team. They've got the splashes, though. They're full HP. Shield's looking good, too. All on Aegis. 600 mass. He splits a few. I'm smelling a retake coming. It's about to go down.
It's all coming together here. The story, as it just melts into one another here. We're getting ourselves a real standoff here. Osc versus Revives on high ground. I think they're out of mats, too, by the way. Notice they stopped inching their way forwards here. Off jumps down. He commits into the box. No way. He gets eaten alive there. Aegis is just something else right now with this SMG in hand. It's fully loaded as well. He dumps back into the storm. Rise is playing the front side. Revives backs up. Does he have enough to actually out-heal this? That was way too early. We're on a new season. You cannot do that anymore. Revives jumps back and he realizes,
3,
no,
2,
it was a mistake.
1.
And it was well played for Rise and Aegis, who might have actually just won the tournament, by the way.
The JBL Quantum Cup potential winners. And they're insane, magnificent even, huge, large could describe what they just did. That was just nuts. They had to take out so many people to make the gap up and win the game, and Clicks and Day had to go down early and Fallout. That all might have happened.
Insanity. I mean, they had to take the game into their own hands, and they do with a perfect game 6, popping off with high elims. Now the question is, they had a 27-point deficit. Did they break the 27+ point mold in addition to whatever they were able to get, maybe in Clicks and Day in their own points in their own right? Because I think Clicks and Day got at least top 10, maybe top 12 monster. We saw Day alive at the end there.
Yeah, definitely. They were in the end game all the way through, and what had happened was you saw the feed there. Day found some, and Clicks fell first. It was crazy. But I do know Vert and Creo were up too.
Yeah.
So, and remember, it was like a 3-way tie coming into the last game. It's actually insane.
Yeah, Vert and Creo were also alive. We saw Pump alive, obviously, further down in the standings, so probably not going to mean a whole lot, but Pump and Bizzle were able to make it to somewhat of a late game as well. Crazy finish here. We saw Cypher and Pink, of course, the duo. Pink playing from the EU. Early fight against Saf and Kanata, which I said Saf and Kanata would win that game. Boy, oh boy, was I wrong about that bold prediction. I was thinking maybe I'd pull something outlandish, and it did not necessarily come into fruition here. But overall, it was a massive performance from Aegis and co. Huge last game right there, as Aegis and Rise are able to pop off. We'll catch that in the late game here as we take a look at Arkham Child.
Yeah, I mean, Arkham, you can't really spell Arkham without, Ark. And the man was on one. Absolute demonic uprise. It was a lot of fun to watch. Shout out to the West scene. I love the entire West scene and how it goes. Maximum respects over to them. At the same time, Jack and Acorn, they're rolling in. Kind of getting bodied, though. It's kind of insane. Bizzle and Pump, putting them straight into the Kalata. That's Arabic word for blender, actually.
Crazy.
So, absolutely insane. Past that as well, Slacks Illest, I mean, Monster, they could have won the whole thing, man.
I mean, listen.
They got every elim in the server.
That was incredible. Like we had that last game handed to us on a platter. We had a 3-way near tie at the very end. And then Duke and Edgy take high ground. Like,
that's insane.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they took high ground, but decided to give up high ground in that, with, as you saw right there with the Spidey gauntlets. And then it was Speedy and Muzz with high ground for time being. So many high ground changes. Ultimately, we saw Duke and Edgy do a good job picking up a few elims on the rotations here. And this is when it became the Aegis and Rise show, picking up elim after elim on the low ground. It started with Jeff Monster.
Yeah, just insane. And honestly, this is where things got really interesting because now we had Creo and Vert in the end game. Yeah, Cease and Yuz, who had a realistic chance for first place. And just again, the phenomenal run. All jokes aside, like Rise and Agers might have actually done it. Like they popped off and they close out with a big dub ski. You don't really see finishes like this. And then again, just putting these SMGs to work.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you found yourself in a box with Agers and Rise, there was not enough room for more than 2 people in that box, and Rise and Agers weren't leaving that box either. So by default, you had to look at it. 46 points. You go all the way down to Clicks and Day, 21. That's a difference of 25, if I'm not mistaken. So does it seem like enough? Who knows? Though, could be some genie magic in the business. You know what I mean? Maybe something wasn't tallied right. I still want to wait for that final result, but just look at who popped off in that game. Cease and Yuz are up there. Creo and Vert also putting in the effort. Jeff with some crazy high ground antics. That was a fun one.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. There is this genie magic that goes on in the business. We'll see what type of genie magic there is. I mean, yeah, certainly we can't call it too early to call, but we thought that they had a 27-point lead, and that them being Day and Clicks, we'll see if it was enough for them to hold on. It'll be a nail biter for sure. But then there's also Osp and Revised, really consistent play for them. Another 4th place, 30-point finish should break them into the top 5 overall. And then Charlie and Spegu, who you gave a lot of hype to, they had a pretty solid last 2 games as well, Monster.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what matters, right? These post-match results here, who popped off in the game, you know, like again, we talk about catching your highlights, catching your moments. Players did just that, and most importantly, might be the difference for our number 1 team of Agers and Rise there in that post-match.
Yeah, and then Glace and Trashy in 16th place after game 6, or at least, sorry, as of game 6, not after, because these aren't the overall standings, but they were in 4th or 5th, had a big game 5. I wonder if that's enough for them to hang on to a top 5 finish. For those that are just tuning in, if you're wondering why we're harping on the top 5, well, that's where our prize pool gets paid out. 5th place is the last place to get paid for $2,000 of the overall $35,000 prize pool. So it is a must-perform type of format where you need to place top 5. On our last page here, again, Booga and Skittles, not the best showing after they did win game number 5. They get taken out early alongside Pink and Cypher. We saw that on screen, and the young duo also getting last place in this one overall. So with that said, that's kind of the post-match results. We're calculating the overall standings, and I cannot wait to see how the top 5 is going to shake out, because it's going to be a crazy finish, Monster.
This is it. I mean, we are going to find out. Listen, it's a lot of money on the line here, guys. We're talking $35,000 up on the line here for the region. We just watched one of the history-making games right there. Like that was, again, just Fortnite, you know, in a nutshell here. One of the last major competitions for the year. We get to close out and just get ready for the new.
Hold up. Did you say $30,000?
35.
Did you say 31,000? 34,000? 35,000? That's an insane amount. Let's go. Okay. So lots of money on the line. I really want to see who comes out on top. And you know, you're talking about Glace and Trashy Follow. What happened to them? Well, global warming is a big thing that's happening right now, right? So the Glace obviously melting a little bit. That went down, and more people are starting to recycle to help that cause. So Trashy also losing a little bit of stocks in the name. Might need to rename to reuse, reduce, recycle. I put some deep thought into this one. So
that was next level. I was going to correct you. I was going to correct you and shut that down by saying that's Glacier, not Glace. But nonetheless, you really picked it up with the Trashy piece. I can't even do that because it was so good. It was so good.
That's the back half, right? It's all about the back half.
And the back half really closed it. Really closed the deal for you. So I will not correct you, even though I still did correct you. As we take a look at the best plays of the entire day, by the way, as we're calculating these standings, we'll take a look at some key moments throughout the entirety of match 1 through 6. This is match 1. Aperta, always really high in the elims category, Monster, it seemed like.
Yeah, definitely popping off here. Definitely had a nice little showing on the day. Take a look here. Clicks and Day, again, definitely deserving of being in the package here. They had such a run, right, to come back in the final moments here. These are those early game pop-offs where we're kind of middling in a tournament, then all of a sudden took that meteoric rise at the very end there, giving us, you know, again, one of the better games we can ask for a first type of competition. 3 teams at 100 points there coming into game number 6. What a way to watch it unfold.
Yeah, it's just absolute magic all around. It was just really fun. Cypher and Suscript also just popping up. You see a lot of zones moving. For me, I want replays in the future to have drill beats on them. I feel like it'd be a lot more immersive and enticing, and kind of add like a flow to it too while you're watching. I feel like all the kids love drill beat remixes, and remix kind of has the same first two letters as replay. So I feel like that's a definite possibility. You know, so I feel like we should have a few producers see what we can do and possibly change the entire game.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, man. Monster, I know you know some producers, you know, in Pratt Court over there. I'm not sure if you can implement.
Do whatever we want to do. Just let me know. All right. Whatever you want, Poppy. We got it. We'll make it happen.
Well, Monster makes it happen. Unfortunately, Epic Whale and Arkrum not able to make it happen themselves this tournament. Obviously, a decent game number 6. They got maybe top 10, top 15, and overall solid showing from them. Not necessarily to that.
Whoa! Shout out NA West, of course, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like
facts.
they hold it down. Best region. Best. You know how it goes. You know, maximum damage. They fix the swordfight issue.
NA best.
NA best. Shout out to
That's what I'm
NA
talking
best.
about.
Real talk though, you know, Epic and Arkham pick up a victory royale today. Again, one of the 6 few that were able to do it. So gotta put some respect on it.
That's insane.
On 80.
That's true. Absolute facts. Yeah, solid showing from them. Obviously, when all things considered, playing cross server, absolutely. You're used to winning championships, but nonetheless, still a very solid showing. That is for sure. And really a big surprise here was one of our qualifier teams. Again, that's what you love about this format. OSP and Revised on high ground. They take this win and were able to really consistently pull out top 3, top 5 finishes. They really perform, Shao.
Yeah, I feel like the one thing on my mind at the end of the tournament is how different would it be if wall running was added to the game? I feel like that would really change up the way Miro dives boxes, how the SMG meta works as well. I definitely feel like the results would have been different today if that mechanic was indeed inside the game of Fortnite.
Yeah, you know, sliding was added, red dots were added, maybe wall running's next. You know, you build yourself a nice little mansion and you run up it.
Yeah.
Wall running, back floating, right? We have so many good ideas here.
We already have jetpacks, you know?
Imagine you could throw a ball at another player and capture them, give them a move set, and then use them as like a pocket type of monster you could throw at other people. You know, that'd be
That's
insane.
a totally original idea. I've never started that before.
Incredible.
I don't know where you're getting this out of, Shio. You're pulling.
Listen, man,
so
I
good.
complete original ideas. This, by the way, like on a real note, that play from Aegis this entire game just felt like a fever dream. I don't think he should have been allowed to do this. There should be a fine for the man clutching in this way. I think that fine was that elimination. Yeah, that was actually nasty.
If they win the tournament and, like, you know, again, you just kind of package up everything that they did in this tourney, like, incredible showing, and that's probably the best highlight we saw today, to be completely fair.
Yep, absolutely. They put on a show, man. I gotta say, it was like a running montage watching Aegis and Rise play. So regardless of where they finish, where they end up, kudos to them. I mean, if it's not first, it's second, right? So they really perform incredibly well. And then you gotta say, Day and Clicks here in match number 6. They did just enough, I think, to secure first. We'll see if that's confirmed as we're still calculating the standings, but did just enough. I mean, kudos to them as well for surviving into late game.
Definitely. You know what else though? I feel like if you ended up like mid-game playing or like in an end game and you got like 2 eliminations in quick succession, there should be like a drill beat that just starts playing, because I feel like it's very immersive and the kids really like it, you know? To reach out to the producers, see what we can do. I just feel like it's the future. We've got the med miss already in the game, so we're halfway there with that idea. You know, definite possibility.
Honestly, we got all the collaborations we need with the hip hop artists already, right? We're like just a step away, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really futuristic and the kids love it, Monster, you know?
Seen it.
Can we play the EU replays as well? I'm down.
Yeah, can we throw Joga to it?
Now, Rise and Aegis, very big shout outs to them. Top placers, it goes crazy. And that's what I'm talking about. Revise and Os as well, they kind of started the day. Just put another real note in there. At the top, they kind of feel like they could have led the pack, but eventually they kind of teetered off as well. Mystery though, as to who came in first place.
Yeah, we're still waiting to see who it was that takes home that first place spot. We're gonna jump to a very quick break. When we come back, we will have the final standings ready, the reveal for who will take home a piece of that $35,000 prize pool and the NFT digital trophy. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Standings and the wrap up after this.
When I'm in an important match, my JBL Quantum 1 headset delivers the 3 things that I need the most: sound precision, communication clarity, and total comfort. I can hear my enemies reload, planting the spike, their footsteps, and even more. Echo canceling, make sure you're heard loud and clear to rally the troops. Active noise canceling eliminates outside noise so that my team and I can keep our heads in the game. Premium memory foam ear cushions, perfect for intense gaming sessions. JBL Quantum 1, sound is survival.
In 2020, the JBL Quantum Cup brought you the best of the best in competitive gaming. Watch this year's top teams compete, play with the pros, win JBL products and cash payouts. JBL Quantum Cup. Watch, play, win.
Welcome back, everybody, to the JBL Quantum Cup Fortnite North American competition, as we had 6 games completed as part of the overall JBL Quantum Cup. And if you're just tuning in or maybe not familiar, we have 3 titles throughout the weekend. By the way, this is just the beginning. We still got CSGO tonight in Asia and Apex Legends for all of Saturday and all of Sunday. So make sure to check out those broadcasts and competition as well. It's a festival of sorts heading in to the holidays. But for now, we're awaiting to see the overall standings and winners. We also had 2 other competitions. We had Asia, or AKA APAC for Fortnite, and Europe. Let's take a look at the highlights to keep you all up to speed on how things unfolded in the APAC region. Monster, walk me through it.
Wins taking things home here today, but hey man, the highlights say it all. You know, we had high tier competitive action throughout the week. I think the general consensus for the Fortnite community is if it's big money, big competition, best players, we're all for it. We're here for it. You can see Sorif pops off right here alongside, I believe that was Looter there. So big plays from some of OC's best, honestly.
Nah, most definitely. And it just kept going. Skits with the pop off as well. You see a bunch of names in the feed. Vorscope, the eventual winners, just also popping off game to game. Basil, throw that in the cooking pot if you want a little bit more of a earthy vibe to your meal. Vorscope, though, is just, you know, absolutely a demon. And unfortunately for Zocker here in this game, can't build to the reboot van, gives them the power to land that last shot. It's just really nice. Locking also popping off here and there. You know how it goes. Clap in the face. That's what I'm talking about.
You love to see that, Lachlan. The Cypher PK of Australia, if you will. I don't know if that's a safe assumption or comparison, but nonetheless, shout to Lachlan nonetheless. As we, of course, saw Lachlan do his thing in the competition. I think he actually plays pretty decently. I think top 15, top 10, something of the likes. But shot to Lockie. But in the end, in APAC, it was Lego Ninja and Vortscope in first, Sorif and Looter in second, Looter of TNA, former teammates of Speedy and Muzz, Spiker and Raikou in third, and we had Moose and Reckless, then Suns and Skits in fifth. So kudos and congratulations to all of them for placing in the top 5 and taking home part of that prize pool. Let's take a look at the Europe highlights and competition. Shio had a chance to call that action as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was not EU whatsoever. It was actually the opposite in terms of a sound. It was like, wow, delicious, lots of fun. And that's because Snipe and Mirza were just popping off silently in the dark until the last game. It was cool to see. Stompy and Chicken were there too. Chicky and Trulex were cool to watch. Kind of give us a sneak peek as to how FNCS might be come the following year.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Big performance here for the MCES boys as they all showed up and definitely putting a lot of work over the course of the weekend. Bad Sniper clearly ahead of the rest here. Quintel, he was just, again, on a tear. Quintel as well, showing up big time and tries to find us a little bit of highlights to OG showing that he still got it. Gets shut down right there. So all in all, though, EU is definitely dope. And I mean, like you said, Shai, you have the front row seats.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy. We actually got to see Bad Sniper play games for the first time. I feel like all throughout last year, this man dropped in Lazy Lake and averaged 20th place. But today, he popped off. And like, he's a really good round 3 player, round 4 player as well. But sometimes in these finals, the man struggles. This time, the map's changed. You can't hold him down. There's no jail cell that holds back Bad Sniper. The snipers themselves in the game are a little bit worse. They're bad snipers, right? So he's kind of in his element overall as well.
Yeah, the meta quite literally just gave him a level up or a power up just by playing true to his name. And in the end of EU, Snipe and Mirza win it. Like you said, the MCES boys monster did show up. Jerky and Kinzel in second, Chicky and Trulex in third, Splash and Jamshood in fourth, and Decyptos and also MCES Bad Sniper, speaking of which, in fifth place, taking home a cool $2,000. Now, gotta clear my throat here because guess what? It's time. Standings are ready to see who will take home that top 5. First things first, 6th through 10th. Monster, walk me through it.
6 through 10. We got Subscript, Zypha, Charlie, and Spec. Okay, jump up into top 10. I'm cool with that. Yuz and Cease here managed to pull the 105. Pump and Bizzle come in with the 105 tie as well. Glaze and Trashy slide down that melting iceberg of a mountain there, and they land just outside the money, unfortunately.
Wow. insanity. So they place outside the top 5. With that said, our 5th place placement, $2,000 richer. Tahi and Bank, they do it up with $2,000 in the bank. Congrats to them. 4th place, Creo and Vert both get a solid game 6, which keeps them within the top 4. A cool $3,000 for them. Osp and Revise. Consistency is key, and these are the underdogs of this competition who played so incredibly well, so consistent. They get 3rd place. And that leads us to our final 2. We know who they are. We just don't know which order they're in. 1st and 2nd.
Who is it?
Whoa! They did it! No way, man.
Whoa.
That's
what a run.
Crazy. What a run.
Legendary.
That's actually nuts. That clutch from Agers by himself, and you know, we're talking about the best highlight reel. We're talking about Agers just popping off in that last game too, running through every single person with Rise right behind him. That is mad impressive. And in terms of the scale of a third-party prize pool, that is a big difference. Sometimes all you win is $5,000 in total. That's the difference they have from 1st and 2nd. They each walk away with 7.5K. I mean, and they deserve it. That is huge.
$7,500 for 6 games of Fortnite. It's crazy to think per person. Like you said, some little holiday bonus cash monster. Congratulations to them. They earned it. They had to perform in game 6, and they did with a pop-off show up. And of course, we thought it wouldn't be enough, but it ultimately was. 2 elims made the difference. 1 or 2 placements made the difference, but a huge congratulations as well to Clicks and Day as they both perform very, very well as well. A monstrous show up from both of those teams, but ultimately, you're champions of the JBL Quantum Cup featuring Fortnite in North America, Agers and Rise. Kudos to them.
Definitely a big game right there. And you know what? Couldn't have asked for a better person to cast alongside you boys right here. Definitely was fun getting the front row seats there. That last game was one for the books. And again, we got to see it come full circle as Agers and Rise just start going on a tear there at the end. You couldn't help but stick the cameras on them and watch what they were doing. You had to get it all on cam, and we sure did there. So big game for them. Happy they won.
I was saying the same thing. Shout out to our observers. They caught every bit of that action. I mean, they actually caught that last game perfectly. You guys casted it perfectly as we got to see them go on that entire tear on the low ground, and enough to win the game and win the competition. I mean, the difference between 1st and 2nd, first and 3rd would have been the difference between 1st and 2nd in the overall competition, which is just crazy to think. So I'm right there with you, Monster. It's a pleasure as always to be casting along or hosting alongside you guys. Great day of action. Shayo, any final thoughts to close us out with?
GG's. That was fun. You know how it goes. And I just feel like if you guys want to take a lesson home from all of this, it doesn't matter if you hit top 5. It's about the friends you made along the way.
Man, so deep. So deep. If there's one thing you could learn, that's it. And also making top 5 and making some cash is pretty decent.
It's pretty cool. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Both are cool. Friends and money. Both are good things. Congratulations to our winners and those who did place top 5. And again, big shout out to these 2. Thank you so much to every single one of y'all for watching. Everyone at home, everyone enjoying themselves. Some JBL Quantum Cup action. Like I said, this is a esports festival of sorts every single year now. At least the 2nd year in a row we've had a chance to do this, courtesy of JBL. Pristine sound from the best in audio engineering. Thank you so much to JBL for putting this together. On behalf of myself, I'm Fallout, alongside Monster D-Face, Shayo Wager, Phil, and our entire production team that's up late over in Australia hosting this. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. We have CSGO coming up later, and then we have Apex Legends North American competition on Saturday and Sunday. The weekend is far from over. We will see you there for some more JBL Quantum Cup. Have a great night, everybody.
When I'm in an important match, my JBL Quantum 1 headset delivers the 3 things that I need the most: sound precision, communication clarity, and total comfort. I can hear my enemies reload, planting the spike, their footsteps, and even more. Echo canceling, make sure you're heard loud and clear to rally the troops. Active noise canceling eliminates outside noise so that my team and I can keep our heads in the game. Premium memory foam ear cushions, perfect for intense gaming sessions. JBL Quantum 1, sound is survival.